the good times roll with the fun of Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Bring your family, bring your friends. This is where the fun never ends. Everybody knows when you ask the game, the good times roll. Hey, Kernels, let the good times roll. Cedar and the Kernels, let the good times roll.
With the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, here's the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
Winter descended on the capital of Michigan and gave the Kernels a rude awakening this weekend in the form of 3.5 to 4 inches of snow, but the skies have cleared, the field is in beautiful shape, and we've got a twin bill for you, not only tonight here in the Zone, but again tomorrow evening as the Kernels will be able to complete their 4-game series with the Lansing Lugnuts, albeit in a rather abridged version with these pair of doubleheaders. Welcome in the Zone. I'm John Rogers. I sit right behind home plate high atop Oldsmobile Park, which is celebrating their 10th year in the Midwest League. They were a Kansas City Royal minor league affiliate, then the Cubs, and now the Eastern Division leading Toronto Blue Jay minor leaguers play here with their record of 10-5. Our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, before we get this long afternoon and evening of baseball started, is from Seattle, Washington, switch hitter Ben Johnson. Ben's on deck, and he'll come to the plate with us next on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show in the Zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications Triple Play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
And we got snowed out this weekend. Colonel catcher, first baseman Ben Johnson with us as we finally get back to baseball here in Lansing, the state capital of Michigan, Oldsmobile Park. And Ben, an unusual weekend. You never know what you're going to get in April in the Midwest League, and we got snowed out this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe. Just the past 2 days, the weather, it's been snowing and raining, and now we look outside and there's not a cloud in the sky. It's beautiful outside and ready to play baseball.
Ben, back-to-back doubleheaders aren't too foreign to a guy like you. You came out of a terrific baseball program at the University of Washington, Pac-12 baseball. Were a lot of your road trips and games in Seattle back-to-back doubleheaders like we're facing?
We're actually pretty fortunate the 4 years I was there. We didn't have too many doubleheaders, but during the summertime and playing in the Northwest for, my whole life, you get pretty used to playing 2-7. So it's nothing too out of the ordinary, and I'm just looking forward to playing again.
You've been used almost exclusively as a first baseman, as a Colonel, yet in the Angel Media Guide they list you as a catcher. Are you going through a transition?
No, I don't feel like I'm going through a transition. I mean, we're very fortunate to have 3 great catchers. Tommy Duenas is an unbelievable catcher. I mean, defensively, he's as good as you're going to find. I'm very fortunate to, learn from him. He's been here for 3 years. And at school, as our coach always put it, you're more fortunate the more catchers you have in the lineup. So getting me in there and just make sure I get my at-bats, I'm happy. And, as long as the team's doing well, it's, whatever's best for the team. So it's not a transition. It's just getting us both in the lineup and getting at-bats.
Yeah, you, Tommy, and Michael Collins, and you and Michael have handled the first base chores beautifully, Ben. Is it something that comes naturally to you, or did you have to work on some of the things like footwork and holding a runner on and bunt plays? People sometimes think first base is sort of the rocking chair. It's pretty busy over there.
Yeah, it's a little different from catching. I mean, my last year at University of Washington, I played outfield, and I played outfield last year as well, a little bit in Provo. But I'd never played first base except for when I was 14. I think I played there twice. So Mags and Bach have been doing a great job with me working over there and kind of getting me used to it. So
Ben, you're from one of the fastest-growing and most beautiful cities in the country. I happen to have a sister that lives there in Seattle, and it's a very young, vibrant city, lots of building and construction going on. But when you've grown up there, do you kind of long for the days of a quieter, less crowded Seattle, or do you like that it's one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the United States now?
I think Seattle's a great place to live. I mean, growing up there, the weather, you have extremes, you have the snow, you have the sun, you have the water. So I love Seattle. I mean, you can go east and you can be away from everybody, or you can be in the city, and it's great. That's where my family and friends are, and it's a great place to live. I would trade it for anything.
High tech is one of the big things besides being a port city and having all the excursions go up to Alaska. Seattle's known for high tech and technological breakthroughs. Ben, how much does Microsoft mean to your economy out there? Do you know people that work at Microsoft? Have you been on their campus? And what's your general feel for what Microsoft has meant to Seattle?
I think it's great. It's great for the economy. Microsoft is it's a huge part in Seattle. They started there. They give plenty of people job opportunities, and I mean it's fun. That's kind of one of the tags that Seattle has, as well as Starbucks and some other things. So it's kind of fun. It's neat knowing it's kind of from your home area.
You mentioned Starbucks. Are you a big coffee drinker?
I'm not a huge coffee drinker. I stick with the more, I guess you could say, flavorful drinks like the frappuccinos and stuff. The straight coffee is really not my thing, although there's plenty of people in Seattle who are big coffee drinkers.
How old were you, Ben, when the big hit movie Sleepless in Seattle with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan came out, and what did that mean to putting your city on the map?
Oh, I was relatively young, I think. I can't remember exactly how old. I was probably, I guess, around 10 or so. But that was kind of the first thing that I was like, oh, wow, there's something from Seattle. So that was kind of interesting. One of the things that you always remember, and you see all the T-shirts at the souvenir shops about. So
my sister tells me those boats on the water now are more like $2 million properties. They're not the quiet, kind of lower-end places they were portrayed to be in the movie.
Yeah, no, not exactly. Property in Seattle, the value just keeps going up and up and up. I mean, it goes along with all the businesses and everything that's coming in there and the growing population, but they're definitely not the lower-end properties anymore.
Ben Johnson is visiting with us before the Kernels finally do get to open up this 4-game series with the Toronto Blue Jay minor leaguers here at Oldsmobile Park. It's the first of 2 and then 2 more tomorrow. And we'll conclude our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show interview with the Kernel switch hitter Ben Johnson when we return. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around. Each generation has time. They've got their own understanding. I'm just shut it out.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
Ben Johnson's with us from Oldsmobile Park as the Kernels set to open a 4-game series, back-to-back twin bills with the Lansing Lugnuts. And then we have Freddie Sandoval and Richard Giannotti, the 2 other switch hitters on our ball club. I've already had them as guests on our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. Both of them had kind of extraordinary, unusual paths they shared with our listeners as to how they became switch hitters. How did you become a switch hitter?
Yeah, I guess my path is, I haven't heard from them what they went through, but mine, I guess, would be kind of interesting as well. When I was younger, I have twin younger brothers, and we'd play 2 against 1 in the backyard, wiffle ball, and so I'd always hit left-handed because if I hit right-handed, it would go too far, and so I'd hit left-handed, and then I hurt my thumb catching, and so I couldn't hit right-handed because I couldn't follow through. So my dad took me out before the game, and I was, egging him on, like, hey, throw me batting practice, So I hit for about half hour. The game comes, I wasn't playing. I was like, Coach, you got to let me hit in the bat. it's like, okay, whatever, we're losing or something. So got to hit up the middle left-handed and just kept hitting ever since.
Ben, believe it or not, you've combined both stories of Richard Giannotti and Freddie Sandoval. Richard, similarly in his backyard to kind of handicap his swing in wiffle ball, swung left-handed, and Freddie Sandoval rounding first base in Mexico. The bases weren't anchored down. He injured himself. He was forced to hit left-handed. So you combine both stories.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it's an interesting deal, but that's usually kind of how it works out.
It really does when you're switch hitting. Well, Ben, I thought to finish up, I'd let you talk a little bit about the Pac-12. It's loaded with great baseball teams. ESPN seems to be giving much more coverage to college baseball this spring, and the Huskies are known a little more as a football and basketball school, but you're perennially fighting for a title, aren't you?
Yeah, the Huskies, the program, they've turned the page. I mean, the coaches up there, Joe Ross and Ken Knutson, I mean, they've done an unbelievable job with the program. I mean, they've done so much for myself as well as, all the other players that have come through there over the past years. And I mean, they have a great thing going up there, and they compete for the championship every year in and year out. I mean, the facilities and, the entire staff up there is doing a really, really great job.
What percentage of the players are from the state of Washington?
I'd say about 85 to 90%. I mean, they keep the local talent coming to school there. Every now and again, we'll get guys from California and Colorado, but for the most part, everyone's from Seattle. And it's nice because we kind of grow up playing against each other, and then we get there, and it's a big unit. We keep it together. So
I was going to say, Ben, it fosters a true hometown or university pride when you have that mindset.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. And I mean, the great thing is, we grow up playing against each other. We come together, we play, and I mean, we're a big family, like they like to say. It's a dog family. So it's a great thing they got going there.
Well, Ben, keep up the great work. You are off to a terrific start, and hopefully our bats will come alive a little bit during this next couple of nights, and we'll get back on track offensively. When we do return home for our commuter trips over to Davenport to play the Swing of the Quad Cities, you'll have time to stop into any of our Zio Giano's spaghetti houses, Ben. Perfect pasta, homemade bread. It's a real staple and favorite in the Colonel Clubhouse. And enjoy the meal at Zio Giano's. Ben Johnson.
Thank you very much, John, and go Kernels. And I'd like to say hi to my family, my mom. Tell them all I said hi. So.
Well, I'm glad they're listening on the Internet. Ben Johnson, our guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show from the state capital of Michigan, where the snow is melted. Starting lineups, first game of a twin bill just ahead. You're in the zone.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
Good afternoon from the state capital of Michigan. We're in Lansing. The Kernels and Lugnuts were snowed out the last two scheduled games, Saturday afternoon and yesterday afternoon. So we have a pair of twin bills to bring you here in the zone, and nothing like doubleheaders to bring back the days of yesteryear when it was common for big league teams to have anywhere from 10 to 12 doubleheaders on their schedules before the owners and the players' union kind of ruined that great tradition by needing so much money on both sides that the doubleheader is now a dinosaur in the big leagues, but not here in the Midwest League due to the return of winter here this past weekend in Lansing. The Kernels were snowed out yesterday and Saturday, but here we are on a bright, sunny Monday afternoon to bring you game one of our twin bill with the Toronto Blue Jay minor leaguers who sit atop the Eastern Division standings with a record of 10-5. They're skippered by Ken Joyce. Joyce is an interesting fellow, 40 years old, out of the University of South Maine, a degree in history and education, and he did not play professional baseball. Made his way in the professional ranks first with the Florida Marlin organization, He's been a volunteer coach, a hitting coach, a manager, a pitching coach, and now in his second year in the Toronto Blue Jay organization. He was with Charleston in the South Atlantic League last year, Ken Joyce, and his Eastern Division leading Lansing Lugnuts. Let's give you the starting lineups for Lansing. They have a new uniform look this season, black sleeveless tops with black hats and then red numbers trimmed in black. And their leadoff batter is Ryan Klosterman. Klosterman, the shortstop, leading off for the Lugnuts. The catcher is Curtis Thigpen. Thigpen will bat second. Hitting third for Lansing is Corey Patton. Patton's in left field. At first base, batting cleanup is Chip Cannon. Cannon will bat cleanup at first base for the Lugnuts. Eric Nielsen will be in right field, and Nielsen will hit fifth for Lansing. Batting sixth is Christian Snavely, and he'll be at third base in Game 1. Huber Rodriguez, a switch-hitting center fielder, will bat seventh for the Lugnuts. Hitting eighth, the designated hitter, Joey Wolf. Wolf batting eighth, the DH. And batting ninth, the second baseman, a switch hitter with a .359 average, Juan Peralta. On the hill for Lansing, he was traded by the Montreal Expo organization over to the Toronto organization in the offseason. 19-year-old lefty A.J. Wideman, W-I-D-E-M-A-N. Wideman was a high draft pick by Montreal 2 seasons ago, an 11th-round pick out of the province of Ontario, and this year A.J. the lefty's 1-0 with a 2.81 ERA. He's coming off an 8-6 win his last start a week ago at Pullman Field in Beloit. He was a winner 8-6 over the Minnesota Twin minor leaguers. That's how the Lansing Lugnuts will line up in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Allen Motor Company is always proud to set the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Allen's spring cleanup sale is in full swing. It's important you know that they're open until 9 tonight for their spring cleanup sale. 2005 GMC Sierra regular cab pickups are just $299 a month right now at Allen's during the spring cleanup sale. And 2005 GMC Yukon XLs are priced at a savings of $10,000 at Allen Motor Company. Remember, Allen's is open late tonight until 9 o'clock. Their spectacular campus, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. The Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup has the red-hot Richard Giannotti leading off. Richard had 7 hits in our recent series at home with the Peoria Chiefs. Giannotti, a switch hitter in center, leads off. Sean Rodriguez will bat second. He's the Kernel shortstop in the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup in Game 1. Our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest this afternoon, Ben Johnson, the switch hitter out of the University of Washington, will be at first base and hit third. Drew Toussaint, the designated hitter, is the cleanup man. Toussaint drove in 3 runs in his first 2 games as a Kernel last week. Hitting fifth in the Allen Motor Company order is Aaron Peel. Peel's in left field. The Kernel catcher is Tommy Duenas, and he'll hit sixth in the Allen Motor Company order. Freddie Sandoval got 2 days off in the Peoria series. Freddie leads the club with 9 RBIs. The switch hitter will bat seventh at third base. Jordan Renz will bat eighth for the Kernels. Renz is in right field in Game 1. And batting ninth, Billy Boyer, the second baseman. Completing our look at the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, on the hill, making his 4th start of the season, is Fernando Rodriguez. Fernando's pitched very well in the early going, 1-0 with a 1.65 earned run average. Fernando Rodriguez, a tough 2-1 loser, or a no decision rather, last Monday in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The Kernels lost it as the Whitecaps scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th, but Fernando was magnificent. He pitched 6 2/3 shutout innings, giving the Lugnuts no runs in 6 2/3. One, he hit 10 strikeouts and no walks. Fernando Rodriguez from El Paso, Texas, a 20-year-old right-hander taken by the Angels in the 18th round in 2003, is on the hill for the Kernels. Anderson and Brown Eye Care presents our umpiring crew. They're going over the ground rules with Lugnut skipper Ken Joyce and Kernel manager Bobby Magallanes. Anderson and Brown Eye Care presents Nicholas Nolde, N-O-L-D-E. Nolde will call the balls and strikes in Game 1, and Garrett Wilson will work the diamond. Garrett Wilson on the diamond. The Kernels are in their gray road pants with navy blue hats, all red tops with white numbers on the back. The Kernels in their red knit batting practice tops. Game time temperature 58 degrees, but that's not really an indication of how chilly it will get later this afternoon and this evening. A brisk wind is blowing about 25 miles an hour from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole. That's a westerly wind here at Oldsmobile Park. Plenty of fun in store for you tonight here in the zone, and excitement abounds tomorrow evening. It's the Corridor Classic between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the UNI Panthers. It gets underway at 6:30 at Veterans Memorial Stadium tomorrow. Come on out tomorrow night to Veterans Memorial Stadium and see some of the best collegiate baseball action in the entire Midwest as the Iowa Hawkeyes clash with the UNI Panthers. That's the Corridor Classic to benefit the American Diabetes Association tomorrow at 6:30. The sun is shining brightly here at Oldsmobile Park. It's hard to believe that the Lugnuts are in their 10th year as part of this community, but they opened play in the Midwest League in 1996, and they drew huge crowds here their first 4 or 5 years. Things have dwindled off a bit recently, and we have a very sparse gathering that, at least to start this afternoon, here at Olds Park. The dimensions here are like no other in the Midwest League. It's only 305 down the left field line, but the wall angles out quickly to about to 330. It's 412 feet to the deepest part of this ballpark. That's deep, deep, deep right center field. It's only 305 down the right field line, but juts out quickly to 337. The walls down the lines here are 20 feet high, and then beyond the left center field and right center field walls, 8-foot high padded walls with a silver railing above them are grass slope seating berms. No one's sitting in those grass slope seating berms right now here local time at just past 5 o'clock. There was action this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, and our look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Gary Schubat, and Dale Thompson. At Comerica Park this afternoon, the Tigers tamed the Twins 6-4. 6-4 Detroit, turning back the Twins this afternoon at Comerica Park. The only other 2 games tonight in the American League at Fenway, the world champion Red Sox host the Orioles, and the red-hot White Sox are out in Oakland to take on the Athletics. A full slate of games in the National League on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The Pirates entertain the Astros. Philadelphia takes on the Nationals at RFK in our nation's capital. The Braves and Mets will clash this evening at Shea Stadium. A night game at Wrigley as the Reds visit the Cubs. It's Milwaukee and the Cardinals getting together at Busch Stadium. And later tonight, the Dodgers host Arizona and the Padres take on the Giants at SBC Park. The Lansing Lugnuts in their white home uniforms with red numbers and black socks, black sleeves have taken the field. Let's pause here at Oldsmobile Park to honor America with the singing and playing of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Direct your attention to our American flag flying off the first base line of the stadium as we play today's national anthem.
With the sun shining brightly, plenty of baseball headed your way this afternoon and this evening. The Kernels and Lansing Lugnuts play a pair. I'm John Rogers, your play-by-play host, and from Michigan State Capital, Kernel baseball is next in the zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
58 degrees is our game time temperature, and it's great to be playing baseball again. This is part of a Kernel 8-game road trip. 4 here the next 2 nights, pair of doubleheaders, then a day off, and then on to Davenport to play the swing of the Quad Cities. We're back at home, starting an 8-game homestand Monday, May 2nd through Monday, May 9th, and I'll be highlighting a lot of the fun attractions that you can look forward to on that early May homestand. Richard Giannotti, switch hitter batting right. He's the first up for the Kernels, and a strike is in from lefty A.J. Wideman, and we're underway in Lansing. Giannotti, a switch hitter batting right with a .289 average, no homers and RBI, and he lines one into center for a leadoff single. Richard Giannotti powdered that one right through the box past the 19-year-old lefty A.J. Wideman, and Giannotti had 7 hits in our series against Peoria last week. He starts this long night of baseball off on the right foot with a solid single lined into center. Giannotti at first, and the batter is Sean Rodriguez. Sean was 2 for 15 in our series against the Chiefs, and he takes a strike called. Christian Snavely's at third. Ryan Klosterman is at short. Juan Peralta at second, and Chip Cannon holding Giannotti at first. The wind blowing strong from left to right. Swing and a miss by Sean. A breaking pitch in on his hands, and Sean Rodriguez has fallen behind 0-2 here in the top of the first inning. Richard Giannotti with the leadoff single. A.J. Wideman was 3-1 last year with Vermont in the New York Penn League. His pitch is dumped into the right field corner, and it blows. Well, no ruling. Now they would call it fair. Giannotti speeding around third. Bobby Magallanes holds him up as the right fielder, Eric Nielsen, got it back in. And into second goes Sean Rodriguez, an 0-2 pitch, and Rodriguez took it the other way and dumped it into the right field corner. It took forever for Nicholas Nolde, the plate umpire, to call it fair. But once he did call it fair, Richard Giannotti went all the way to third as Eric Nielsen, the right fielder, had to retrieve it in the right field corner. And the Kernels have started off like a determined ball club here in Lansing. They have runners at second and third, nobody out for Ben Johnson. Ben was our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest. Switch hitter batting right, and he bloops one foul into the green seats above the first base Lugnut dugout. Small crowd here right now. Of course, most people are just getting off work, and Mondays in April are traditionally a challenging draw, no matter where you're playing. And, of course, people know that it's going to get chillier here tonight. The lefty Wideman slips in a strike on the inside corner to Ben Johnson, a .265 average in the early season. Then, no homers, 4 RBIs, the infield playing back for the Lugnuts. The 0-2 to Ben Johnson, the switch hitter batting right. is looped into shallow right, and coming on is Eric Nielsen. He's there and catches it. Giannotti is tagging the throw home, and Richard Giannotti beats the throw home by Eric Nielsen. It's 1-0 Kernels. Ben Johnson not only chased home Giannotti from third with his fly ball to right, but Sean Rodriguez sped into third. The throw came home. It was a good one-hop peg by Eric Nielsen, but not in time to get the sliding Richard Giannotti. And Ben Johnson produces the first run of the evening with a sacrifice fly to right. Now Drew Toussaint has a chance to make it a 2-run inning for the Kernels. Toussaint, a right-handed batter, takes outside ball 1. Drew Toussaint hit .289 with Provo helping lead the Angels to the Pioneer League Championship last season. Belted 12 homers, drove in 52 runs. The right-handed batter takes high ball 2. Curtis Thigpen behind the plate for the Lugnuts. They wear sleeveless tops with black sleeves protruding from those strongmen-like shirts. Thigpen has on a black chest protector and black shin guards. Not a trace of snow on the beautiful green grass below. The Lugnuts have their logo painted into the grass between the dirt batting circle and the backstop. White with red trim. Ball 3 to Toussaint, and now Drew is turned loose on 3-0, and he bounces one foul in front of the third base coaching box. It's fielded there by Christian Snavely, and it's 3-1 to Drew Toussaint. We're right in the heart of downtown Lansing, only about 5 blocks from the state capitol. And a few folks are starting to file in, but not a whole lot have come out yet for Game 1. Let's hope the stadium and the stands fill up a little bit more as we head into the early evening. It's late afternoon here now. The lefty is set and delivers. Toussaint corks one high and deep and foul down the right field line onto a street. There are 2 streets that parallel this ballpark. One down the left field line outside the left field or third base stands, the other outside the right field wall. A.J. Wideman was behind 3-0. Now it's a full count delivery, and Drew Toussaint fights it off his fifth and loops it foul into the seats just to our right. We're on the suite level here at Oldsmobile Park. Suites flanking me to my right and left. Sun shining brightly. Temperature of 58 degrees to start this game. Drew Toussaint peppers one hard into left, right at Corey Patton. He has it. Tagging and coming home with the second run of the inning is Sean Rodriguez. Drew Toussaint lined one to deep left. It was caught by Corey Patton. It only took 3 seconds to get out there to him, perhaps just 2 seconds. And Toussaint has his 4th run driven in as a Kernel in just his 3rd game. And the Kernels have gotten off onto a positive start here tonight with a 2-0 lead in the first inning. Base is empty, 2 away for Aaron Peel, who takes upstairs ball 1. A.J. Wideman, an 8-6 winner his last start. Monday in Beloit, he went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, 2 earned on 5 hits. The lefty fanned 4 snappers, walked 1. He has a 2.81 ERA, does this 19-year-old lefty, and he's behind Peel 2-0. Aaron fists one high in the air, foul out of play down the right field line. Hit some aluminum back bleachers down there. They list A.J. Wideman at 5'11". He looks a little taller than that to me. The lefty is a native of Ontario, Canada. Swing and a miss by Peel, 2-2 to Aaron. Peel, the 5th man to bat here in the Kernel 2-run first, has a .222 average, a homer, and 6 RBIs. A.J. Wideman's delivery, swing and a miss, and Aaron Peel is gone swinging to end the Kernel first. The Kernels score a pair on 2 hits, a pair of sacrifice flies. There were no Lugnut errors, and the Kernels leave the bases empty. After 1/2 inning at Oldsmobile Park, it's the Kernels 2 in Game 1 of a doubleheader. Lansing coming to bat. And you're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Wouldn't it be great to have someone to always watch out for your changing financial needs for your entire life?
Congratulations, it's a girl. Oh, and a boy.
To help you through all those unexpected moments, well, if you have a guaranteed banker...
Dad, I borrowed your last 20.
You already have that someone.
See you at dinner, Mom.
But I need the car.
Your guaranteed banker can help you with everything from checking and savings...
Mom, Dad, I got in.
...to loans and retirement planning...
This is the life.
...to trusts and estate planning.
I'd sure like to leave something to the grandchildren.
So why not stop by your locally owned Guaranteed Bank and let us help you with your kind of financial life?
Guarantee Bank.
For your kind of life.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's the I-380 Corridor Classic at Vet Stadium in Cedar Rapids, Tuesday, April 26th. Great college baseball, Iowa versus UNI. Plus fun with Kiss a Pig, Ride a Hog for the American Diabetes Association. Boost Kiss and Snuggles. Could it be your boss? Then get a chance to win a Harley-Davidson hog with a $5 donation to the American Diabetes Association. And don't forget those great giveaways. It's all at the I-380 Corridor Classic, Vet Stadium in Cedar Rapids, Tuesday, April 26th.
The Kernels defensively behind Fernando Rodriguez in the bottom of the first, leading 2-0, have Aaron Peel in left, Richard Giannotti, who got the Kernel 2-run first started with a base hit into centers in center. Jordan Renz is in right. It's Freddie Sandoval at his customary third base position. Sean Rodriguez, the shortstop, Billy Boyer at second, and our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest, Ben Johnson at first. Tommy Duenas, the catcher, and leading off for Lansing is Ryan Klosterman. Ryan's a .205 batter, 3 homers, 4 RBIs. Klosterman went to school at Vanderbilt. He's a Commodore, and he's 22 years old. Blue Jay high pick in the draft last year. He went in the 5th round out of Vanderbilt. There's a strike from Fernando Rodriguez, who pitched magnificently in his last start a week ago here in this state of Michigan in Grand Rapids. 6 2/3 shutout ball. A curve in the dirt, and it's 1-1 to Ryan Klosterman. Ryan hit .275 with Auburn, stole 16 bases. He's a right-handed batter, 5'11", 180, and he's leading off for Lansing. Holds his hands high, and the fastball from Rodriguez, Fernando Rodriguez, is high for ball 2. Colonel outfield plays Ryan Klosterman to hit into right center. The 2-1 from Fernando. A strike at the knees. The batter faked a bunt. 2-2 now to Ryan Klosterman. 2-0 Kernels. Bottom of the second inning. Glad you're with us as you're finishing up your day at the office or at work or at school. Maybe you're already on your commute home. Klosterman rattles one straight back into the screen as Fernando Rodriguez came in on him. Ryan fought it off. Klosterman wears a black batting helmet. And the Lugnuts now one of 4 teams that wear their names on the back of their jerseys at home in the league. Stevie Reich, 3 at the knees. A fastball from Fernando Rodriguez, the speed pitch indicator, which is indented into the left center field wall here at Oldsmobile Park, set 89 miles an hour on that fastball. 1 away in the Lansing first inning, and the batter is Curtis Thigpen. He went to the University of Texas. He was a Toronto second-round draft pick last year. Curtis Thigpen, a .268 right-handed hitting catcher, a homer, 6 RBIs. He uses a white ash bat, and Fernando pumps in a pitch up and in for ball 1. The Kernels are in their all-red knit batting practice tops with big white numbers on the back and navy blue caps. There's ball 2, a breaking pitch low to Thigpen. The scoreboard here is gigantic. It's just to the right of the hitter's eye, and I would say it's a good 4 stories high. Thigpen laces one down the right field line in the corner. Jordan Renz loses his footing. It's over his head and into the corner. 4 extra bases. Renz gets it back in, and Curtis Thigpen has his 3rd double of the year. Jordan Renz had trouble with that one, and you can understand why with the wind and sun. The wind is blowing left to right at about 25 miles an hour. And it really disconcerted Jordan Renz as that ball blew over his head. Jordan then lost his footing a bit on the warning track material. Remember, it's only 305 feet down the right field and left field lines here. High walls protecting preventing it from being too easy to hit home runs down the line. Swing and a miss by Corey Patton. The Lugnuts have a runner in scoring position, Curtis Thigpen, with an opposite field double here in the bottom of the first inning. Left-handed hitting Corey Patton at the plate. Open stance. And he breaks his bat and dumps one into shallow left. That's a base hit. Aaron Peel will throw home. The throw is not in time, and the runner who singled into left goes to second on the throw home. And the Colonel lead is 2-1. Curtis Thigpen scores a broken bat single into left by Corey Patton. A good throw by Aaron Peel, and the Colonels would have had Thigpen, but Aaron's throw short hop Tommy Duenas, thudded off his chest protector, and as a result, the batter Patton hooked it down to second. He's in scoring position, and the Lugnuts threaten to tie this game in the bottom of the first inning. A broken bat single into shallow left by Corey Patton. He drives in his 6th run of the year, and he went to second on the throw home by Aaron Peel that short hop Tommy Duenas. A good throw would have had Curtis Thigpen. Now Chris Cannon is the batter. He's a left-handed hitter. And he bounces one to second. Billy Boyer has a nice big hop and fires on to first for the second out of the inning. On to third went Corey Patton. So the Colonel lead is still 2-1. A runner at third, 2 out for Eric Nielsen. Big Chris Cannon swung at the first pitch and bounces out to second. Cannon went to the Citadel, the same school that produced Dallas McPherson, a 2002 Colonel who started for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in their nationally televised Sunday night contest last night on ESPN against Oakland. A breaking pitch taken low by Eric Nielsen. He's a right-handed hitter out of UNLV. Eric Nielsen hitting 192 with a couple of homers, 5 RBIs. There's a breaking pitch at Dandy at the knees, evening the count 1-1. The Lugnuts are hitting .234 as a team. That's 11th in the 14-team Midwest League. The Kernels are last in the league in hitting, batting .216. A squibber foul off the batter's foot rolls 2/3 of the way up the line at third, and it's 1-2 to Eric Nielsen. A .264 hitter with the Auburn Double Days of the New York Penn League last year. In his second year of pro ball, he was the Blue Jay 12th round pick last year out of UNLV. Eric Nielsen, a 23-year-old right-handed batter, 6 feet tall. Fernando's 1-2 is just inside. The plate umpire would not give the Kernels that 1-2 pitch. Nicholas Nolde, Nolde. Now the deuce is wild. A breaking pitch low and in the count full to Eric Nielsen. The Colonel pitching staff has the 3rd lowest ERA in the league at 3.21. That's after getting walloped 11-4 Friday night at home against Peoria. Payoff offering. Low and away, a breaking pitch and a 2-out walk issued by Fernando Rodriguez. Puts runners at first and third now for the Lugnuts here in the bottom of the first. And Christian Snavely is the batter. Christian is out of Ohio State, 22 years old. Toronto's 6th round pick last year. Or check that, 2 years ago. Played in the South Atlantic League last year for his skipper here in Lansing, Ken Joyce. Ken is coaching at third. Snavely is a left-handed hitter. Tall, lanky guy. Strike one pumped in at the knees from Fernando Rodriguez, who's surrendered a run on 2 hits here in the first inning. 2-1 Kernels, bottom of the first, sun shining brightly. Ball one in the dirt. Tommy Duenas stopped it right at his feet to prevent Corey Patton, the runner at third, from scoring. A giant black L trimmed in white in a red oval on top of the scoreboard in deep, deep right center field. A 1-1 pitch is lifted foul into the seats above the Colonel third base dugout, and it's 1-1 now, or it's 1-2 rather, to Christian Snavely. Snavely's a .235 hitter with a homer, 4 RBIs. Runners lead away at the corners for Lansing here in the bottom of the first inning. A looper over third is albeit foul by inches. Boy, that was a good pitch by Rodriguez. Snavely fisted it just to the right of Freddie Sandoval behind third. Foul, and the count remains 1-2. We have a couple of wonderful promotions set to bring you on our next homestand, which begins on Monday, May 2nd. 6:30 games against Beloit on Monday the 2nd, Tuesday the 3rd, Wednesday the 4th. That's Nurses Recognition Night. A breaking pitch down and in from Fernando Rodriguez. He's been forced to make a lot of pitches here in the bottom of the first inning. Nurses Recognition Night, Wednesday, May 4th, and then it's a celebration. Cinco de Mayo on Thursday the 5th, a noon start. We'll have all sorts of terrific menu items for you for the Cinco de Mayo celebration on Thursday, May 5th. Snavely fouls one off to the left, and the count remains 2-2 to the left-handed batter. With runners at the corners, the next delivery. Bounce to second. Billy Boyer has it on 2 hops and on to first to retire the side. Well, Fernando Rodriguez did protect the Colonel lead in the bottom of the first inning. Lansing comes up with a run on 2 hits. There were no Colonel errors, and the Lugnuts leave a pair, and we played one inning complete in game 1 of a doubleheader, and it's the Colonels 2, the Lugnuts 1. This is Colonel Baseball in the zone.
Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through.
When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks. High-speed copying, color copies, oversized copies, manuals, booklets, graphic design, posters, banners, and presentations. CopyWorks does it better. When it's important to you, CopyWorks lets your work shine through. When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks.
This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. This Mother's Day, say thank you, Mom, for all the love she's given you with the brightest gift of all. Name a star after her. It's the gift she'll always cherish. For $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, the Star Registry will send your mother a beautiful personalized gift, and her new star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com for the gift that shines forever.
I know why you kill. You do it for pleasure. Carving someone's body into your next work of art. The thrill of holding a heart until it stops beating. You can't help yourself. Killing is your finest moment. Catching you is mine.
One man must connect with the mind of a serial killer before it's too late. The most shocking 2 hours on television. Wire in the Blood. All new season tonight at 9, 8 central. Only on BBC America.
I know you can't stop. Neither can I.
Tommy Duenas will lead off the Colonel's second, and pumping in the strike is lefty A.J. Wideman. A.J.'s pitched 16 innings in 3 previous starts, surrendering 12 hits. He's fanned 13 in 16 innings and walked only 4. Swing and a miss by Tommy on a changeup. Tommy Duenas, number 6 in the Allen Motor Company order, is batting .244. 1 homer, 4 RBIs. Tommy went 1 for 12 in 3 games at home against Peoria in our most recent series. A breaking pitch wasted inside, and it's 1-2 to Duenas, to be followed by switch hitter Freddie Sandoval, then Jordan Renz here in the Colonel second inning. The Colonel's on top 2-1. Ball 2 is downstairs to Tommy. The outfield plays him straight away. Lansing is 5-4 here at Oldsmobile Park on the season. Away from home, they're 5-1. They lead the East with a 10-5 record. Swing and a miss by Tommy on a curveball, and there's 1 out here in the Colonel's second inning. Second strikeout in succession for lefty A.J. Wideman. The Thursday noon game, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. The gates open at 11, and we'll have deep-fried ice cream with Mexican chocolate sauce. We'll have bottled beer, frozen margarita, and Corona, fajita burgers, a border sandwich, and also a 3-pack jumbo taco special. Boy, some really tasty items in store for you to help usher in Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May, a noon start at home. The Kernels in Beloit. Freddie Sandoval took a strike, now a pitch high, and it's 1-1. Freddie rips one foul straight back, and it's 1-2 to Freddie Sandoval. He sat out the last 2 games of the Peoria series, so Freddie hasn't played since last Wednesday. That's a 4-day hiatus. Strike 3 called at the knees. Freddie Sandoval is gone, and there were 2 gone quickly in the Kernels' second inning. 2-1 Kernels. Here's Jordan Renz. Renz hitting 125. 1 homer, 6 runs driven in for Jordan. 21-year-old outfielder from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hit .279 with Provo last year. 8 homers, 45 driven in. Ball one is high from the 5'11" lefty, A.J. Wideman. 1-0 on the year. The league hitting .207 against him. He's given up 2 homers in 3 starts. A high pop foul drifting towards the backstop, chasing Curtis Thigpen, and it's 4 rows up in the green seats to the right of the backstop. Grass slope seating berms just above the left center field and right center field walls here. They're steep seating berms, and unfortunately no one's taking in the action from out there yet. Renz on a 1-1 pitch, fouls it at his feet. And A.J. Wideman has tried to fan the side here in the Kernels' second inning. The Kernels struck for 2 in the top of the first, and Lansing answered with a run of their own in the bottom of the first inning. Bases empty, 2 out in the Kernels' second inning for right-handed hitting Jordan Renz. He corks one into left, a sinking line drive off the end of the bat in front of Corey Patton. Patton gets it back in, and the Kernels have their 3rd hit of the evening, or 3rd hit of the afternoon. 1 on, 2 out for Billy Boyer. Let's see if the Kernels, who are 2nd in the league in stolen bases, will do some running here. Jordan Renz has 1 steal in 1 attempt. Billy Boyer had 4 hits in 15 at-bats against Peoria last week. He's batting .206. Billy hitting 9th in the Allen Motor Company order, right-handed batter, and he's opened his stance up a little bit. Strike 1 on the outside edge from the lefty to Billy Boyer. The flag just to the left of the foul pole down the right field line at half-mast, as Michigan's governor has ordered that every time a soldier in the War on Terror is killed in Iraq or Afghanistan. Swing and a miss by Billy on a sharp curveball. Renz leads the way at first. Wideman's 0-2 to Billy Boyer. High, ball 1. We'll have our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question for you. We'll do that in the 4th inning during these doubleheaders. These are 7-inning affairs, so we'll do the Roadshow Trivia Challenge in the 4th. A squibber to the right side, and picking it up is second is Juan Peralta, and on to first to end the inning. Billy Boyer hits it to his counterpart at second, Juan Peralta, and that does it for the Kernels in the second. No runs, a 2-out single, no Lansing errors. The Kernels leave their first base runner of the doubleheader. We go to the bottom of the second. Kernels lead Lansing 2-1, and this is Kernel Baseball in the zone.
Does this sound familiar? Let the dog out. Start the coffee. Hop in the shower. Ask yourself why you stayed up so late. Again. Look for that clean shirt. Get dressed. Make sure your socks match. Take a couple aspirin. Pick up the Gazette. Read In the Know for a quick look at the top local and national news. Look at your watch. Chug your coffee. Grab the Gazette as you run out the door. Hey, join the club. That's how a lot of us live today. 2 speeds. Fast and way too fast. Fortunately, the Gazette's ready when you are. At home or at work, during breakfast, or with lunch in the park. Get the news, sports, and entertaining information you need to keep pace.
You want to know what's happening? Check out the Gazette every Thursday to know where to go. From live music to movies to great deals on drinks and meals, the Gazette Weekend section is your place to go.
The Gazette. Now you know.
For the 7th exciting season, the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 KCRG is your exclusive home for Friday night Hawkeye Downs feature racing. Join me, Scott Unash, along with multi-time track champion Kevin Corsmo in the booth, and Dennis Canuck live in the pits at Iowa Super Speedway. 2005 promises to be a pulse racing, heart-pounding year at the Downs with more cars, defending champions returning, and drivers on the move in new classes, plus a new quarter-mile division of exciting action. That's Hawkeye Downs Racing, Friday nights after Kernel Baseball, right here exclusively on your sports leader, The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
2-1 Kernels, bright sunshine, temperature in the high 50s with a very brisk wind blowing from left center field in toward the Lugnut first base dugout, and heaving in a strike is Fernando Rodriguez to Uber Rodriguez. Y-U-B-E-R is how Uber spells his first name. He's batting 158, the number 7 hitter in the Lugnut order, a switch hitter, and he whistles one foul past third into the Kernel left field bullpen. 2-1 Kernels, bottom of the second inning. South of the border sandwich will be featured, along with Corona beer and a 3-pack jumbo taco special. Pork chop sandwiches will be livened up with roasted tomatoes, peppers, chili butter, all for the Cinco de Mayo celebration Thursday, May 5th, a noon start at home. Ball 2 high to Rodriguez, and now ball 3, Rodriguez against Rodriguez here in the bottom of the second. These doubleheaders go quickly because they're only 7-inning contests. Now the payoff pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. Uber Rodriguez, or Uber, 21-year-old. And he's in his 5th year of professional baseball, a switch hitter batting right. Down on strike, swinging, he goes. Oh, Fernando Rodriguez clocked at 90 miles an hour by the speed pitch indicator, which is indented into the left center field wall. Down swinging. One out for Joey Wolf. It's strange to see the Lugnuts wearing black, and even more foreign to call them the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Toronto Blue Jays. It's the first time in my 10 years in the Midwest League that Toronto's had a farm club. Wolf, a left-handed hitter, takes up and away, ball 1. Now a change-up, a dandy swing and a miss by Joey Wolf. He's off to a quick start, 303 average, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Blue Jay 33rd round pick in 2003 out of Louisiana Monroe. And he lifts one on the infield. It's caught halfway between third and second by Freddie Sandoval. Sandoval was playing Joey Wolf way off the line, and Wolf fisted one in the air. Freddie Sandoval calmly took 2 steps to his left and caught it. 2 up and 2 down here in the Lugnut second. Juan Peralta, the hitter. How'd you like to have a number 9 hitter batting .359? That's what Peralta's average is, a strike on the outside corner. Juan Peralta from the Dominican Republic. He's 21 years old. Ball 1 is low to the switch hitter, batting left-handed. And he cuts on a fastball down and in, didn't get it. 93 miles an hour, according to the speed pitch indicator here. A padded wall, 8 feet high. Above that, 4 feet of a silver fence. A fastball is powdered in high, and it's 2-2 to Juan Peralta. The batter that started this inning, Uber Rodriguez, I said was a switch hitter, but he's a right-handed batter. Here's a pitch bounced off the first baseman's chest. And recovering in time, Ben Johnson to flip to Fernando Rodriguez. A nifty recovery by our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest, Ben Johnson. A bad hop grounder went off his right clavicle. He recovered at his feet and quickly flipped to the pitcher, Fernando Rodriguez, covering for the final out of the Lansing second. Down in order go the Lugnuts. We've played 2 in game 1 of a doubleheader, and the Kernels are on top of Lansing 2-1. You're enjoying Kernel baseball this afternoon in the zone.
None of us can do anything about a bad day, but we can make certain nothing happens to all of our tomorrows. Take everything out of the hands of chance with a well-planned insurance program tailored specifically to your needs. Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, is an expert in insurance matters. Phil Andrews will develop the right insurance plan for your home, car, business, and life. Depend on Phil Andrews, your hometown professional with Pekin Insurance.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning following the ongoing saga of Barry Bonds.
As far as blaming the media, that's where this thing really gets interesting to me, and it's something that goes well beyond sports. If you're going to go where Barry Bonds is, which is a very, very rarefied place, that's part of it.
You're right. When you sign the contract, this comes with it. So you better deal with it somehow, some way, and you're going to have to choose how you deal with it. Barry Bonds is choosing how to deal with it, and it certainly isn't working out very well for him as he points the finger at everybody else.
You wanted to bring me down. You finally brought me and my family down.
He's making it sound like his life is over. Here's a man that's close to breaking one of the most hallowed records of all time. Here's a man that's going to go down as one of the greatest baseball players, if not the greatest of all time. Here's a man that's family's family is set up for the rest of their lives from a game of baseball, sounding downtrodden and defeated. Give me a break, Barry. Get over it.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio.
Richard Giannotti, leading off the Kernels second, rips one hard at the feet of Corey Patton in left, and Corey took a base hit away from Giannotti with a terrific catch in left field. Giannotti trying to bunt his way on the first pitch, fouled it behind the plate, and then Richard, who singled and scored in the Kernel 2-run first, lines out a sinking liner to Corey Patton in left. One away here in the Kernel third, Sean Rodriguez at the plate. Sean dumped a double into the right field corner and scored in the Kernel first inning. There's strike one called to Rodriguez, a slow curveball from lefty A.J. Wideman. Ball one is taken outside from Sean, or to Sean. Outfield plays him straight away here at Oldsmobile Park, and the outfielders play deep for the Lugnuts. A high fly ball into shallow center. Uber Rodriguez coming in, and he makes the catch for the second out of the third inning. Sean Rodriguez is flown out to center. 2 away in the Kernel third very quickly. Again, our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge comes your way in the fourth inning in each of these doubleheader games the next 2 nights. With nobody on and 2 out, Ben Johnson's at the plate. Ben delivered a sacrifice fly in the first inning, his 5th run driven into the year. And he lifts one to the right side. It's in shallow right. The second baseman goes out, and backpedaling, looking up into the high sky and bright sun, Juan Peralta has it. Ben Johnson, first pitch swinging, has popped out to shallow right to the second baseman. An easy 5-pitch third inning for lefty A.J. Wideman. We let him off the hook very, very easily in going down in order in the top of the third. Game 1 of a doubleheader, 2.5 innings complete in Michigan State Capitol. The Kernels lead Lansing 2-1, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
If your plans include a new building for your business, church, or organization, don't settle for anything less than the quality of General Steel. General Steel will beat any steel building price of similar size and specifications. A small deposit will get your project started and lock your price in for up to 90 days. And you can delay that delivery for up to 6 months at no additional cost. We can customize your building to meet your needs, and it's engineered for your specific area. Remember, General Steel will beat any steel building price. That's our bottom line promise to you. Some restrictions apply, so call us right now for a free quote. 877-247-1580, 877-247-1580. If you need space, remember, you need the General. Call now. 877-247-1580, 877-247-1580.
Colonel right-hander Fernando Rodriguez hopes to dispatch the top three in the Lugnut order as quickly as his rival tonight on the hill, A.J. Wideman, did in the Kernel third. Wideman took just 5 pitches to set the Kernel top three down in order. Ryan Klosterman struck out looking in the first. Ball one is outside from Rodriguez. We'll be here tomorrow night to play a doubleheader. Hope you bring your radios with you to Veterans Memorial Stadium for the Corridor Classic between the Hawkeyes and Panthers. UNI versus the University of Iowa. Ball 2 is low to Ryan Klosterman, a 205 batter. And Fernando's next pitch is low for ball 3. The Corridor Classic gets underway at 6:30 tomorrow night. The UNI Panthers and the Iowa Hawkeyes on the diamond, all to benefit the American Diabetes Association. Come on out, won't you, and bring your radios with you to listen to Colonel Baseball. Here's a ground ball to deep short. Backhanded in shallow left, and a throw in the dirt picked by Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson made a fine dig of a long throw in the dirt by Sean Rodriguez, and that combination helps take a hit away from Ryan Klosterman. Klosterman grounded it to the left of Freddie Sandoval at third. Rodriguez had to backhand it deep in the hole at short, and then he came straight over the top with his throw, and Ben Johnson made a nifty dig of it in the dirt. Ben told us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that he loves to catch, but he tips his cap to Tommy Duenas and says Tommy's one of the best receivers in the Midwest League. It's his third year in the league, and Tommy will get the majority of the playing time behind home plate. A pitch inside to Curtis Thigpen, and now a strike on the outside corner. 1 out, and it's 2-1 Kernels here in the bottom of the third inning. Nobody on for Lansing. Thigpen, the catcher, takes just inside, ball 2. Curtis doubled into the right field corner out of the reach of Jordan Renz and scored the Lugnut sole run of this game in the first inning. Fernando with a windup, and the pitch is a curveball, and that one slapped into the screen behind home plate to even the count. 2-2. Richard Giannotti is shifted way to his left into right center field. A bouncer to third. Freddie Sandoval backhands the high throw, and the runner's safe. That error, the first on the Kernels tonight, and the first charge to Freddie Sandoval. He let loose with a throw high, and Ben Johnson had to come to the Lugnut first base side of the bag, and after Ben leapt in the air, he tried to tag the runner, but it was Curtis Thigpen sliding in safely, the tying run aboard for Lansing on a throwing error by Freddie Sandoval. Now, I'm not sure if that one got it up into the wind and sailed on Freddie, or if Freddie just threw it away. But it's his first error of the season. The infield here at Olds Park is rock hard. Cueing one foul off the end of the bat is Corey Patton. 1 on, 1 out. The Kernels have now made 31 errors in our first 16 games. That's too many. Corey Patton, a left-handed hitter out of Texas A&M. Broke his bat and drove in a run with a single into left his first time up. A late swing and a miss by Patton. And Rodriguez, Fernando Rodriguez, ahead of him. 0-2. Patton's 22 years old. A Blue Jay 6th-round pick last year out of Texas A&M. Did not play professionally last year. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, a changeup, and that strikeout is the third of the game for Fernando Rodriguez. He got the left-handed hitter Patton on 3 pitches. Fernando with 10 West Michigan Whitecaps here in this very state of Michigan last Monday night. Pitched 6 2/3 innings of shutout baseball, giving up a hit, walking none, yet The Kernels were unable to hold the lead in the bottom of the ninth a week ago Monday night and lost a heartbreaker to the Whitecaps 2-1. Kernels lead here in game one 2-1 in the bottom of the third. Chris Cannon swings at a 93-mile-an-hour fastball and misses strike one. Cannon uses a black lacquer bat and whistles one foul straight back. It's 0-2 to the tall left-handed batter out of the Citadel, 24-year-old Chris Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. This fella in 62 games with Auburn and the New York Penn League last year hit 10 home runs, drove in 41, and batted .271. Chris Cannon. Fernando set at the belt. Strike three called at the knees. Fernando Rodriguez has recorded his fourth strikeout in 3 innings, and he pitches around a one-out error to keep the Kernels ahead. After 3 in Lansing, game one of a doubleheader, Kernels lead the Lugnuts 2-1. Coming up at the top of the 4th inning, our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
There's a reason Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. It's because Dick Ramsey works harder for you than anyone to make selling your home easy for you. Take Dick's one-of-a-kind home trade program. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes and Dick will buy yours. Dick Ramsey provides 2 other unparalleled services: a free 1-hour telephone loan approval and a free 1-hour telephone appraisal on your property. Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company.
Attention, Eastern Iowa. You've only got 5 days to get to the bank repossession and auto liquidation sale at Hawkeye Downs in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. These autos are to be sold to the public. Save thousands on trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Anyone can take delivery. Local banks and lending institutions with government-insured deposits will be required by law to extend credit to everyone who has the ability and proven creditworthiness to repay a loan. Interest rates will start as low as 4.9% and payments as low as $79 a month. Don't miss out. All vehicles will be eliminated regardless. Bring your trade, even if you owe on it. Take your pick on over 100 repossessed, off-lease, and other used vehicles. All vehicles will be inside at Hawkeye Downs Fairground in Cedar Rapids. 5 days only. Tuesday, April 26th through Friday, April 29th from 9 to 8 each day. And Saturday, April 30th from 9 to 5. Brought to you by Select Auto Group.
Drew Toussaint, the Kernel cleanup batter, drove in a run with a sacrifice fly to left in the first. His 4th RBI as a Kernel in 3 games, and a cut fastball is low and in to Drew Toussaint. Ball 1 from A.J. Wideman. Now ball 2 from the lefty. Your chance to earn a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop this afternoon from Lansing. Log on to our website, www.kernels.com, Kernels. Drew Toussaint grounds one sharply foul into the Kernel left field bullpen, strike 1. If you've won our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge already or the Springhouse Trivia question at home, please play along, but don't email us your answer this evening. That'll give the legions of other great Kernel listeners their chance for a prize from the Diamond Shop. The Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. A knee-buckling curve is into Drew, and it's 2-2 to Drew Toussaint. Leading off here in the top of the 4th. 2-1 Kernels, sun shining brightly, and the wind has subsided somewhat. Look out, a pitch right in on the belt buckle of Toussaint is ball 3. Log on to our website at www.kernels.com, then click on the link for the Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. Drew Toussaint turns and fouls one over the head of the third baseman. Drew turned on a pitch right in on his thumbs and fouled it over the head of Christian Snavely at third. The count remains full. Again, you've logged onto our website and clicked on the link for the Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. We need your name, address, and phone number. Name, address, and phone number, and then the answer to the question that I'm about to give you. Drew Toussaint rips one down the left field line, foul above the Kernel left field bullpen. Foul, a long trip back to the plate for Toussaint. Here's our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. The general manager of the Boston Celtics played for the Toronto Blue Jays from 1979 through 1981. Who is he? The general manager of the Boston Celtics played for the Toronto Blue Jays from 1979 through 1981. Who is he? That's our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. Ball 4 just missed outside, and Drew Toussaint is the first Colonel to draw a free pass against A.J. Wideman. Toussaint, with a good at-bat, fouled off a couple of full-count pitches, and he may be running now with Aaron Teel at the plate. Aaron struck out swinging to end the Colonel first. We'll give you that Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question one more time here in the top of the fourth inning with Teel at the plate, and the Colonel's ahead 2-1. Swing and a miss by Aaron on a changeup. You've logged onto our website, www.kernels.com, and you've clicked on the link that says Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. Toussaint has a big lead at first. A throw over there, and Drew just got back hand first. And after you hit that link for the Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge, please provide us with your name, address, and phone number, and then for a chance to earn a reward from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop, answer this question. The general manager of the Boston Celtics played for the Toronto Blue Jays from 1979 through 1981. Who is he? A high pop-up into shallow right center. Coming on is Eric Nielsen, and Nielsen gloves it for the first out of the Colonel fourth inning. Aaron Teel is 0 for 2 as he flies to right, 1 on, 1 out for the Colonels, and Tommy Duenas, who struck out leading off the second, now at the plate. We'll have a Colonel Did You Know question later in this first game. Lots of fun ahead, and the Colonels having fun right now with a 2-1 lead over the Lugnuts. Drew Toussaint has a modest-sized lead at first. He's not running, a throw over there, and he chases him back hand first. He's safe. The seats here are green. There are 15 rows of green box seats, and then above them are aluminum back bleachers at Oldsmobile Park. Swing and a miss by Tommy on a changeup, strike one. Oldsmobile Park, built in 1996, has no grandstand roof whatsoever. Open air, and it's built about 3 stories below street level. A throw to first, and big Chip Cannon, a right-handed throwing first baseman, had to dig that one out of the dirt. The Lansing pitching staff is ranked 8th in the 14-team Midwest League with a 3.78 ERA. Tommy Duenas, with Toussaint running, takes a pitch high, a ball, the throw to second, not in time. The middle infielders, Peralta and Klosterman, were late covering the throw by. Curtis Thigpen was right on the bag, but not in time to get Drew Toussaint, who swiped second. And that's Drew's second stolen base. The Colonels, second only to Wisconsin in the league in steals, have stolen 26 out of 35 on the year. That's a good high percentage. Ball 2 just inside, and it's 2-1 to the Colonel catcher, Tommy Duenas. Tommy holds the stick right down on the end, wears number 7 on his red Colonel jersey, and uses a rust-colored bat. Ball 3 is just downstairs. Tommy held up, according to the base umpire, Garrett Wilson. Both the umpires have on long-sleeve navy blue windbreakers, pullover jackets, and gray trousers. Outfield plays Duenas straight away. Corey Patton in left is just 4 steps from the base of the warning track, or from the edge of the warning track. Wideman looks at Toussaint, and he'd been a strike call to Tommy Duenas, and the count now full to the Colonel catcher. Boy, it's great to see that sun shining brightly. Now not a cloud in the sky. You'd never know we were socked in with winter weather this weekend. Snow, a wet snow. The lefty turns, throws to second, and Toussaint is back safely. Shortstop Ryan Klosterman got in behind Drew Toussaint, and it was close. 2-1 Colonels, top of the fourth inning, game 1 of a doubleheader. A payoff delivery to Tommy. A strike 3 called on the inside corner at the knees. Tommy had discarded his bat, was on his way to first, but Nicholas Nolde called him out, and that is the 4th strikeout of the afternoon for A.J. Wideman. Freddie Sandoval struck out looking in the 2nd inning. He has a 2-out RBI chance. Freddie leads the Kernels with 9 runs driven in on the year. Switch hitter batting right in open stance. Freddie Sandoval, the lefty. Wideman steps off the rubber. Kernels have out-hit Lansing 3-2 and lead the Lugnuts 2-1. Outfield plays Sandoval straight away. Ball 1 low from Wideman. I told you earlier the deepest part of this unsymmetrical configuration that composes the outfield wall, 412 feet, ball 2 in the dirt, a good save back there by Curtis Thigpen to prevent a wild pitch. It's 412 to right center. To straightaway center field, 395 feet. Well, actually 404. And it's an 8-foot high green padded wall in straightaway center with a 15-foot high dark green net above it to serve as the batter's eye. Freddie Sandoval on a 2-0 changeup, swung and missed, strike 1. Just 305 down the lines here, but 20-foot high walls. Drew Toussaint in scoring position with 2 out here in the Kernel 4th. As Freddie looks at strike 2 on the outside corner at the knees. A.J. Wideman in his 3rd year of pro ball, traded by Montreal to Toronto. A.J.'s only 19 years old. His first name is Aaron, but he goes by A.J. Freddie Sandoval cues one weakly to second. Down to get it is Peralta, and he throws in time to get Freddie Sandoval, does the second baseman. Well, the Kernels got a leadoff walk from Drew Toussaint. He stole second, but was stranded there. In the 4th, no runs for the Kernels, no hits, no Lugnut errors. The Kernels leave 1 and have stranded a pair so far in Game 1. Back to the hill, Fernando Rodriguez trying to protect a slim Kernel 2-1 lead over the Lugnuts. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes the checkered flag.
Yeah, I love Dale Jr., and that's why I love the number 8. I also love to save money on all my home improvement at Menards. They have the best selection and the most helpful team members. So when I heard Menards and Dale Jr. were teaming up, well, you can just imagine how excited I was. I mean, just think, what could be better?
How about a great sale in honor of Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
That's a great idea, but what's on sale?
Everything in the store at 8% off. Menards is proud to be a sponsor of number 8, Dale Earnhardt Jr. In celebration, you can save big right now with 8% off everything in the store. 8% off electrical, plumbing and building materials. 8% off hardware, millwork and cabinets, paint and wall coverings. And 8% off floor coverings. Everything is 8% off in honor of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Just get a coupon in your paper or at the store. This week only. Sale ends Saturday.
For the 7th exciting season, the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 KCRG is your exclusive home for Friday night Hawkeye Downs feature racing. Join me, Scott Unash, along with multi-time track champion Kevin Corsmo in the booth, and Dennis Canuck live in the pits at Iowa Super Speedway. 2005 promises to be a pulse-racing, heart-pounding year at the Downs with more cars, defending champions returning, and drivers on the move in new classes, plus a new quarter-mile division of exciting action. That's Hawkeye Downs Racing, Friday nights after Kernel Baseball, right here exclusively on your sports leader, The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
First game of a doubleheader at Oldsmobile Park in the state capital of Michigan, Lansing, and it's 2-1 Kernels. The Kernels scored 2 in the first. The Lugnuts answered with a run of their own in the first. No scoring since. And Eric Nielsen, right-handed hitter, the right fielder who walked with 2 out in the first, has taken a strike from Fernando Rodriguez on the outside corner. Now Nielsen lifts one foul into the first base stands, 0-2. Physicians Clinic of Iowa is proud to bring us the Kernel Injury Report. Physicians Clinic of Iowa standing ready to help the Kernels when they are struck by injury. Strike 3 called. Eric Nielsen is carved up on 3 pitches by Fernando Rodriguez. He has a beef with the plate umpire Nicholas Nolde. The pitch was on the inside corner for strike 3 called, and that's 3 strikeouts in a row for Rodriguez. Fernando Rodriguez, 5 in the game. 2 Kernels are on the disabled list. Closer Mitch Arnold and outfielder first baseman Clifton Remele make that 3. Josh LeBlanc also on the DL. Physicians Clinic of Iowa, quality care is their top priority, and they have 50 board-certified physicians who provide quality care in 11 specialties. A couple of pitches in at the knees to Christian Snavely, and Fernando Rodriguez is throwing aspirin tablets. There's ball 1 just outside. Josh LeBlanc broke his left hamate bone in his hand. Mitch Arnold is on the DL with a sore elbow. Here's a ground ball past the mound into center field for a base hit. Christian Snavely has the first Lansing hit since the first inning as he took a 1-2 pitch and drove it right over the rubber. Fernando Rodriguez darted out of the way of it. A 1-out single for Christian Snavely. And Clifton Remele, our Physicians Clinic of Iowa injury report, sidelined with a strained right oblique muscle, suffered a week and a half ago in Burlington on a swing. Strike 1 to Uber Rodriguez. He struck out leading off the Lansing second. Kernels lead by a run, 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. There's a breaking pitch in the dirt, and Tommy Duenas moved his feet well and scraped his shin guards on that hard dirt behind home plate to prevent a wild pitch. Rodriguez, a right-handed hitter with a very open stance. His belly button is almost facing second base. Ball 2 down and in to the right-handed batter. Hitting 158, Uber Rodriguez. Thanks to Physicians Clinic of Iowa for providing us with our injury report. Mitch Arnold, Josh LeBlanc, and Clifton Remele all sidelined. There's ball 3, just low, over but low, and it's 3-1 now to Rodriguez. Another twin bill here tomorrow, and we'll have the South Slope Communications triple play show for you at 3:40. A throw to first, and the tying runner, Christian Snavely, dives back in safely. Kernels opening up an 8-game road trip. Ball 4, and Fernando Rodriguez cannot believe the call made by the plate umpire, Nicholas Nolde. Wow, that pitch looked to be a strike at the knees on the outside corner, but Fernando walks the 158 batter, and now he'll have to face 303 hitting Joey Wolf. The Lugnuts, threatening to tie it here, have runners at first and second with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. And here comes the Colonel pitching coach, Kernan Ronan coming out to the mound to talk it over with Tommy Duenas and the Colonel right-hander. That'll give us a chance to tell you about a special opportunity, a Mother's Day brunch at Veterans Memorial Stadium. We have a 5 o'clock game. Check that. A 2 o'clock game on Sunday, May 8th. Sunday, May 8th, Mother's Day brunch. And is it ever going to be something? Hot loaves of bread with strawberry, honey, ranch, and garlic butter, assorted muffins, chocolate banana bread, triple chocolate bread, bacon, country sausage, roast Iowa loin of pork with honey, pecan sweet potatoes, maple ginger sauce. Oh, what a brunch for Mother's Day, Sunday, May 8th. A bouncer to the right side. Ben Johnson will whirl and throw to second safe, and everybody's safe. The bases are loaded. A bouncer to Ben Johnson off the bat of Joey Wolf, and Ben had to whirl. That's the disadvantage of being a right-handed throwing first baseman. He pumped the throw to Sean Rodriguez, and the umpire, Garrett Wilson, called the runner going from first to second safe. Uber Rodriguez safe, apparently, ahead of the throw by Ben Johnson. Tough break for the Kernels. as they could not get the runner at second. And now the bases are loaded with one out, and the batter is Juan Peralta. Lansing threatening not only to tie the game, but to perhaps take the lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning. 2-1 Kernels, but the bases are loaded for the .359 hitter Peralta. He tips one foul behind the plate. Eggs Benedict, pasta marinara with grilled chicken and fresh vegetables, mashed potatoes, a medley of spring sautéed vegetables, all a part of the Mother's Day brunch, Sunday, May 8th. Swing and a miss by the batter, a throw to third, rolls away from Freddie Sandoval, but no harm done as Freddie tracks it down 10 feet behind the bag. Now, there'll be an omelet station, there'll be pancakes and French toast, there'll be roast beef and honey-baked ham, plenty of desserts. I mean, the Kernels are letting it all hang out as far as their wonderful food menu. The Mother's Day brunch will start at 11 o'clock on Sunday the 8th and go till 2 o'clock. That's Sunday, May 8th, Mother's Day brunch at Veterans Memorial Stadium prior to the Kernels and the Burlington Bee game. Ball one is high and outside to the switch hitter, number 9 hitter, Juan Peralta. He fists one in the air foul above the Kernel third base dugout. The Kernels have right-hander T.J. Stanton up and throwing in their bullpen. Bases loaded. One out, bottom of the fourth. And the Kernels trying to protect a narrow 2-1 lead. The batter fouls one off his foot to stay in the hole 1-2. The Mother's Day brunch, $17 for an adult, $12 for kids 12 and under. Kids 3 and under are free. The price includes a club ticket. Swing and a miss. What a big strikeout of Juan Peralta by Fernando Rodriguez. That's his 6th strikeout of the afternoon, and the bases are loaded with 2 out for Ryan Klosterman. A red-letter day, Mother's Day at Veterans Memorial Stadium, Sunday, May 8th. A Mother's Day brunch from 11 o'clock until 2 o'clock. And the $17 adult price includes your ticket to the game. Boy, will that be a lot of fun to treat Mom at our wonderful facility. The runner at third is Christian Snavely. Hubert Rodriguez at second, Joey Wolf at first. Here's a drive into the right field corner. Jordan Wren's back. He won't get it. It's high off the wall, and it'll empty the bases. The runner falls going from first to second, and the throw into second not in time. What a devastating blow that is. A 2-out, 3-run triple by Ryan Klosterman, and all of a sudden the Kernels trail in this game 4-2. Ryan Klosterman lifted one high off the wall down the right field line, and with 2 out, all 3 runners scored, a bases clearing 3-run double by the leadoff man, Ryan Klosterman. I'll be darned. Well, the Kernels are behind now 4-2, and we just haven't been hitting the ball well in the first month of the season, so a 4-2 deficit is going to be a challenge to make up here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Ryan Klosterman fell head over heels, rounding first, but he still got into second with his 3-run double. Now the umpires are talking it over about what, I don't know. That double over the head of Jordan Wren cleared the bases with 2 out. Oh, Fernando Rodriguez had just struck out Juan Peralta, and things looked pretty good for the Kernels until Ryan Klosterman launched a double over the head of Jordan Wren. Apparently, Ken Joyce, the skipper of the Lugnuts, thought that Ben Johnson inadvertently tripped the batter, Ryan Klosterman, going between first and second. And maybe that's what did happen. I'm sure Ben didn't mean to do it. Here's Curtis Thigpen. He's reached twice so far this afternoon. 4-2 Lugnuts on that devastating blow over the head of Jordan Wren. A bases loaded, 2 out, 3-run triple by the leadoff batter, Ryan Klosterman. Strike one to Thigpen. Curtis has doubled and scored and reached on an error. He's a right-handed batter. There's a breaking pitch just outside from Fernando Rodriguez. Kernels got off on the right foot in this one with 2 runs in the top of the first inning, but have been held scoreless since, and now trail 4-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Uncle Charlie, and that bender's outside. Ball 2 to Thigpen. Thought the Kernels have 3 more at bats to try to erase this little old 2-run lead that the Lugnuts hold. Fastball, strike, 2 called. Thigpen is even on the count now, 2-2, with Ryan Klosterman at second. He went the other way and drove it over Jordan Wren's head high off the 20-foot high wall in right field for a bases-clearing triple. Now a ground ball foul outside third. T.J. Stanton continues to warm up in the Colonel left field bullpen. Nic Touchstone will hurl game 2 here this evening. Big Colonel lefty who was 7-7 last year. Nic Touchstone will pitch the nightcap. 2 out, runner at second, and Fernando Rodriguez, the Colonel right-hander, set at the belt. Delivers, swing and a miss, a fastball. Oh, Fernando Rodriguez struck out 3 in the 4th inning, but surrendered a big 2-out, 3-run double to the leadoff batter. 3 runs on 2 hits for the Lugnuts in the 4th inning, and there were no Colonel errors, although a misjudgment at first base by Ben Johnson gave the Lugnuts the extra out, and they took advantage of it to take the lead. Lansing leaves 1. They've stranded 4. Kernels come to bat in the top of the 5th inning. Game 1 of a doubleheader, and it's 4-2 in favor of Lansing. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wasn't it?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
When we met at spaghetti, we would never forget the Giorgianos. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. The Giorgianos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Giorgianos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Hi, it's Larry King. Did you know that drinking a glass of delicious Welch's grape juice every day can actually help keep your heart healthy? It was news to me. But studies have shown that because Welch's 100% grape juice is made from acidity-rich Concord grapes with no added sugar, it's actually good for your heart. In fact, Welch's grape juice has twice the antioxidant power of orange juice. But who's counting? I'm too busy enjoying the taste. Welch's grape juice. Isn't it nice to know that something as good as Welch's is good for your heart, too?
At the first pitch to open up the Colonel 5th, and lofting one to deep center is Jordan Wren. And backpedaling about 385 feet away, Uber Rodriguez has it. Jordan Wren's first pitch swinging from his number 8 slot in the Allen Motor Company order, singled with 2 outs in the second. He flies to deep center to open up the Colonel 5th inning. Colonels looking to score for the first time since their 2-run first inning. Now have Billy Boyer at the plate. Lugnuts lead it 4-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss by Billy Boyer, strike 1. It looks like that T.J. Stanton may come on to work the bottom of the 5th inning. He's still throwing in the Colonel left field bullpen. A.J. Wideman's next pitch to Billy is swung on and missed, strike 2. Lansing's 10-5 on the year. The Kernels have won 6 and lost 9. Ball 1 sails high and inside to the Colonel right-handed hitting second baseman with a .206 average, a homer, 4 RBIs. Billy grounded out to second his first time up, and he is jammed and laces one foul high up into the backstop, and it's still 1-2 to Billy Boyer. Lefty A.J. Wideman into his windup, and the next delivery is high and in for ball 2. 2-2 to Billy as he digs in from the right side. Boyer does not wear batting gloves. 1 out, and the base is empty for the Kernels. Billy Boyer punches one foul over the backstop. You could probably hear it rattle around down beneath this suite and press box level at Oldsmobile Park. One of my favorite stadiums in the Midwest League. Billy Boyer tried to hold up on a pitch high and outside. He couldn't. He's down on strikes. And that is now 5 strikeouts for lefty A.J. Wideman. Fernando Rodriguez, the Kernel starter, with 7 strikeouts in 4 innings pitched. Richard Giannotti's had a good night at the plate, a good afternoon. He singled and scored in the Kernel 2-run first, lined out to left in the third. He fakes a bunt, and ball 1 is high and outside to the 289 Kernel hitting leadoff batter out of the University of Miami, Richard Giannotti. Switch hitter batting right. Fakes a bunt, ball 2 is high. Lansing is 5-1 in 1-run games. The Kernels are 2-4 in 1-run games. Ball 3 sails high, and it's 3-0 to Richard Giannotti. Richard may be taking on 3-0. He is, and it's blowing away a 4-pitch walk, the second of the evening for A.J. Wideman. Well, 2-out walks are a no-no in the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim system. They really harp on that. Let's see if the Kernels can burn A.J. Wideman for issuing that 2-out walk to Giannotti. Sean Rodriguez doubled to right and scored in the Kernel 2-run first, then flew out to center his next time up in the 3rd inning. Sean yet to get on track with the bat. Started play hitting .212. A throw to first, and Richard Giannotti back safely. The dugout tops here are dark green. No advertising on the top of the dugouts here at Oldsmobile Park. A giant bottle of Pepsi adorns the 20-foot high wall in right down the line. And a huge Miller Lite logo in left center field. Above that Miller Lite logo is a restaurant, a tented area, an area protected by a tent, picnic tables, called Gasoline Alley. And then way deep in left center is a playground area. Swing and a miss by Sean on a changeup, 1-1. It's 4-2 Lugnuts. The Kernels have a runner at first with 2 out in the 5th inning. The Lugnut lefty is set. He throws to first, and Giannotti is thrown out at second, tagged out by the shortstop. Richard Giannotti is picked off first to end the Kernel 5th inning. The caught stealing goes 1-3-6. 1-3-6 to end the 5th inning. The Kernels held an early lead here in Game 1 after a half inning, 2-0. But after 4.5 now in Game 1, the Lugnuts are on top 4-2. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination. And coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
And now for the bonus round. If 4 is red and 5 is blue, what number is brown? 13. Correct. A cat chokes to death on a dead mouse. Who killed who? Freud. Correct. If you rent 3 DVDs from Netflix and keep them for 97 years, how much will your late fees be? 0.
Correct. There are no late fees. Simply choose your movies online and return them whenever you like in their prepaid envelopes. Rent as many as you want for only $17.99 a month. Netflix.com. It's that easy.
Limit 3 DVDs at a time.
Fernando Rodriguez pitched well in his 4th start of the year. He cannot win. He leaves after 4 innings of work, having given up 4 runs on 4 hits. Fernando struck out 7 Lugnuts in 4 innings, walked 2, and he gives way to T.J. Stanton. T.J., a 23-year-old right-hander out of the University of North Florida, and he'll face the heart of the Lugnut order here in the bottom half of the 5th inning, with Lansing enjoying a 4-2 lead. Corey Patton, an RBI single in the 1st inning. He struck out in the 3rd. Patton, a left-handed hitter. T.J. Stanton with his first pitch, and it's hit hard on one hop. Ben Johnson stabs it above his blue Colonel Road cap and takes the play unassisted. Fine play at first by Ben Johnson as Corey Patton smacked one hard on one hop. He pulled it. 1 pitch, 1 out in the Lugnut 5th inning with T.J. Stanton on in relief for Fernando Rodriguez. T.J. is on for the 7th time out of the Colonel bullpen. He's won 1, he's lost 1, and he has a save, an ERA of just over 5. T.J.'s hurled 10 2/3 innings and allowed 13 hits in 10 2/3. Fanned a dozen in 10 2/3, walked only 2, the league hitting .289 against T.J. Stanton. Strike 1 is in from the big right-hander to Chris Cannon. Now ball 1, evens the count. T.J. last pitched Thursday at home, a Colonel win over the Peoria Chiefs, and he earned his first save as a Colonel. Fastball is lifted to the left side of the Colonel infield. Freddie Sandoval right on the edge of the grass in shallow left, near the line, brings it down. Chris Cannon is fouled out to Freddie Sandoval at 3rd, and there are 2 gone in the Lugnut 5th inning. Lansing leads it 4-2. The difference in the game, a 2-out bases clearing 3-run double by leadoff hitter Ryan Klosterman in the 4th inning. He lofted it high off the 20-foot high wall in right field to drive in 3 with 2 out. Ball 1 inside to Eric Nielsen. Stanton on Thursday at home posted his first save with 2 innings against Peoria. He gave the Chiefs 1 unearned run on no hit, struck out 4, walked 1. A shot into left past the diving Freddie Sandoval, and it's a 2-out single for Eric Nielsen. Eric Nielsen has the 5th hit for the Lugnuts. It comes with 2 out here in the 5th inning. The Colonels have one of their newcomers up in the bullpen, Francisco Cordova, a right-hander. Cordova warming up in the left field Colonel bullpen. Lansing is starting to get a man loose in their right field bullpen. The batter is Christian Snavely from Ohio State, and he shoots one into straightaway center. Richard Giannotti retreats quickly and makes the catch to end the inning. Christian Snavely hit it right on the button, but lined out to center. No runs in the 5th for the Lugnuts. A 2-out single, 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors. Lansing leaves a runner. They've stranded 5. The Colonels come to bat in the top of the 6th. Game 1 of a doubleheader, trailing the Lugnuts 4-2. You're enjoying Colonel baseball in the zone.
Eastern Iowans agree. The nice spring weather makes it a pleasure to be outdoors. Enhance your pleasure this year with a backyard beautification project. Let Peck's Landscaping design and install the perfect landscape for your backyard, an outdoor space that's just right for you and your family. Peck's carries the best quality and hardiest nursery stock available. Combine that with a wide variety of landscape products and expert advice, and you'll have the yard of your dreams. Just imagine what it could be. Want a skillfully built retaining wall? Perhaps a brick or cobblestone patio. No landscape is too large or too small for the pros at Peck's. Call or stop in and arrange a time for your free estimate. Don't let another spring go by without new landscaping for your backyard. Beautiful, affordable landscapes, designed and installed by Peck's. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, Nursery and Landscaping, corner of Blairs Ferry and Edgewood Road Northeast, landscaping Eastern Iowa since 1956.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Mark Schlereth from NFL Live. He brought some gifts to the table today. It's actually a DVD. He's sort of the Tom Amansky of offensive linemen.
That's exactly what I am.
Okay, you teach people how to cheat, hold, bite, kick,
leg whip. These are. I made a series of DVDs in the off season. And
yeah, so did Paris Hilton.
Right. Well,
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Lights have been turned on here at Oldsmobile Park, and the Kernels bat in the top of the sixth inning, a seven-inning game to be followed by a seven-inning game, a doubleheader. Kernels are down by a pair, 4-2, and ball one is low and away from the lefty, A.J. Wideman, to Sean Rodriguez. Sean lifts one in the air to straightaway center. Way back goes Uber Rodriguez. Way back, it's off the base of the wall. Sean Rodriguez, as it ricochets past the center fielder, will head to third with a leadoff triple. Sean Rodriguez has the Colonel first hit since the second inning as he pounded a 1-0 pitch high and deep over the head of Uber Rodriguez in center for a leadoff triple. Sean Rodriguez has tripled over the head of the center fielder. That ball hit about 404 feet away, hit the base of the 8-foot-high padded wall in center, then ricocheted past Uber Rodriguez. It was Eric Nielsen who had to hustle over from right field to retrieve it. And the Kernels have a great chance now to score for the first time since the first inning with Ben Johnson, number 3 hitter, at the plate. Sean Rodriguez has tripled over the head of Uber Rodriguez. Jordy Tomplay is warming up. There's a ground ball up the middle, and it's gloved by the shortstop who throws Ben Johnson out. A fine play. Ben drives in his second run of the game to make it a 4-3 Lugnut lead. Ben Johnson had a hit taken away from him by Ryan Klosterman, the shortstop, who went far to his left, lunged down, and then threw on the run, threw in the dirt, but digging it out was Chip Cannon, and it's a 4-3 game. Drew Toussaint at the plate. Drew has an RBI and a walk and a stolen base in game one. A curve down and in from A.J. Wideman. 4-3 in favor of Lansing here in the top of the sixth inning. Jordy Tomplay has been joined in the Lugnut bullpen. Swing and a miss by Toussaint, strike one. He's been joined by the man who leads the Midwest League in saves with 6, Danny Hill. Danny Hill, a right-hander, and Jordy Tomplay warming up for the Lugnuts. Swing and a miss on a changeup, and it puts Drew Toussaint in the hole, 0-2. Our Colonel Did You Know question here in this Colonel sixth inning involves a bit of history between between brothers. Ball 2 is high and away to Drew Toussaint. 1 out, nobody on. The Colonels have scored here in this sixth inning to make it a 1-run Lugnut lead, and Toussaint bounces one foul toward the Colonel third base dugout. Did you know that Bob Hartsfield, the 1975 Cedar Rapids Giant skipper, his brother Roy Hartsfield was the first ever manager of the Toronto Blue Jays? Well, now you do know it. Bob Hartsfield managed the 1975 Cedar Rapids Giants. His brother Roy Hartsfield was the first manager of the expansion Blue Jays their first 3 seasons, 77, 78, and 79. Ball 3 to Drew. Now a curve is lashed foul into the backstop. It's still a full count to Drew Toussaint. Bob Hartsfield guided the 1975 Cedar Rapids Giants to a 41-87 one-loss record. And his brother Roy Hartsfield, in 1977, skippered the expansion Blue Jays. They won 54, lost 107. The next year they were 59-102. And in 79, Roy Hartsfield's last year at the helm in Toronto, they won 53 and lost 109. But our Did You Know question focuses on Cedar Rapids baseball and Toronto Blue Jay baseball history. Brothers Bob and Roy Hartsfield. Bud Curran, our Hall of Fame groundskeeper, I'm sure remembers Bob Hartsfield. The next pitch to Toussaint is fouled on the ground into the Colonel left field bullpen. The scoreboard, yeah, there it is. It said 2-2. It's a full count to Drew Toussaint. Leadoff triple for Sean Rodriguez here in the sixth inning. He came home on a ground ball out to the shortstop by Ben Johnson. And that has cut the Lugnut lead to 1 run. Drew Toussaint, a terrific at bat, bilks a walk out of lefty A.J. Wideman, and that's the third walk issued by the southpaw. And we're going to have a pitching change. A pitching change as the Lugnuts will bring in Jordy Tomplay. T-E-M-P-L-E-T. Jordy Tomplay will come on with the tying run at first. And 1 out here in the top of the sixth inning. Lefty A.J. Wideman goes 5 1/3. So far, he's surrendered 3 runs on 4 hits. The lefty struck out 5 Kernels, and he walked 3. Jordy Tomplay, T-E-M-P-L-E-T, and he's from Louisiana Lafayette. The right-hander was a Blue Jay 17th round pick 2 years ago. And he broke in. He's pitched with Auburn in the New York Penn League, Dunedin in the Florida State League, in Charleston, West Virginia in the South Atlantic League. And Jordy Tomplay has come on to relieve starter A.J. Wideman. Let's review the only final from earlier this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It's brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Shubat, Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, and Lanny Peterson. This afternoon at Comerica Park, the Tigers tame the Twins 6-4. And everything else, 2 games in the American League and a fairly full slate of games in the National League. We'll report on those during Game 2 of our doubleheader. Jordy Tomplay on for the 6th time in relief. He's 1-0 for Lansing, a 5.63 ERA. Tomplay in 8 innings has allowed 5 runs on 9 hits. He struck out 8 in 8 innings, walked 4. The league hitting .290 against Jordy Tomplay. The Lugnuts hold a 4-3 lead. The Kernels batting in Game 1 of a doubleheader in the top of the 6th inning with the tying run at first, Drew Toussaint. And I mean Drew had a marvelous at-bat to draw a 1-out walk and become the tying run at first, sending A.J. Wideman to the showers. Aaron Peel at the plate. Peel is struck out and flown to right. Tomplay is set at the letters. His first pitch is a curve outside, ball 1 to Aaron. Kernels have newcomer Francisco Cordova warming up in their bullpen. And the league's leading save man for Lansing, Danny Hill, warming up in their right field bullpen. Peel, a right-handed hitter with an open stance. Takes the pitch upstairs, ball 2. Kernels broke out on top with 2 in the first inning. Lansing answered with a run in their half of the first. The Lugnuts got a bases-loaded 3-run double from the leadoff hitter Klosterman in the 4th inning. Aaron Peel pops one foul behind home plate, strike 1. Ryan Klosterman, the shortstop, tripled over the head of Jordan Renz high off the right field wall down the line to drive in 3 runs in the 4th inning. The Kernels have scored one here in the sixth and have the tying run at first with only one out. Aaron Peel crushes one to deep center. Way back she goes at the wall, and it's a two-run blast for Aaron Peel. Aaron Peel has given the Kernels the lead back with a mammoth home run over the center field wall. Drew Toussaint scores ahead of Peel, and the Kernels, Aaron Peel with his second home run of the year. It comes off right-handed relief pitcher Jordy Tomplay, and it catapults the Kernels back ahead 5-4 here in the three-run sixth inning. Aaron Peel crushed a pitch from the right-hander and sent it soaring over the center field wall. Boy, he hit that ball a long way. Now a pitch wrapped back to the hill by Tommy Duenas on one hop. And the hurler, Jordy Tomplay, runs it to first, shovels it underhand to the first baseman for the second out of the inning. Tommy Duenas had a hit taken away from him on a good fielding play by the pitcher, Jordy Tomplay. One of the runs that scored on Peel's second home run of the year is charged to the starter, A.J. Wideman. Now a base hit into right by Freddie Sandoval. Eric Nielsen gets it back in. A big turn by Freddie, but he holds on, and the Kernels have their third hit here in their three-run sixth inning. Freddie Sandoval knocking one hard into right for his first base hit. The final line on the starter, A.J. Wideman, 5 1/3. He gave up 4 runs on 4 hits. He fanned 5, and he walked 3. He cannot win. He cannot lose. Both starters will not be involved in the decision in Game 1. 5-4 Kernels. Aaron Peel belting a 2-run home run over the center field wall, out of the reach of the leaping Uber Rodriguez. Jordan Renz takes a ball. The runner takes off for second. No throw by the catcher, Curtis Thigpen. Freddie Sandoval was literally 2/3 of the way to second before the right-hander, Jordy Tomplay, delivered the pitch home. And it was outside, 2-0 to Jordan Renz. Swing and a miss by Jordan, strike one. Well, we've had our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question and our Kernel Did You Know question here in the first game from Lansing. Renz takes low and in for ball 3. Sean Rodriguez got this Kernel 3-run sixth inning rally started when he tripled over the center fielder's head. He scored on Ben Johnson's ground ball out to short. Drew Toussaint with the key at bat in the inning. Fouled off 3 3-2 pitches and walked against lefty starter Wideman. Then Aaron Peel unloaded against this right-hander, Jordy Tomplay, a 2-run blast to put the Kernels up 5-4. Duenas bounced out to the pitcher. Sandoval singled to right, stole second, and now Jordan Renz takes low, ball 4. First and second, 2 out. Billy Boyer with a chance to make it a bigger Kernel sixth inning. Our Sunday Mother's Day brunch at Veterans Memorial Stadium on Sunday, May 8th starts at 11 o'clock, goes up till game time 2 o'clock. And I forgot to tell you, not only will you enjoy the best in food and your price, the ticket, your brunch includes a ticket to the game, adults $17, kids 12 and under $12, kids 3 and under free, but you'll also get a carnation, a free carnation. Boyer wraps one to short, and Klosterman goes to the second baseman Peralta for the 6-4 force, and that ends the Kernel big 3-run sixth inning. Billy Boyer 0 for 3 forces Jordan Renz at second, and the play went 6-4. The Kernels strike for 3 runs in the sixth inning on 3 hits. No Lugnut errors, and the Kernels leave 2 men on. The Kernels have stranded 4 in 6 at-bats. And after 5 1/2, game 1 of a doubleheader, it's now the Kernels 5 and the Lugnuts 4. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Phil Mickelson's figured out how to beat Tiger Woods head-to-head.
It has not ever worked yet. Don't get me wrong. It's not a plan that's worked yet.
But it may someday, and he let Dan Patrick in on the secret.
If he hit his iron shots first, he was so good, he would put it inside me and put more pressure.
You know what? That's interesting philosophy that he put even more pressure because he's hitting his irons before you because you've outdriven him.
Well, not all the time was I able to do that, but when I was trying to go toe-for-toe with him off the tee, he would put even more pressure on me with his iron play, plus trying to drive it that long and keep up with him. I was hitting it a lot more wild, more crooked, missing fairways by a larger margin, which didn't put any pressure on him at all. So for me, when I got paired with him head-to-head at Doral, and I think in the future I'm going to take 20 yards off the tee shot, try to hit cuts in the fairway so that puts pressure off on his tee shots, and also I'm able to hit my iron shots first, which has been my biggest strength the last year and a half, and hopefully put a little more pressure on him.
The Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio.
Hahn and Welter Storage Equipment Company means high quality and good service. Welter's has new and used office furniture at affordable prices. Visit their showrooms and see the excellent selection of Hahn office furniture. Welter Storage Equipment Company and Hahn have the office furniture you need. Stop at Welter Storage Equipment and let them show you how affordable your new office can be. Welter Storage Company, the area's only Hahn Showcase dealer on Blair's Ferry Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, Highway 151 in Monticello, and Locust Street in Dubuque.
Uber Rodriguez has taken a pitch inside, ball one from T.J. Stanton in relief of starter Fernando Rodriguez. The lower third for the Lugnuts here in their bottom of the sixth inning. A chopper to third on one hop. Freddie Sandoval went down to get it, and from shallow third, he throws out Uber Rodriguez. It went 5-3. Boy, Freddie Sandoval, even though he did make a throwing error from third earlier in this game in the third inning, has really looked sharp manning that position for the Kernels. One out in the bottom of the sixth inning. 5-4 Kernels. Here's Joey Wolf, who reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the Lugnut three-run fourth inning. Ball one is low from T.J. Stanton. Our good friend Mike Clark is here as usual from Michigan State University, and he's given us the final official line on starter A.J. Wideman. 5 1/3. He allowed 4 runs, all earned on 4 hits, spanned 5, walked 3. And it's 2-0 to Joey Wolf. Wolf is not a big guy. They list him at 5'9". Straightaway stance, left-handed batter. Ball 3, high and outside, and now T.J. Stanton will have to throw some strikes if he's going to come back and get Joey Wolf. Freddie Sandoval's playing a good 20 feet off the line at third, playing Wolf to pull the ball. Ball 4, an inexplicable 4-pitch walk comes out of nowhere. Joey Wolf walks. And that'll bring up Juan Peralta. Peralta has grounded out first baseman to pitcher covering, and he has struck out swinging so far tonight. Juan Peralta. We thought we were out of the fourth inning when starter Fernando Rodriguez struck him out, but then the next batter on the first pitch cleared the bases with a 3-run double. Here comes Bobby Magallanes, and that may be it for T.J. Stanton. It looks like the Kernels are going to summon in one of their 3 new players, one of them being Francisco Cordova. Bobby Magallanes has come out to the hill, and whether he's going to make a pitching change is yet to be seen. Bobby looking right at T.J. Stanton, and the umpires have not made a move yet as to hurry up the talk on the mound. And perhaps T.J. Stanton will stay in this game. Bobby Magallanes now with the plate umpire, Nicholas Nolde, approaching. And Bobby is going to signal to the Colonel bullpen for Francisco Cordova. So T.J. Stanton goes an inning and a third, and in an inning and a third so far, no runs, 1 hit, no strikeouts, 1 walk, and the Colonels have Francisco Cordova. He, along with fellow pitcher Carl Jelena and infielder-outfielder Jason Ramos, joined the ball club here in Lansing. We told you earlier on our Physicians Clinic of Iowa injury report that closer Mitch Arnold second baseman Josh LeBlanc, and infielder, outfielder Clifton Remole, all sidelined on the disabled list. Now, wait a minute. This looks like Frederick Deloiziga-Carney. This is Frederick Deloiziga-Carney. Frederick Deloiziga-Carney is the new Colonel Hurler. I thought it was Francisco Cordova, and perhaps he was the man warming up in the Colonel left field bullpen, and maybe just throwing for his own benefit. Frederick Deloiziga-Carney is into this ball game. He's from the Denver suburb of Littleton, Colorado. He pitched collegiately at Regis University, and he was a Los Angeles Angel of Anaheim 33rd round draft pick last year. Frederick Deloiziga-Carney is on the hill for the Kernels. And Frederick last pitched Friday at home in a Kernel 11-4 loss to Peoria. Deloiziga-Carney, no record, on for the 8th time with a 1.13 ERA. Frederick in 8 innings has allowed 2 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits. He's fanned 9 in 8 innings, walked 2, and a 1.13 earned run average for tall right-hander Frederick Deloiziga-Carney. He'll face Juan Peralta, a switch hitter who will bat left. Deloiziga-Carney spells his last name D-E, capital L-O-I-Z-A-G-A, and then hyphen Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y. We call him Frederick Deloiziga-Carney. His teammates just call him Carney. Told us earlier on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that he's proud to bear his mom's name as part of his name, Deloiziga. 6'3", 215, and Frederick will pitch to switch-hitting Juan Peralta, tying run at first for Lansing here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A fastball high from Frederick, and that's ball 1 to Juan Peralta. A 3-run top of the 6th inning has vaulted the Kernels into a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 6th. Runner at first, 1 out for Lansing. Frederick fires high, and it's 2-0 to Juan Peralta. Peralta's 21 years old. Played in the South Atlantic League for manager Ken Joyce last year. Hit .229. This year he's batting .359, no homers, 9 RBIs. He bounces one to short. Rodriguez to Boyer 1. Billy to first. There's a double play. Frederick Deloiziga-Carney on a 2-0 pitch gets the number 9 hitter Juan Peralta to bounce in to a 6-4-3 twin killing. And the Kernels maintain their 1-run lead. No runs in the 6th for Lansing. No hits, a walk. Deloiziga-Carney gets the pitcher's best friend, the double play. Nobody left for the Lugnuts, who have stranded 5. We go to the top of the 7th, game 1 of a twin bill, and the Kernels lead the Lugnuts 5-4. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was a news anchor for Channel 2. You may also have seen me driving around Cedar Rapids in my Honda Accord. Well, I retired from broadcasting, but I haven't given up my Honda. For years, I've told friends they should consider owning a Honda, specifically from Randy Keel Honda. Randy is a local dealer with 13 years of experience in matching drivers to the right vehicle. He has a fine selection of new Hondas, as well as quality pre-owned vehicles. And more than just a reliable service department, Randy Keel Honda offers Confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty on every new vehicle sold. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. And you can do more homework by logging on to Randy's website at www.randykeel.com. I'm a satisfied Honda owner, and I'm sure you will be too. See Randy Keel Honda today on Center Point Road Northeast.
Who's that cool cooking man?
King of the grill, who's your patio daddy-o?
Your patio daddy-o.
Charbroiled sausage flipping man with the buns, who's your patio daddy-o?
Your patio daddy-o. He only cooks Clements, cooks number one for taste and fun.
Econo Foods is the place to save on Clements Fine products this week. Shop Econo Foods for hot pricing on Clements.
Richard Giannotti, the top of the Colonel Allen Motor Company starting lineup, and a strike called from Jordy Tomplay. 5-4 Colonels, top of the 7th inning. Swing and a miss by Richard. He's batting left-handed for the first time in this game. And he's in the hole, 0-2. Richard Giannotti singled and scored in the first, lined to left in the third, walked with 2 outs in the 5th, but was picked off. Line shot on one hop off the second baseman's glove, off of Peralta's glove, and it ricochets into right. That's another hit. Excuse me, for Richard Giannotti. Boy, Richard's really come alive the last week and a half. And he hit one hard off the glove of the second baseman for the 7th Colonel hit of the evening. Now the Colonels have some choices. They could hit and run. They could try a straight steal. The fella that got the Colonel 3-run 6 started with a booming triple over the center fielder's head is Sean Rodriguez, and a curve is blowing away from Jordy Tomplay. A seesaw game, and it's 5-4 Colonels in the top of the 7th. Colonels intent on trying to get an insurance run here in the 7th as Rodriguez goes the other way and fouls one high in the air, way up the stands above the first base Lugnut dugout. Sean Rodriguez, a right-handed batter, facing right-hander Jordy Tomplay, who comes set at the letters and fires to first. Richard Giannotti scampers back standing up. There'll be a half hour, 30 minutes between games of this doubleheader, and in the nightcap, Nic Touchstone will go against a Lugnut right-hander, Kyle Yates. Strike 2 to Sean Rodriguez. A changeup into Sean. Nic Touchstone for the Colonels and Kyle Yates, who went to the University of Texas, for the Lugnuts. A breaking pitch in the dirt and a good stop by the catcher Curtis Thigpen to prevent a wild pitch. The lights are on here in downtown Lansing. The wind is now blowing from the Colonel's third base dugout directly towards the right field foul pole. Giannotti not running. Sean hits one up the middle. That's through the middle for a base hit into center. Richard Giannotti will round second. Hold on there. He tried to get back, and he just did get back in time. Richard Giannotti looked like he was going to try to go from first to third, but had second thoughts about it, and the center fielder, Uber Rodriguez, threw in behind Richard and darn near got him. Richard somehow, according to the base umpire, Garrett Wilson, crawled back into second ahead of the throw. Could Giannotti have made it to third? I can't tell you. I think Bobby Magallanes, by his body language, wishes Richard would have tried for third and made Rodriguez throw him out. Ball one is high and outside, taken by Ben Johnson. Ben has driven in 2 of the Colonel's 5 runs in this game. It's 5-4 Colonels, and we're in the top of the 7th inning. Ben Johnson, a .265 hitter, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. Open stance. Ball 2, high and outside from the right-hander. Ben told us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that he started switch hitting when playing wiffle ball in his backyard with his younger twin brothers. They made him bat left-handed to kind of keep him from hitting the wiffle ball out of the yard all the time. Then he broke his thumb and asked his coach a little bit later in life, "Coach, I can't swing it real good from the right side, but let me hit left-handed." And The coach finally relented, and Ben Johnson hit well left-handed. Strike in at the knees, a fastball from Jordy Template, T-E-M-P-L-E-T. Giannotti leads away from second, and now Sean Rodriguez calls time and shifts some dirt around about 20 feet beyond the bag at first. There must be a little bit of a sinkhole there. A lefty is up in the Lansing bullpen. You'll recognize his last name, Harang, Darryl Harang. His brother pitches in the big leagues. Swing and a foul by Ben Johnson, evens the count 2-2. Ben fouled it straight back. Lefty Darryl Harang warming up in the Lugnut right field bullpen. Back-to-back singles by Richard Giannotti and Sean Rodriguez to open up the Kernels' seventh. The Kernels would love to break this one open a little bit, leading 5-4. Now time is called by the right-hander, and out comes the catcher, Curtis Thigpen. Tomorrow night at this time, just past 6 o'clock right now in eastern Iowa. Tomorrow night at this time, I hope you'll be heading to Veterans Memorial Stadium, radio in hand, to watch the Corridor Classic. UNI Panthers taking on the Iowa Hawkeyes at Veterans Memorial Stadium. A curveball, and Ben Johnson spoiled that good pitch and looped it foul straight back. It's just past 7 o'clock here in Michigan State Capitol, and glad you're with us. This is Kernel Baseball in the zone, 1600 AM, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Jake is our in-studio engineer. I'm John Rogers. The right-hander, Jordy Template, wears his black socks up high, and he's working from the stretch. Template is set at the letters, now steps off. And out comes the catcher again. So they're having a hard time getting their signals straight with the Kernels trying to add to their 5-4 lead here in the top of the seventh inning. .30 is game time tomorrow at Veterans Memorial Stadium, and all the proceeds from tomorrow evening's Corridor Classic between the Hawkeyes and the Panthers will go to benefit the American Diabetes Association. Switch hitting first baseman Ben Johnson waits, and the right-hander steps off the rubber. Second baseman Juan Peralta snuck in to the left of the lead runner, Richard Giannotti. Outfield for the Lugnuts plays Ben Johnson straight away. Finally, the 2-2 offering. A little looper into shallow right, and the second baseman retreats and makes the catch. Juan Peralta, as Ben Johnson was jammed, caught the pitch that was golfed in the air by Johnson in shallow right. Both runners had to hold, so it'll take a base hit from either Drew Toussaint or Aaron Peel if the Kernels are to add to their narrow 5-4 lead here in the seventh inning. Looking ahead to the Lugnuts seventh, it'll be the top of the order to face Frederick Deloiza-Gacarni. What a job pitching by Jordy Template to prevent Ben Johnson from driving in another run in this game. Drew Toussaint stands straight up from the right side. Takes inside, ball one, a fastball. Giannotti at second, Rodriguez at first. Ball two is low and outside, a fastball. Drew Toussaint scored the tying run in the sixth inning. He was aboard when Aaron Peel greeted this right-hander, Jordy Template, with a two-run home run over the center field fence. It was Aaron's second of the season, and it put the Kernels ahead 5-4. That's the score now. A slider is a strike at the knees on the outside edge from the Lugnut right-hander. The left fielder, Corey Patton for Lansing, is playing very deep in left field. Drew Toussaint fouls one over the backstop, and it's a 2-2 count now to the Kernel cleanup batter and designated hitter. Kernels trying desperately to add to their one-run lead here in the top of the 7th. 2 on and 1 out. The 2-2 to Drew. A curve and a swing and a miss. Drew Toussaint strikes out. 2 away in the Kernels 7th. It's up to Aaron Peel. Peel's 2-run blast off this right-hander in the 6th inning gave the Kernels a 5-4 lead, by which they are ahead here in the top of the 7th inning. The first 2 Kernels reached, but so far nothing's happened. A pitch in the dirt, a curve, and it's blocked by Curtis Thigpen to prevent the runners from moving up to 2nd and 3rd. Giannotti leads away from 2nd. Likewise, Sean Rodriguez from 1st. Now again, the right-hander, Tom Play, steps off. Beyond the left center field wall, grass slope seating berm, and then a huge tarmac, a playground area. Peel takes low for ball 2. We're in downtown Lansing. Now the wind has shifted directions and it's blowing in from left center towards the Lugnut first base dugout. The pitcher whirls and throws in behind Giannotti, and Juan Peralta's tagged from 2nd, too late to get Richard. 8 hits for the Kernels, 5 of them coming in the last inning and 2/3. Ball 3 just missed to Aaron Peel. It almost looks like Jordy Tom Play would rather face Tommy Duenas than Aaron Peel. Who can blame him? Peel touched him for a 2-run bomb his last time up. Bobby Magallanes loves to turn hitters loose on 3-0. Not this time. Ball 4 outside, and it looks like Jordy Tom Play is going to get his wish. He will face Tommy Duenas with the bases loaded and 2 out. Boy, what a big spot for Tommy to help the Kernels. Tommy could deliver a knockout blow to the Lugnuts with the bases loaded and 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Remember, Lansing will have the top of their order up to face Frederick Deloiza Gacarni in the bottom of the 7th. Strike 1 in at the knees on the inside corner to Tommy Duenas. Tommy is struck out swinging, struck out looking, and wrapped back to the hill. A hard one-hopper that Jordy Tom Play fielded to end, or for the 2nd out in the Kernels' 6th inning. Curve, strike 2 to Tommy. It's 0-2. Now the crowd comes alive a bit. Can Tommy come out of this 0-2 hole with the bases loaded? Ball 1, low and outside, a breaking pitch. 5-4 Kernels, top of the 7th. First game of a doubleheader. Giannotti at 3rd, Rodriguez at 2nd, and Aaron Peel leading away at 1st for the Kernels, who have Tommy Duenas, the catcher, at the plate. The pitcher winds his 1-2 delivery. And a check swing. The ball rolls off Tommy's bat towards Colonel first base coach Justin Bachman. Justin played in the first season here at Oldsmobile Park as the Colonel regular shortstop. That was in 1996. Hard to believe that was 10 seasons ago that Justin Bachman played as the Colonel everyday shortstop here at Oldsmobile Park. Another bases loaded 1-2. Curve, and that one's mashed foul past Bobby Magallanes, the Colonel manager coaching at third base. Kernels are trying to up their lead here in the top of the 7th. Ahead 5-4. Tommy Duenas with the bases loaded. Pops it up. It's a foul ball in front of the Colonel third base dugout, and the catcher makes the grab to the left of the foul line, about halfway up the third base line. Tommy Duenas fouls out to third, or to the catcher rather, outside third. And the Kernels waste leadoff singles by Giannotti and Rodriguez and do not add to their lead in the 7th inning. Well, that really hurts. No runs, 2 hits, no Lugnut errors. The Kernels leave the bases loaded and have stranded 7. Top of the order due for the Lugnuts. Bottom of the 7th, 5-4 Kernels. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
For the 7th consecutive year, Toyota Financial Services is encouraging elementary students throughout our community to read this summer. Toyota Financial Services believes that inspiring children to read brings families together, fosters imagination, and enhances knowledge. The Gazette shares Toyota Financial Services' belief in the value of reading. That's why they've teamed up to recognize and reward this summer's readers for their fabulous accomplishments. Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette, proud to stand with our community's children to enrich their lives.
I live for you, I feed your cats, I fold your undies at the laundromat, unless you want me to have them dry. I get paid for that. I'll work things out, things get bad. I'll save my soul back before I meet your dad. I'll wear a turtleneck to strategically hide my tattoos if I can. I'm with the band, 'cause I'm winning your hand. I'm giving you all my time, but this Dr. Pepper is mine. Rich taste, forget it. This Dr. Pepper is mine. One taste and you get it. I'll shop with you, always be true. I'll never share my Dr. Pepper with you. Sorry. This Dr. Pepper is mine. One taste and you get it. So rich. This Dr. Pepper is mine. So refreshing taste, drink it by the case. This Dr. Pepper is mine. Delicious. Isn't even the word.
Well, Frederick DeLoizaga Kearney is going to try to save this first game of the doubleheader for T.J. Stanton. Both starters, Fernando Rodriguez Jr. and A.J. Wideman for the Lugnuts, a lefty, pitched well. Each gave up 4 runs. It's 5-4 Kernels, bottom of the 7th inning. It would sure be nice to capture the first game of this doubleheader and get this 8-game road trip off to a flying start. Ball 1 misses inside to Ryan Klosterman. He put the Lugnuts ahead his last time up with the bases loaded and 2 outs, an opposite field 3-run double. Klosterman takes a strike at the knees, a fastball, clocked at 90 miles an hour, according to the speed pitch indicator in left center. Colonel outfield plays Klosterman very deep, especially Richard Giannotti in center. Wow, Richard's shifted way over into right center, and the batter's hit. Well, the batter was hit on a 1-1 pitch, and the tying runs at first with nobody out for Lansing. That's a tough way to put the tying run aboard, hitting the batter. No chance for Klosterman to get out of the way. And the book tells you that you punt here. The book says you play for a tie at home and a win on the road. And so Curtis Thigpen may be punting. Thigpen, a .268 batter, doubled and scored in the first inning. He's 1 for 3, and he's squaring to bunt, a lob to first, and Klosterman's back. Ryan Klosterman hit on a 1-1 pitch by Frederick DeLoizaga Kearney. I'll be darned. Thigpen, a right-handed hitter, is already squared to bunt. Ball 1 is high from Frederick DeLoizaga Kearney. You look back at that Colonel top of the 7th. We had runners at first and second, nobody out, and the heart of the order up, and the Colonels could not add to this 5-4 lead. That really hurt. Now ball 2 down and in. 2-0 to Curtis Thigpen. The Lugnuts own a 5-1 record in one-run games. The Kernels are 2-4. Well, here's the batter squaring to bunt again. Uh-oh, ball 3 low. Now we're within a ball of putting runners at first and second with nobody out in the 7th inning. I'll be darned. It's been tough getting through the latter innings. The Kernels have just struggled closing games out. Can Frederick Deloise Carnegie come through? There's a strike. Strike one to the batter. He still may be bunting. Freddie Sandoval is crashing in from third. Likewise, Ben Johnson, who's holding the tying run at first, will be coming in hard from first base. Thigpen waits, a throw in the dirt, and Ben Johnson somehow hurtled himself over the body of the runner, Ryan Klosterman, and prevented a wild throw from Frederick Deloise Carney. That could have been a disaster. Klosterman may have gone to third on that throw in the dirt, but Ben Johnson blocked it. The batter's swinging, and he drills one into right. Jordan Renz is there in front of the track, and he has it. Frederick Deloise Carney gets the first out here in the bottom of the seventh. Curtis Thigpen hit it right on the screws, but lined out to deep right. Jordan Renz took it at the edge of the warning track in front of the 3:37 mark for the first out of the seventh inning. That brings in Corey Patton. Patton, an RBI single to left in the first inning. Since then, he struck out and grounded to first. 1 on, 1 out here in the seventh inning. 5-4 Kernels, first game of a doubleheader. Corey Patton, a 133 batter, a left-handed hitter. And he looks at a strike at the knees. Corey was a sixth-round Toronto pick out of Texas A&M. Former Kernels Greg Porter and Matt Garrick from Texas A&M. Swing and a miss on a blistering fastball low and inside. That one had Corey Patton tied up in knots. Now the question, does Frederick Deloise Carney come right after the batter with the tying run at first and 1 out in the bottom of the seventh? He did in a broken bat roller outside first, and it's fielded in foul ground by Ben Johnson. The bat shattered right off the thumbs of Corey Patton, who fought off that fastball. Patton back to the Lansing first base dugout. On deck lurks Chip Cannon, the cleanup batter. Just as we poked, the stands have filled up a bit. A very small crowd here for game one of the doubleheader. The sun is still shining, but the lights have been on the last couple of innings. The tall Colonel right-hander comes set, throws to first. It's a soft toss, and Ryan Klosterman's back standing up. No balls, 2 strikes to left-handed hitting Corey Patton. This is his first year of professional baseball. Dueñas sets up on the outer half. There's where the pitch is, and it's cut on and missed. Strike 3 swinging on Corey Patton, and Frederick Deloise Carney, trying to pitch around a leadoff hit batsman, has put the Kernels within an out of a Game 1 win here in Lansing. A swing and a miss by Corey Patton. He's gone on 3 pitches, and now the hitter for Lansing is Chip Cannon, the cleanup man. Nothing for 3. He's a .250 batter with 3 homers, 9 RBIs. Chip Cannon, his real name Ram. Swing and a miss on high heat from Frederick Deloise Carney. His first name is spelled R-H-A-M-E, but he goes, thankfully, by Chip. Maybe that's pronounced Raum, I'm not sure. He's from the Citadel, the same school that produced Dallas McPherson. Swing and a miss, another high fastball, this one at 94 miles an hour from Frederick Deloise Carney. Now he and the Kernels are a strike and an out away from a Game 1 victory. Tying run at first for the Lugnuts with 2 away in the bottom of the seventh. Here's the pitch. Ooh, just inside, ball 1. A Kernel 3-run 6th inning, keyed by Sean Rodriguez's triple and Aaron Peel's 2-out home run, have the Kernels ahead by a run. Chip Cannon, a left-handed batter, leans back from a pitch high and inside, ball 2. That one, according to the speed pitch indicator, 95 miles an hour. Richard Giannotti playing just 4 steps from the warning track in deep, deep, deep right center field. Deloiza-Gacarney's 2-2. Swing and a miss! Frederick Deloiza-Gacarney has fanned Chip Cannon and helped the Kernels preserve an opening win to this doubleheader. 5-4 Kernels. No runs in the 7th for the Lugnuts after putting their leadoff man on. No hits, there were no Kernel errors, and Lansing leaves a runner. They stranded 6. The Kernels rally with 3 in the top of the 6th inning, and then behind T.J. Stanton and Frederick Deloiza-Gacarney win Game 1 of this doubleheader 5-4. 5-4 Kernels. Totals, highlights, and more coming up next on the Colonel Curtain Call.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Mark Schlereth from NFL Live. He brought some gifts to the table today. It's actually a DVD. He's sort of the Tom Mansky of offensive linemen.
That's exactly what I am.
Okay, you teach people how to cheat, hold, bite, kick,
leg whip. No, these are. I made a series of DVDs in the off season. And
so did Paris Hilton.
Right. Well,
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
What is ESPN Radio? It's not that hard. You're a sports fan? This is the sports station. It's ESPN. That means sports. The games, the experts, the analysis, the scores, the highlights, the people who know their stuff. It's good conversation. It's ESPN. It's radio. You know, the box that all the sounds come out of. At your home, in your car, where you work, even in your computer. It's everywhere you go. It's radio. It's ESPN. It's ESPN Radio. That's all it is.
Time for the Colonel's Curtain Call, right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Colonel's game, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
The Kernels up their record on the road in this young season to 5 wins and 3 losses. Capture Game 1 of a twin bill in Lansing, 5-4. Welcome back to Oldsmobile Park, where we'll give you a abridged version, a quick version of the Colonel Curtain Call for the Kernels in Game 1. A 2-run first inning. Richard Giannotti singled to center. Sean Rodriguez doubled to right, sending Richard Giannotti to third. Ben Johnson, who drove in 2 of the Colonel 5 runs in Game 1, lifted a sacrifice fly to right, brought home Giannotti from third, sent Rodriguez to third, and then Drew Toussaint made it 2-0 Kernels in the first with his 4th RBI in 3 games. He lofted one into left, and Rodriguez scored to make it 2-0. Starter Fernando Rodriguez surrendered a 1-out double to Curtis Thigpen in the bottom of the first. Then Corey Patton broke his bat and singled into left. Thigpen scored, and it was 2-1 Kernels after 1 inning. Lansing got what appeared to be the game's biggest blow in the 4th inning. They loaded the bases with 2 out, and Fernando Rodriguez surrendered an opposite field bases-clearing 3-run double to Ryan Klosterman that put Lansing ahead in the 4th, 4-2. In the 6th, though, a leadoff triple by Sean Rodriguez over the center fielder Rodriguez's head, Huber Rodriguez, that is. Ben Johnson brought home Rodriguez when he grounded out to short. It was 4-3 Lansing. Then Drew Toussaint, with the key at bat in the game for the Kernels, drew a 1-out walk. That spelled the end of starter A.J. Wideman. In came Jordy Tomplay, and he surrendered a 2-run homer to Aaron Peel. Peel drove it over the center field fence with Toussaint aboard to make it 5-4 Kernels. In the top of the 7th, the Kernels put Giannotti and Rodriguez aboard with back-to-back singles, but Jordy Tomplay prevented the Kernels from scoring any bonus or insurance runs. In the bottom of the 7th, Frederick Deloiza-Gacarney, who had come on in the bottom of the 6th to get Juan Peralta to wrap into an any double play, it was Deloiza-Gacarney who hit Ryan Klosterman, but then got Curtis Thigpen to fly to right when he fell behind him 3-1. He then fanned 2 left-handed hitters, Corey Patton and Chip Cannon, to help the Kernels win it 5-4. Here's the final line score. The Kernels 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, stranded 7. The Lugnuts 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors, Lansing left 6. The winning pitcher was T.J. Stanton. T.J. spun a scoreless 5th inning and got the first out of the 6th inning. T.J. Stanton, the winner, he's now 2-1. The loser was Jordy Tom Play. He's 1-1 for the Lugnuts. And a save to Frederick Deloiziga-Carney, his first save of the season. The game took 2 hours and 12 minutes, and no attendance has been announced yet. We'll be back in just a moment and enjoy our Access Direct play of the game. 5-4 Kernels. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
We've been telling you for some time that Greg's Lawn Service is a cut above the rest when it comes to caring for your lawn. However, Greg's experienced staff does so much more than lawn care. They offer complete landscape design and installation, concrete curb edging, grading, sodding, and hydro seeding. Yes, Greg's is a complete lawn care service, and they welcome the opportunity to show you why they are a cut above the rest. Give Greg's a call for more details about their wide range of services.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion High-Bees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion High-Bees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion High-Bees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion High-Bees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
The Kernel curtain call in Game 1 of a doubleheader goes to the Kernels, 5-4. Access Direct, proud to present our Access Direct play of the game. Access Direct is looking for team players to join the team at Access Direct and start your rewarding career. Visit them online at www.accdir.com. That's accdir.com, or call Access Direct at 261-0260. Fun, friendly atmosphere, benefits at Access Direct that include medical, dental, and vision insurance, and a 401k savings plan, plus a casual dress code at Access Direct. Our Access Direct play of the game took place in the 6th inning. Sean Rodriguez got it started when he tripled over the head of the center fielder, Uber Rodriguez. Rodriguez ignited, Sean did, a 3-run Kernel 6th inning that was also highlighted with Aaron Peel belting a 2-run homer that put the Kernels ahead 5-4. Rodriguez's leadoff triple over the center fielder's head got it all started, and that's why we chose Sean's leadoff triple in the 6th, one of 3 hits he had in Game 1, as our Access Direct play of the game. Kernels win the first game of the doubleheader 5-4. When we return in a minute, we'll have the State Farm Major League scoreboard in the zone.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Hello? Yeah, this is Aaron from Georgia. I just wanted to tell Colin that he's a genius, man.
Oh, hold on. Let me get Colin for you. Stay there. I'll get Colin right for you. Next to you. Hold on. Let me...
Colin, come here.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, go ahead. This is Colin.
Colin, man, you're a genius. I agree totally with you about the pitching stuff.
Thank you. I feel like I'm a genius.
Don't be left out of The Herd. Only on ESPN Radio.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
This is John Rogers. Glad to be back with you from Oldsmobile Park, where the Kernels edged Lansing 5-4 in Game 1 of this doubleheader. And thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Gary Schubat, and Dale Thompson, we can bring you one final from this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It was in this great state of Michigan where the Tigers tamed the Twins 6-4. We're going to take a short break. Game 2 is scheduled to start in 20 minutes, so we will hang in there with our in-studio engineer Jake and likely roll the theme for Game 2 about 6:45 6:45 Iowa time is when we'll likely be back with the nightcap of this twin bill. The Kernels win it 5-4 and start an 8-game road trip on a mighty positive note. 5-4 Kernels, thanks for being with us for Game 1 and the Colonel Curtain Call. We'll return for the nightcap in about 15 minutes. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Who will be the next KCRG TV9 Athlete of the Week, presented by Blair Ridge Dental? Nominate your athlete from any sport at any high school in the KCRG TV9 viewing area by calling Newsline 9 at 365-9999. Nominations are accepted Saturday through Monday. Then Tuesday, see the weekly finalists on KCRG TV9 News at 6. Vote for your favorite nominee by calling City Line. In Cedar Rapids, call 363-7000. Enter category prep. That's category 7737. Or log on to KCRG.com and cast your ballot online. Thursday, meet the winner on KCRG TV9 News at 10. Plus, hear an interview with the newest athlete of the week on Game Day with Scott Unash here on The Zone. And check out the Winners Gallery posted at thezone1600.com. Catch the KCRG TV9 Athlete of the Week presented by Blair Ridge Dental on KCRG TV9 and here on The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
Need to do tonight. What should we watch for?
They've got to speed the game up. Houston wants to play a half-court set. Jeff Van Gundy is a master of half-court defense, and you got Yao back there, and all of a sudden you come out off the bench with Dikembe Mutombo, who's one of the greatest shot blockers to play this game. You don't want to get into a half-court set. What they have to do is the old saying is that you can't run transition if you're taking the ball out the net all the time. Yep. And that's what they did. They're taking the ball out the net all the time, and all of a sudden Houston has a chance to set up and play defense. They need to get Dirk out in the open court, get him, mismatches all across the court where all of a sudden you've got different people picking him up in transition so he can shoot over them or create opportunities for Stackhouse. Michael Finley's got to step up. Michael Finley had 7 points. Nobody was talking about that.
Didn't get enough shots either.
Didn't get enough shots, and I just think Van Gundy did a great job of inserting Ryan Bowen and just to aggravate Nowinski. And I think, you know what? They talk about defense with Dallas. They still need to bring the offensive game to win this series.
Denver was 25-4 after the All-Star break. George Karl obviously has done a great job. Mm-hmm. They grabbed Game 1. Tim Duncan's obviously not himself.
Right.
They do have these extra days in between games. Don't play again until Wednesday.
Right.
What do you think of this Denver-San Antonio series now? Denver winning Game 1.
Well, people forget that, they were 31-7 after Karl got there. They're not your typical 7 seed. I mean, they're the third best team in the league right now behind. And that's what people misunderstand. They've been playing great on the road. They've been playing great at home. Tim Duncan's not 100%. So I don't think 2 days is going to make him feel any better. But we'll see how, he grows and gets better in these next couple of days, but they've got enough bodies to bang him, run him around. I mean, Camby's lengths bother them. Martin just beating the crap out of him the whole game. So, it's just one of those things. That's George Karl basketball. It's grind out basketball, and I think this is going to be an outstanding series.
T. Brown. Getting it done. You got it done. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Let's take out the games. Pacers-Celtics, Game 2, Fleet Center. Kevin Winter.
Chuck will tell you, if the Pacers keep up this pace of what they're shooting at from the floor, it's going to be a long night for the Celtics or any other team in the NBA. Indiana's come out in the first quarter tonight. They've hit 9 of their first 11 shots, including 5 for 5 from beyond the three-point arc. Steven Jackson following up a 25-point performance in Game 1. He's already got 13 of the first quarter of this one. Pacers leading 27-18, 2 minutes ago in the first quarter. At the Fleet Center in Boston, Kevin Winter for Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Meanwhile, the Red Sox taking on the Baltimore Orioles tonight. To baseball we go, and Mike Petraglia at Fenway Park.
All right, Chuck, a little bit better success for the Red Sox, at least early on. They lead at 2-1. The Orioles did manage to score the first inning run against Boston in 20 games this year. Brian Roberts getting a single, a couple of stolen bases, an RBI grounded out by Miguel Tejada. He leads the American League now with 23 RBIs. Red Sox respond with 2 in the bottom of the first for David Wells. RBI singles by Edgar Renteria and Kevin Millar. We are in the top of the second. It is the Red Sox 2 and the Orioles 1. That's the story at Fenway. Now for an update on the Phillies and Nationals in Washington, here's Craig Heist.
All right, Mike, we head to the bottom of the second inning, and it's a 2-0 lead now for the Phillies over the Nationals, getting both their runs off Zach Day in the second inning. A potential double play ground ball hit by David Bell could have ended the inning, but a throwing error by Jose Vidro past Nick Johnson allowed a run from third base to score, and then pitcher Corey Lytle, 2 batters later, helping his own cause with an RBI single. Lytle on the hill, 0-2, an ERA of 3.86, opposed by Zach Day tonight. and Day comes in at 1-1. Right now, he and the Nationals trail the Phillies 2-0 here at RFK. Peter Schwartz up at Shea Stadium watching the Mets and the Braves. Peter, what's happening?
All right, Craig, bottom of the second inning here in Flushing, and the Braves lead the Mets 1-0. Horacio Ramirez against Aaron Heilman. The Braves scoring in the top of the first inning. Rafael Furcal single, stole second and stole third. He came around the score when Adam LaRoche grounded into a fielder's choice, thrown out at first base, but the inning ended when Brian Jordan was thrown out on the same play, trying to reach third base all the way around from first. We're in the bottom of the second inning. The Braves lead the Mets 1-0 at Shea Stadium. Peter Schwartz for Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Thank you, Peter. In the first year with Denver, Maurice Clarett will not play it down, serve as a backup, become the starter, or have a Pro Bowl season. That's our Game Night question. Game Night at ESPNRadio.com. We'll look at that, the NFL Draft's other top stories, coming up on Game Night on ESPN Radio.
I'm Al Michaels with Miracles and Milestones, brought to you by the all-new Kia Spectra 5. Despite having the best record in the lockout-shortened 1998-99 season, few foresaw the dominance that the San Antonio Spurs would exhibit in the NBA playoffs. After splitting the first two games with Minnesota in the first round, the Spurs won an NBA single-season record 12 straight playoff games, sweeping the Lakers in Portland and winning the first two games of the finals against the New York Knicks. San Antonio won that series 4-1 and were 15-2 in postseason play.
If you just found yourself saying, yeah, I knew that, then you could be on your way to winning a new sport-tuned Kia Spectra 5 and other cool prizes. Just log on to ESPN.com, search Kia, and play the Kia Shoot-Around Challenge online trivia game. A lifetime of sitting on your butt watching basketball may finally pay off.
No purchase necessary. Open only to U.S. legal residents who are 21 or older as of the date of entry. Entries must be received by June 6, 2005. Must have valid U.S. driver's license to win grand prize. Void where prohibited. For official rules, go to ESPN.com, search Kia.
Sometimes comes down to just one shot.
Yeah. Elliott, a right corner three. Oh, God! There's a three for the game. Hey, go to Chicago! Stockton hits the three. It's over. Throws up the three. It's good. Phoenix wins it. Stephon Marbury. Whoa! And my name ring bell from Atlanta to Sicily. Jordan, 20-footer ahead of the cage. Good. Baby, you got to love that.
The NBA playoffs is heard on ESPN Radio. This week on the Battle of the Gridiron Stars, can sibling rivalry break the tie between the Nationals and the Americans? Peyton.
I got my game face on.
And Eli.
Peyton called me out.
Go head-to-head in the soccer shootout and jet ski slalom to determine who's the better Manning. On the golf course, Jeremiah Trotter teaches everyone a lesson in long scoring drives. And instead of teeing off, Chad Johnson gets teed off. The Battle of the Gridiron Stars, presented by Goodyear, Tuesday 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. The NBA's all-ugly team is out, and Dan Patrick and Charles Barkley discuss the starting five.
This is a former Bullets center.
George Whiteside.
Yes, Jorge is on there. Okay, this guy played at Murray State. He's the other forward on the team.
Oh, Popeye Jones.
Yeah, Popeye's on there.
You know, Popeye just had some ear problems. He wasn't an ugly man.
Now your guards. People would make fun of him and say his sister was better than him.
Oh, Reggie Miller. Reggie's got the ear problems, too. Reggie ain't no ugly man.
The ugliest guard in the history of professional basketball by a long margin. Everything that can go wrong with the human face goes wrong with...
Sam Cassell. Larry Bird got to be on there, too. Well, Larry Bird, he's one of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life. He had the pleasure of playing because he's not a good-looking man. You got to admit, if somebody's got the perfect name, it's Larry Bird. He looks like a bird.
Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to the Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio.
This May, Real Classics is shaping up to be a knockout because May is Rocky Month on ESPN Classic. 5 great movies, 1 great tradition. Every Sunday at 8. Another Rocky film.
Hey, fool, you ready for another beat?
From the Oscar-winning original
You're gonna eat like me, and you're gonna get nailed.
to Rocky 5, Real Classics Rocky Month. Coming this May, only on ESPN Classic. Presented by Circuit City. Get Classic. Call your cable or satellite provider. Watch your team's out-of-market games live from anywhere. Log on to ESPN.com for MLB.tv. Live Major League Baseball right to your desktop. Subscribe and catch your favorite team live from any computer. Get the most baseball available anywhere, live online. Log on to ESPN.com. Sign up for MLB.tv and never miss a game again. MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
Hey, man, check this out. We got a lot to play for, man. We got something to play for. They got something to play for. It's got to mean everything to you right now. We got to be one. We got to get these wins, man. So let's go. Like it's our last. 1, 2, 3, Cedar. Yo, together on 3. Let's keep rolling, y'all. 1, 2, 3, together. 1, 2, 3. All right. Signs on 3. 1, 2, 3. Signs. Ain't nothing to it. What to do it. Ain't nothing to it. What to do it. 1, 2, 3.
It's on. The NBA playoffs now playing on ESPN.
Under 60, 2-point game. Francis.
The playoffs. Every point matters.
Unbelievable.
Every second counts.
To Duncan. He gets away a fadeaway. He makes it. Unbelievable.
Hope returns with every possession.
They get it to Fisher. He scores!
The NBA playoffs. Heat versus Nets. Sunday, 3 Eastern on ABC.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Stashower. Since the Yankees won Game 3 of the ALCS in Boston, the teams from Boston's record in the postseason is 12-0. The Red Sox won 8, the Patriots 3, and 2 nights ago the Celtics crushed the Pacers by 20. A rare off-playoff game for Reggie Miller, who's, of course, retiring whenever the Pacers season ends. He shot only 1 for 7. In the first quarter tonight of Game 2, he took 3 shots, made them all. Steven Jackson's already got 16 points. And after 1, Indiana leads 30-22 as they jumped in front 13-2 and have never trailed. They'll be followed by Game 2, Houston at Dallas. Rockets won the opener, after which Mavericks coach Avery Johnson spent some time with the officials. The NBA didn't appreciate that. They fined him $10,000. And the NBA has fined Sacramento's Cuttino Mobley $15,000 as he flipped the proverbial obscene gesture at fans in Seattle. Baseball, an eventful inning and a half in Boston. Baltimore leading the Red Sox 3-2. Bruce Chen and David Wells. That was a pitcher's duel for much of the game when they hooked up last week. The Phillies up 2-0 at Washington there in the third. Corey Lytle helped with his college with an RBI single. The Braves going for a 5th straight win. Lead the Mets 1-0 in the second. Houston and Pittsburgh are scoreless in the third. This afternoon in Detroit, before a few frozen faithful, the Tigers beat the Twins 6-4. The Dodgers, glad to be back home later tonight. 13 of their first 18 have been on the road. LA's yet to lose a home game, 5-0. And tonight against Arizona will start Derek Lowe. He's unscored upon in his last 17 innings. Diamondbacks appear much improved. They're 11-8 off a 111 loss 0-4 campaign. That off for the Blue Jays. They've lost 5 in a row. Today they fired their hitting coach, Mike Barnett. First base coach, Mickey Brantley, assumes the duties. A night off for the Yankees, who won yesterday after their captain, Derek Jeter, called a players-only meeting. One thing the Lions have plenty of now, wide receivers. They've taken them in the first round 3 straight years. So today, Detroit released Oz Hakeem, as well as veteran safety Brock Marion. The Vikings released defensive end Kenny Mixon, a 2-year starter who had off-field problems, substance abuse, drunk driving. New basketball coach at Portland State is Washington assistant Ken Bone. I'm John Stashower.
News, scores, highlights. Sports Center every 20 minutes. ESPN Radio. Live from Studio E on the campus of Bristol University, this is Game Night on ESPN Radio. Email us at GameNight@ESPNRadio.com. Here are your hosts, Chuck Wilson and Freddie Coleman.
In the first year with Denver, Maurice Clarett will not play it down, serve as a backup, become the starter, or have a Pro Bowl season? That's our poll question tonight here on ESPN Radio's Game Night. You can email the show, Game Night at ESPN Radio. We'll check the Net Zero inbox. Along with Freddie Coleman, I'm Chuck Wilson. Freddie, what do we think here? Logically, come in, probably a backup-type status, but how much do you think he'll play? Do you have a sense of it?
Well, unfortunately for Denver Broncos organization, a lot of times they've had backs that they've settled on, and then Mike Shanahan has lost confidence in them. Quentin Griffin started the season as a starting running back last year. Reuben Jones wound up taking over and never relinquishing the spot to him, and then even Tatum Bell got some touches as well. I can see the same scenario happening, that Tatum Bell is the incumbent, but uneasy on the head lies the crown, especially if you're a running back in Mike Shanahan's offense. I think if Clarett keeps his head on straight, and I think he'll be able to do that, and comes into camp on time and shows the ability that he showed his first year at Ohio State. He could get a lot of time in that backfield for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, the thing that I guess surprises me more than anything else is just that even with moving Reuben Drones, they were still sitting there with Bell and Griffin, and they brought in Dane. Anderson, of course, was hurt. Claret.
Yeah.
Seems it's going to be interesting. He's had a system that has produced 1,000-plus yard running backs. So we'll see what happens with Claret. I was surprised he went that early. I thought they could have gotten him later. I really
probably could have gotten him a lot later. Yeah.
I thought so. I was surprised. The one thing that...
Let the good times roll with the fun of Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Bring your family, meet your friends. This is where the fun never ends. Everybody knows when you're at the game, the good times roll. Hey, Kernels, let the good times roll. Beat around the Kernels, let the good times roll.
With the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, here's the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
Well, welcome back to Oldsmobile Park in Lansing, Michigan. We've had our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show earlier this afternoon. Ben Johnson, who will be in the lineup in the nightcap. Ben played an integral part of the Kernel Game 1 victory against the Lugnuts 5-4. Ben Johnson drove in a pair of runs. The Kernels got a 3-run got 2 in the first, didn't score again until the 6th, but made it a 3-run 6th inning. Key blows in that 6th inning in Game 1. Sean Rodriguez, the leadoff triple. He scored on a Ben Johnson ground out. Drew Toussaint then walked, and Aaron Peel greeted reliever Jordy Tomplay with a 2-run homer over the center field wall. The Kernels got terrific relief pitching from T.J. Stanton and Frederick DeLoitha Gacarni en route to a 5-4 win. That ups the Kernel road record on the year to a impressive 5-3, 7-9 overall. Let's set the starting lineups for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Ken Joyce, 40-year-old skipper in his first year with the Lansing Lugnuts, managed in the South Atlantic League with Charleston last year, the Charleston Alley Cats, an affiliate of the Toronto Blue Jays. Joyce never played professional baseball. He has done a number of things as an educator, including earned degrees in history and education from the University of Southern Maine. In Game 2 for Lansing, their record now stands at 10-6. Ryan Klosterman, the shortstop, leads off a bases-clearing 3-run double in the 4th inning of Game 1, gave the Lugnuts a middle-of-the-game 4-2 lead. Jason Armstrong will bat second. Armstrong at third base for Lansing. Hitting third is Eric Nielsen, the right fielder. Nielsen will bat third and right. Chip Cannon will be the cleanup batter and serve as the DH in Game 2 for Lansing. In left field, it's Luke Hetherington. Hetherington in left field batting fifth. He didn't play in the opener for the Lugnuts. David Hicks didn't play in Game 1. He'll be at first base in Game 2. Hicks at first base bats sixth. Batting seventh is Uber Rodriguez, the center fielder. The Lugnut catcher in Game 2 is David Corrente. Corrente, Corrente, will catch in bat eighth, and batting ninth, switch-hitting second baseman for Lansing, Juan Peralta. On the hill for the Lugnuts is Kyle Yates. He's a 5'10 right-hander. Yates is 22 years old, and he went to the University of Texas. He was a 13th-round pick by Toronto last year. Kyle Yates, 0-1 on the year, an ERA of 4.24, making his fourth start of the year, no complete games. Right-hander Kyle Yates pitching Game 2 for Lansing. Allen Motor Company is proud to present the Allen Motor Company Game 2 lineups here in Michigan State Capitol. Allen's is open late tonight until 9 o'clock, so you still have another couple of hours to head out to Allen Motor Company for their spring cleanup sale. 2005 Cadillac DeVilles are priced at an $8,000 savings at Allen Motor Company. For just $299 a month, you can purchase a 2005 GMC Sierra regular cab pickup truck during Allen's spring cleanup sale. Remember, they're open late till 9 o'clock this evening. The Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup has the red-hot Richard Giannotti leading off in center field. The switch hitter had 2 hits in Game 1. Batting second, a Kernel newcomer, Jason Ramos. Ramos at second base will bat second. Sean Rodriguez had 3 of the Kernel 8 hits in the opening game win. Sean will bat third and play shortstop. Batting cleanup is the left fielder, Drew Toussaint. Ben Johnson will be behind the plate in the nightcap. Johnson catching, batting 5th in the Allen Motor Company order. It's Freddie Sandoval batting 6th. Freddie will be at third base in Game 2. Australian Michael Collins bats 7th in the Allen Motor Company order. He'll be at first base. Playing right field is Warner Madrigal, and Madrigal is batting 8th. And batting 9th in the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup in Game 2, a 2-run blast that vaulted the Kernels into the lead in the 6th inning in the first game, designated hitter Aaron Peel. Rounding out the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup, on the hill is lefty Nic Touchstone. Nick is making his 4th start of the young season. He's won 1 and lost 1. 23-year-old left-hander from Sumter High School in South Carolina. He went to junior college in Florida. Nic Touchstone, a 6'5" southpaw, 220 pounds, 1-1 with a 4.26 earned run average, is on the hill for the Kernels. That's the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. The umpires brought to us by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. Behind the plate, Garrett Wilson, and on the diamond, Nicholas Nolde. Those are our umpires for Game 2 of this doubleheader, brought to you by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. The Kernels remain in their red knit batting practice tops with white numbers and blue lettering across the front. The Kernels will wear, well, I can't tell. They'll wear their all-blue caps in Game 2. The Lugnuts have a different look. They're in their black knit batting practice tops with red numbers trimmed in white. Lansing with white home pants, black socks, and black shoes. Black hats as well. The Lugnuts take the field. Unusual between games of a doubleheader. We will have the national anthem sung before Game 2. So let's go down to the diamond where a group of middle school and high school students, it looks like high school students, have assembled in a semicircle facing the backstop. They are set to honor America with the singing of the national anthem. Kernels won Game 1 6-5, and here is the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner before Game 2 of this twin bill. A live rendition of the national anthem here at Oldsmobile Park prior to Game 2 of the Kernels doubleheader with the Lugnuts. The Kernels captured the opener 5-4. We'll enjoy the second game in just a moment. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
It's Greeny and Golick.
My kids' favorite song in the world is the song YMCA. So I go to Barnes & Noble and I come across the Village People's Greatest Hits. Okay. So I walk up to pay. And so I'm standing there online. Yeah. And some guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, you're Greeny." Uh-huh. And he said, "Hey, what's up with Golick?" Whatever, that's making a little nice conversation. And he says to me, "What are you buying?" Oh, no. And all of a sudden I realize what I'm buying. What you have in your hands that you now have to show this guy. So I hold it up. It's the best of the Village People. The look on this guy's face was classic. Yeah. He's like, "Oh, my God, everything they say about you is absolutely right." Gang, we've been trying to tell you, this ain't an act.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio.
Richard Giannotti will be first up to face right-hander Kyle Yates. Out of the University of Texas, Kyle's 22 years old, and he's making his fourth start of the year, a 4.24 ERA. Richard Giannotti was a big cog in the Kernel win in the opener. Richard was 2 for 3 with a walk. And the game's first pitch is low as Richard attempted to bunt his way on. Giannotti is a switch hitter batting left. And we're underway in Game 2. Temperature now in the, well, my thermometer says it's still in the high 50s. Giannotti smashes one foul into the right field corner. 4 strike 1. Game 2 of a doubleheader, and we're at Oldsmobile Park in Lansing taking on the Toronto Blue Jay minor leaguers. A Kernel win in the opener, 5-4. This right-hander works from the stretch. Giannotti bunts one foul to the on-deck hitter, Jason Ramos. Jason's a new name in the Kernel scheme of things. That's because Josh LeBlanc, Mitch Arnold, and Clifton Remele are all on the disabled list. Fastball just missed. I don't know where. And Kyle Yates, the right-hander, thought he had Giannotti struck out. Richard, a switch hitter batting left, grounds one past the mound to shortstop, and Ryan Klosterman fields it cleanly and throws in time. Giannotti reached in the first inning in Game 1 and with a base hit and scored. He grounds out to short to start Game 2, and now Jason Ramos, the batter. Ramos, an unfamiliar name to Kernel fans. That's because, well, unfamiliar in one way, familiar in another. He came to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim after spending 2 seasons in the Red Sox organization. His father, Bobby Ramos, is the Anaheim Angel roving catching instructor. The switch hitter lifts one into center. Straight away for Uber Rodriguez. Jason Ramos has flown out to center in his Kernel debut. And there are 2 out here in the Kernel first inning for Sean Rodriguez. Sean doubled and scored in the first in Game 1, then got the Kernel 3-run 6th inning in Game 1 started with a triple that he hit over the center fielder Rodriguez's head. Uber Rodriguez, that is, in center field. Lansing and black knit batting practice tops. Strike 1 is in to Sean Rodriguez. Sean started tonight batting .212, but his average will be higher with that 3-hit performance in Game 1. There's strike 2 on the outside corner. A light breeze still blowing from the Kernel third base dugout out towards the right field foul pole. Rodriguez crumples up as a pitch came up and into Sean, and the pitch rattled off his wide ash bat towards the Lugnuts first base dugout. Count remains 0-2 to Sean Rodriguez. Yates works quickly, and into his windup, time is called. The right-hander Kyle Yates is 5'10", 190. A Texas Longhorn in his collegiate pitching days. An 0-2 pitch is high and away to Sean Rodriguez. Oldsmobile Park in its 10th year. Ball 2 just low and outside. The Lugnuts wanted the call. It's 2-2 to Sean. They started off as a Royal affiliate, went with the Cubs, and now the Blue Jays send their minor leaguers here. Ball 3 is high. Ronnie Cedeno played here as a Lansing Lugnut, and he's the fellow the Cubs called up from AAA Des Moines, the I-Cubs, to replace Nomar Garciaparra. A hard-hit ball on 2 hops to short, and straight over the top with the peg, Ryan Klosterman to get Sean Rodriguez. A 1-2-3 inning for right-hander Kyle Yates. And after the Kernels won the opener 5-4, they go down in order in Game 2 of the first half inning. After one half inning, Kernels nothing, Lugnuts coming up. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Kelly's Auto Center in Iowa City is the home of the nationwide 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Whether it's across town or across the country, you'll drive with confidence in a Kelly's car. Each of Kelly's vehicles receives a strict 110-point safety inspection to make sure you receive the quality used vehicle you've come to expect from us. A qualified mechanic checks each car, truck, and van bumper to bumper. For peace of mind on your next vehicle purchase, stop by and see Brett or Tim at Kelly's Auto Center at 510 South Riverside Drive in Iowa City.
Unless you have a crystal ball that really works, nobody can foresee all the risks that might become realities. Most of us don't have a foolproof crystal ball, though. That's why it's sensible to consider the calamities that might occur to your car, home, business, or life, and insure yourself against the worst. See Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent, about a well-planned insurance program for your individual needs. The future is uncertain. See your Pekin insurance agent, Phil Andrews, at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
Traveling today can be somewhat hectic, even downright confusing at times. Why not let Tri-State Travel take all that frustration out of your travel plans? Whether you want to experience a cruise, enjoy a weekend getaway in Las Vegas, or just need to make airline, rental car, or hotel reservations, Tri-State Travel's Westdale Mall office can help. Our experienced staff can lower your travel stress levels so you can get more enjoyment out of your journey. Stop by Tri-State Travel's Westdale Mall office today and get ready to travel worry-free.
Southpaw Nic Touchstone, who was 7-7 in 22 starts as a Colonel last season, is in his third year of professional baseball. Nick last started last Tuesday night at home against Peoria. A no decision in a Colonel 6-5 loss to the Chiefs. He went 4 2/3, surrendering 3 runs in 4 2/3 on 5 hits. Touchstone struck out 6 in 4 2/3, walked 3. And he's ready to go against Ryan Klosterman. Strike one is in at the knees. Klosterman winces at the plate umpire, Garrett Wilson. He was squared around, faked a bunt, and took strike one. Let's set the Kernels for you. A battery of Touchstone and Ben Johnson here in the second game. On the infield is ball one is high, a fastball. Freddie Sandoval at third, playing well off the line. Up the middle, Sean Rodriguez and Jason Ramos, the Colonel newcomer, at short and second, and over at first, Michael Collins. A high pop foul out of play way down the right field line. Strike 2 to Ryan Klosterman. Drew Toussaint in left for the Kernels. Shading way around to right center is Richard Giannotti in center, and Warner Madrigal near the line in right. The Kernels are defensing Ryan Klosterman to hit the other way. He swings and fouls one into the mid of Ben Johnson, a high fastball. And that's how game 2 starts for the Lugnuts. A strikeout of Ryan Klosterman, their leadoff man, by Nic Touchstone. Jason Armstrong didn't play in the first game. Jason is a right-handed hitter out of Trinity. And I'm not sure if that's Trinity in Texas or Trinity in Connecticut. I would guess Trinity in Connecticut. Ball one high and away from lefty Nic Touchstone to Jason Armstrong. In 7 games, this right-handed batter hitting .429. He grounds one fair past first into the right field corner. Madrigal plays it off the wall and holds the batter to a long single. What a terrific play by Warner Madrigal, holding Jason Armstrong to an opposite field single. Armstrong grounded it sharply between Michael Collins at first and the bag into the right field corner. Warner Madrigal played the carom off the wall beyond the Lansing right field bullpen perfectly and stopped Armstrong in his tracks. Quite a play by Warner Madrigal. Armstrong adds to his .429 average with a one-out single here in the first inning. And in comes Eric Nielsen. In game 1, Nielsen hit 5th, and he walked, struck out looking, and singled. Eric Nielsen, the batter. 192 hitter on the year. Ball one low from Nic Touchstone. It snowed all weekend, forcing postponement of Saturday afternoon series opener and yesterday's scheduled game 2. Not a speck of the white stuff left here now, though, as Nielsen fouls one into the screen. We'll have another round of The the Roadshow Trivia Challenge for you when the Kernels bat in the 4th inning. And we'll also have a Did You Know question later this evening. Nic Touchstone fires outside, and that's ball 2 to the batter. Right-handed hitting Eric Nielsen, Nielson, out of University of Nevada, Las Vegas. This right-handed hitter ahead in the count 2-1. Touchstone throws to first, and back safely is Jason Armstrong. With the Kernel win in the opener, our ball club's record is now 7-9 in the first half. And Lansing is 10-6. A throw to first, and diving back safely is Armstrong. Nic Touchstone has a terrific pickoff move. He's already picked off 3 or 4 runners in his first 3 starts. A big gap in the left center field alley between Drew Toussaint and Richard Giannotti. Fastball is hammered into deep right. Madrigal goes back. It's off the wall for extra bases. The lead runner, Armstrong, will round third. He'll stop there on a double belted over Warner Madrigal's head by Eric Nielsen. Second and third with only 1 out as the Lugnuts have had good success so far here in the first inning against Nic Touchstone. Boy, Nick left that pitch up out over the plate in the wheelhouse of Eric Nielsen, and I mean he drilled it high over the head of Warner Madrigal off the 8-foot-high padded wall in right field, about 350 feet away. It's only 305 down the lines here at Oldsmobile Park, but the walls are 20 feet high down the line. The deepest part of the ballpark is to right center, 412 feet. Chip Cannon has an outstanding chance now to put Lansing ahead here in the first inning. A curve, a beauty, a strike on the outside corner from Touchstone to Chip Cannon. Chip in game 1 was held hitless. He went 0 for 4. Left-handed batter from South Carolina. He swings at a changeup and didn't get it. Strike 2. Our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest, Ben Johnson, is the Kernel receiver in this second game. Ben told us he's not making a transition to first base. He is a catcher, and he's biding his time as Tommy Duenas gets the majority of the playing time in his third year as a Kernel. Ball 1 in the dirt. Another changeup from the tall Kernel lefty. Nic Touchstone has pitched 12 2/3 innings in his first 3 Kernel starts, yielding 14 hits in 12 2/3. Nick has fanned 11 and walked 11 in 12 2/3. The 1-2 to the left-handed batter is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Chip Cannon goes down swinging for the second out of the Lugnut first inning. Now Luke Hetherington will bat. Hetherington didn't play in the first game. Luke is from the state of Washington. He's 22 years old, and this is his 5th year of professional baseball. Luke Hetherington was drafted out of high school in the 9th round in 2001, and he's from Covington, Washington, the same state as catcher Ben Johnson. A fastball over but low, ball 1 to Hetherington, a right-handed hitter. Luke hitting 182, no homers, no RBIs. He has a chance with runners at second and third to put the Lugnuts ahead here in the first inning. Touchstone set below the belt, just misses outside, ball 2. Nick asked the plate umpire, was that outside? And Garrett Wilson answers with a nod of the head, yes. Luke Hetherington has an open stance. Played in the Appalachian League last year, and he swings and fouls one straight back, strike 1. He played in Pulaski the last 2 seasons in the Appalachian League. Last year, Luke hit .255. Belted 8 home runs in 59 games, drove in 40 runs. Luke Hetherington holds his hands right in close to his torso, like our former Cedar Rapids Red Eric Davis used to do. Ball 3 low to Hetherington. The Lugnut skipper, Ken Joyce, coaching at third with a heavy black jacket on. A 3-1 pitch is sliced foul off to the right above the Lugnut first base dugout. And that runs the count full to Hetherington. No score, bottom of the first inning, game 2 of a doubleheader. The Kernels won the first game 5-4. Nic Touchstone with the payoff pitch. Ground ball into the right side underneath the diving effort of Jason Ramos, and it'll score a pair. The throw home by Madrigal not in time to get the sliding Eric Nielsen. Well, Luke Hetherington grounded one just beyond the reach of Jason Ramos, who dove to his left and could not make the play. Or down a big 2-out, 2-run single by Luke Hetherington puts Lansing ahead here in the early going 2-0. 3 hits off Nic Touchstone. The ball was hit sharply. Jason Ramos gave it a great effort going to his left and diving, but could not slow it down. Armstrong scored from third. Eric Nielsen just did beat the throw home from Warner Madrigal to make it 2-0 Lugnuts. David Hicks takes up and in. The runner goes, and a stolen base for Luke Hetherington. No throw by catcher Ben Johnson. That stolen base by Hetherington is first of the year. The Kernels paid absolutely no attention to him, and he stole the base without a throw. The sixth man to bat here in the 2-run Lugnut first inning is David Hicks, a left-handed hitter. Big kid out of North Carolina. And I mean he's big. He fists one to third. Easy for Freddie Sandoval, who vacuums it up and throws in time. David Hicks rolls out to third, and the Lugnuts strike for a pair on 3 hits in the first inning. There were no Kernel errors, and the Lugnuts leave a runner aboard. After 1 inning in game 2 of a twin bill, the Kernels won the first one 5-4. Lansing leads the nightcap 2-0. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Your home is a powerful asset. Managed wisely, it can help you with home improvements, tuition, and other expenses. Wells Fargo Home Equity Financing is the key. With flexible terms, competitive rates, and affordable payments. Our bankers have the knowledge and resources to help you find the best financing for your needs. Talk with a Wells Fargo banker today and see how home equity financing can help you reach your next stage. Wells Fargo, the next stage, equal housing lender.
ESPN Radio Sports Center every 20 minutes. When you need the score.
We start with a game full of playoff implications.
When you need the news.
A county grand jury in Texas today, as expected, formally indicted Carlton Dodson.
When you want the highlights.
And a runner on third, headed for the plate. He's flying. He's out. He was tagged out by Barco.
Scores, news, highlights, Sports Center. Every 20 minutes on ESPN Radio.
Second against 5'10" right-hander Kyle Yates. Drew Toussaint lifts the first pitch high and deep to right. Back goes Eric Nielsen in front of the track. Now on the track, he reaches up and has it. First pitch swinging, Drew Toussaint flies to deep right. 1 pitch, 1 out in the Kernel's second inning. And it's 2-0 Lansing. Physicians Clinic of Iowa is the health care provider of the Kernels, exclusive health care provider. Quality health care close to home. Physicians Clinic of Iowa providing us with our Physicians Clinic of Iowa injury report. 3 Kernels are shelved with injuries. Here's a strike to Ben Johnson. Ben drove in 2 of the Kernel 5 runs in our opening game win here tonight. He falls behind 0-2 as he pushes one foul toward the Kernel third base dugout. Ben, a switch hitter, batting left. Physicians Clinic of Iowa with our Kernel injury report. Closer Mitch Arnold sidelined with a sore right elbow as Johnson takes low and away ball 1 from right-hander Kyle Yates. Second baseman Josh LeBlanc is lost with a broken left hamate bone in his left hand. Swinging a foul by Ben to stay in the hole 1-2. Foul straight back. And Clifton Remele has been sidelined for about 2 weeks now with a strained right oblique muscle. Ball 2 is high and away to Ben Johnson. The Kernels in their red knit batting practice tops with gray trousers, white numbers on the back of their red jerseys, and Lansing in black jerseys. Hammering one into the left center field gap is Ben Johnson, and chasing it down is Uber Rodriguez. Ben Johnson is racing towards second. He stops with a one-out double. Ben Johnson, who drove in 2 of the Kernel 5 runs in Game 1, has laced a one-out double into the left center field alley between Hetherington in left and Ubel Rodriguez in center, and it's a scoring chance for the Kernels here in the second inning. That's the first Kernel hit of the nightcap. And it brings in Freddie Sandoval. Freddie had a hit in his last trip up in Game 1. Then he stole second. He was 1 for 3. Ball 1 is upstairs to switch hitter Freddie Sandoval. Wide stance, open stance for Freddie. He's batting left-handed with Johnson at second and 1 out in the second inning, and he swings and misses at a high fastball. Ben Johnson now calls time and does some landscaping work about 25 feet off the bag at second with his spikes. The outfield dimensions here are quirky. That's what makes playing here so much fun and so unpredictable. Freddie Sandoval belts one into deep right center. Rodriguez is there and has it. Ben Johnson tags but holds it second as the relay throw dribbles in under the shortstop's glove, but Ben Johnson holds at second. Boy, Freddie Sandoval whistled one hard into straightaway center. Actually, Uber Rodriguez had to go a few steps to his left to make the grab. And there are 2 away in the Kernel's second inning for Michael Collins, the Australian first baseman. Michael's folks listen in on the internet down in Australia, a separate continent. A ground ball to the second baseman near the bag at second. It's Juan Peralta throwing out Michael Collins. Michael was jammed and fisted Juan past the mound to second for the final out of the Kernel's second inning. The Kernels waste a one-out double by Ben Johnson and squander their first hit of Game 2. The Kernels won the opener 5-4, but after an inning and a half, it's Lansing leading the nightcap 2-0. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Your home is a powerful asset. Managed wisely, it can help you with home improvements, tuition, and other expenses. Wells Fargo Home Equity Financing is the key. With flexible terms, competitive rates, and affordable payments. Our bankers have the knowledge and resources to help you find the best financing for your needs. Talk with a Wells Fargo banker today and see how home equity financing can help you reach your next stage. Wells Fargo, the next stage for your housing lender.
Kelly's Auto Center in Iowa City is the home of the nationwide 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Whether it's across town or across the country, you'll drive with confidence in a Kelly's car. Each of Kelly's vehicles receives a strict 110-point safety inspection to make sure you receive the quality used vehicle you've come to expect from us. A qualified mechanic checks each car, truck, and van bumper to bumper. For peace of mind on your next vehicle purchase, stop by and see Brett or Tim at Kelly's Auto Center at 510 South Riverside Drive in Iowa City.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't it?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Southpaw Nic Touchstone was touched for 2 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the first inning. He'll face the lower third of Lansing's order in Game 2 of this twin bill. The Kernels captured the first one 5-4. Uber Rodriguez, 158 hitter on the season. Lays off one way high, ball 1. Uber walked and scored in the Lansing 3-run 4th inning in the first game. There's a strike on the inside corner from Touchstone to the right-handed batter. Uber spells his first name Y-U-B-E-R. Swing and a tip foul into the mid of Ben Johnson, getting his second start behind the plate this season for the Kernels. Tommy Duenas caught game one, a Kernel victory. There's ball 2 in the count even now to Rodriguez, 2-2. The Corridor Classic between the Northern Iowa Panthers and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Baseball action tomorrow at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Swing and a miss by Rodriguez, and Nic Touchstone has recorded his third strikeout of the early going. The Corridor Classic between the Panthers and Hawkeyes tomorrow at 6:30 at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Come on out, see great Corridor Classic baseball action, and in so doing, support the American Diabetes Association. We're back at home Monday, May 2nd for the first of an 8-game homestand. Beloit comes in, and then the Burlington Bees. Ball 1 is high to David Correnti, and now ball 2 is upstairs. 2-0 Lugnuts in the bottom of the second inning. David Correnti is from Canada, and he's ahead 3-0 as Nick fired high and outside. A Blue Jay 14th round pick in 2001. Correnti is 21 years old. In his 5th year of pro ball, a right-handed hitting catcher, and a strike is in to David Correnti. David hitting .211 with no homers, 1 RBI in the early going. This is his first trip to the plate tonight. Nic Touchstone has his sign and delivers low and in, ball 4, the first walk issued by the big Kernel lefty. During our upcoming homestand, we have a Cinco de Mayo celebration for you on Thursday, May 5th. It's a noon start, and we'll have all sorts of goodies for you, Mexican treats at our concession stands. That's on Thursday, the 5th of May, a noon start. Strike 1 call to Juan Peralta, switch hitter, batting right. A fajita burger. We'll season our Angus burgers with pepper jack cheese, salsa, and taco seasoning. Popping 1 foul, out of play down the right side is Peralta. Juan's in the hole 0-2. We'll have frozen margaritas plus Corona beer. And we'll season up our pork chop sandwiches. We'll have a south of the border sandwich. Here's a throw to first, and the runner is picked off. Nic Touchstone threw in behind David Correnti and picked him off. The tag applied by Michael Collins, and that's 4 or 5 runners that Nic Touchstone has picked off this season. We'll have a 3-pack jumbo taco special for you on Thursday, May 5th. It's a noon start. You can order your tickets for the upcoming Kernel homestand by logging on to www.kernels.com or by stopping into our Cost Cutters ticket box office, 10 to 5 weekdays. Or give the ticket office a call, 896-7560, 896-7560, for the fun of Kernel baseball, a big 8-game homestand coming your way starting Monday night, May 2nd. Ball 2 is up and in to Juan Peralta. Nobody on, 2 out. Lansing batting in their half of the second, and the Lugnuts own a 2-0 lead. In game 2 of a doubleheader, a squibber up the third baseline, and it rolls foul. Nic Touchstone fields it in foul ground about a third of the way up the third base line. Cinco de Mayo, the Mexican celebration, is on Thursday, May 5th, a noon start. We have single games Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of May. And then the Cinco de Mayo noon game on the 5th of May. We'll have Nurses Recognition Night for you on Wednesday, May 4th. That'll be fun to say thanks to some of the most important people in everyone's lives, and that are nurses, from around the area. Ball 3 now drifts outside to Juan Peralta. He's really battled here, the switch hitter. Batting right-handed. A high pop-up behind first base. It's a fair ball. And giving way to Michael Collins, or Jason Ramos, rather, the second baseman, calls off Michael Collins, and Ramos caught it in shallow right to end the inning. Juan Peralta on a 3-2 pitch is popped up to the new Colonel second baseman, Jason Ramos. No runs, a walk, a man picked off, no hits, and no Colonel errors in the Lugnuts second. And after 2, the Colonels trail Lansing 2-0. The Colonels won game 1 tonight, 5-4. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was a news anchor for Channel 2. You may also have seen me driving around Cedar Rapids in my Honda Accord. Well, I retired from broadcasting, but I haven't given up my Honda. For years, I've told friends they should consider owning a Honda, specifically from Randy Keel Honda. Randy is a local dealer with 13 years of experience in matching drivers to the right vehicle. He has a fine selection of new Hondas, as well as quality pre-owned vehicles. And more than just a reliable service department, Randy Keel Honda offers Confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty on every new vehicle sold. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. And you can do more homework by logging on to Randy's website at www.randykeel.com. I'm a satisfied Honda owner, and I'm sure you will be too. See Randy Keel Honda today on Centerpoint Road Northeast.
The first batter in the Colonel third is Warner Madrigal, and he takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike call. Now ball 1 outside to Warner Madrigal. He didn't play in game 1. A Colonel 6-5 victory. There's a knee-buckling curve from Kyle Yates inside to Warner. Warner Madrigal is hitting 163 with 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Ball 3 low and away to the right-handed slugger. The Colonels as a team batting .216. That is the lowest average in the league. Warner Madrigal belts one over the right field wall onto the grass slope seating berm, and boy did he look good as he tagged one the other way, and he cuts Lansing's lead in half, 2-1 Lugnuts. Warner Madrigal thrashed one hard over the right field wall to the left of the 337 mark, his 3rd home run of the year. It came on a 3-1 count, and it gives the Colonels their first run of game 2. An opposite field blast by Warner Madrigal. He lined it over the head of Eric Nielsen in right onto the grass slope seating berm. Aaron Peel takes low for ball 1. That home run, the second surrendered by Kyle Yates, the Lugnut right-hander. He pumps in a strike to even the count to Aaron Peel, 1-1. Aaron Peel delivered the game-winning blow in the first game of this doubleheader with a 2-run homer in the Colonel 3-run 6th inning. Ball 2 is low to Aaron Peel, who's batting 9th in the Allen Motor Company order after batting 5th in game 1. Well, it's 2-1 Lugnuts. Here's a high drive to deep right. Way back is Eric Nielsen, and he hauls this one in. Aaron Peel gave it a ride about 335 feet away and sent Eric Nielsen tiptoeing into the padded wall to make the catch. Nice to see both Colonel hitters going the other way. Richard Giannotti, switch hitting leadoff batter, wrapped out to short to start game 2. Richard was 2 for 3 in the opener. He's batting left-handed, and he swings and misses strike 1. A changeup from Kyle Yates. Jason Armstrong playing even with the base at third, about 12 feet off the line. Giannotti pops one to third. It's a foul ball. Jason Armstrong is underneath it, and he makes the one-handed catch about 70 feet behind the bag down the left field line. Richard Giannotti, batting left-handed, is 0-for-2 as he fouls out to third. 2 gone in the Kernels third, 2-1 Lugnuts. Here's Jason Ramos. Jason's a switch hitter, making his Kernel debut tonight. He's the son of Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim roving catching instructor Bobby Ramos. And Jason has to skip the rope to avoid being hit ball one. Ramos played for former Kernel skipper Todd Klaus last year for Sarasota, and in 23 games, Jason hit 104. A change-up, tipped foul into the catcher's mitt of David Corrente, strike one to Jason Ramos. Warner Madrigal teed off and launched his third home run of the season onto the right field grass slope seating berm to start this inning. Aaron Peel then flew out to deep right. Richard Giannotti fouled out to third, and it's ball 2 to Jason Ramos. Switch hitter batting left. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Jason's 21 years old from G. Holmes Braddock High School in Miami. Ramos on a 2-2 delivery. Grounds it to first. And it's David Hicks up with it. Underhand to the pitcher covering to end the Kernel third inning. A 3-1 put out on Jason Ramos. The home run by Madrigal leading off the inning. The only Kernel run, 1 run, 1 hit, no Lugnut errors. The Kernels leave the bases empty. The Kernels won the opener here tonight, 5-4, and after 2.5 innings, Lansing leads game 2, 2-1. This is Kernel baseball in the zone.
Attention, Eastern Iowa. You've only got 5 days to get to the bank repossession and auto liquidation sale at Hawkeye Downs in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. These autos are to be sold to the public. Save thousands on trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Anyone can take delivery. Local banks and lending institutions with government-insured deposits will be required by law to extend credit to everyone who has the ability and proven creditworthiness to repay a loan. Interest rates will start as low as 4.9% and payments as low as $79 a month. Don't miss out. All vehicles will be eliminated regardless. Bring your trade, even if you owe on it. Take your pick on over 100 repossessed, off-lease, and other used vehicles. All vehicles will be inside at Hawkeye Downs Fairground in Cedar Rapids. 5 days only. Tuesday, April 26th through Friday, April 29th from 9 to 8 each day. And Saturday, April 30th from 9 to 5. Brought to you by Select Auto Group.
What is ESPN Radio? It's not that hard. You're a sports fan? This is the sports station. It's ESPN. That means sports. The games, the experts, the analysis, the scores, the highlights, the people who know their stuff. It's good conversation. It's ESPN. It's radio. You know, the box that all the sounds come out of. At your home, in your car, where you work, even in your computer. It's everywhere you go. It's radio. It's ESPN. It's ESPN Radio. That's all it is.
Vanderbilt University's Ryan Klosterman, now a Lansing Lugnut, a Toronto Blue Jay property, leads off, and Nic Touchstone misses with a fastball outside, ball 1 to the right-handed hitter, who struck out in the first inning. 2-1 Lansing, bottom of the third. Glad you're with us here in the zone for a full night of baseball. There's ball 2 high and away. I'm going to read the dimensions here at Oldsmobile Park to give you an idea how unusual a setting we have here in downtown Lansing. First, a 2-0 from Touchstone to the leadoff man. Ball 3 low. 305 down the left field line, a 20-foot high wall that quickly angles out to 330. 380 to left center. 404 to deep center. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Ryan Klosterman by Nic Touchstone. Nick's second walk of the night. The deepest part of the park is 412. It's 370 to right center, and then the wall angles in towards the right field line at 360. 337 off the left field line, and 305 down the right field line. It is a very hitter-friendly ballpark in terms of the wide expanses and the unpredictable angles of the padded wall. Ball one in the dirt to Jason Armstrong. It was blocked by Ben Johnson. A Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question comes your way in the top of the next inning, the top of the Colonel Fourth, a chance for you to earn a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. The next pitch is high, and Kernan Ronan, the Colonel pitching coach, will likely come out of the Colonel third base dugout at any time. Jason Armstrong singled to right and scored in the Lugnut two-run first inning. Jason's a right-handed batter with a .429 average. And there's ball three, high and outside, so no sign yet of Colonel pitching coach Kernan Ronan, but you can bet if Nic Touchstone can't get one over to Jason Armstrong, he'll be out there. There's a strike in on the inside edge. Armstrong hit .258 with the Auburn Ball Club in the New York Penn League. I believe they're called the Doubledays. A throw to first, and that runner is out! Nic Touchstone has worked his magic for the second time in this game. Nic Touchstone has picked off Ryan Klosterman. It went 1-3. Well, I'm going to go back right now. Now the Ken Joyce, the umpire, or Ken Joyce, the skipper of the Lugnuts, is all over the plate umpire. Ken Joyce exploding in front of the dirt batting circle, giving it to Garrett Wilson, the plate umpire. He thought that Touchstone balked. The count 3-1 on Jason Armstrong. I'm going to go back in my book as we speak here. There's ball four, high and outside. And now Kernan Ronan will likely take a trip to the hill. Yeah, there's the Colonel pitching coach. Well, let's count how many batters Nic Touchstone has picked off. I'm just going to go back in a very unscientific manner and see if I can count the batters that Nic Touchstone has picked off, or the runners he's picked off this season. And I see in his first start, I don't think he picked any off. Let's go to his second start. Nic Touchstone, one. He picked off one in his second start. And let's move ahead as Eric Nielsen bats to Nic Touchstone's third start. And that was last Tuesday at home against Peoria. Ball one in the dirt to Eric Nielsen. Touchstone in that start picked off one. Two. Picked off two, so he's picked off two tonight. He's picked off four total. Eric Nielsen clubbed a double over the head of Warner Madrigal in the Lugnut two-run first. Nick chases the runner Armstrong back to first. Nic Touchstone has walked the first two here in the Lugnut third, but he helped himself by picking off Ryan Klosterman, the leadoff hitter. And now I believe that Ken Joyce has been kicked out of this game. Ken Joyce, the skipper of the Whitecaps, is running down in fury. He's joined by the first base coach, Charles Poe, and they're trying to separate the plate umpire from Ken Joyce. Ken Joyce is all over the plate umpire, who's walking halfway up the third base line. Ken Joyce protesting vigorously over the earlier pickoff of Ryan Klosterman, his leadoff batter, and I believe Ken Joyce has been ejected from this game. The skipper for the Lugnuts in his second year managing in the Toronto organization, Ken Joyce, 40 years old. He's out of Portland, Maine, and now the base umpire, Nicholas Nolde, has stepped in between Joyce and the plate umpire. Charles Poe, the hitting coach, P-O-E, standing halfway up the third base line. He's arguing with Garrett Wilson, the plate umpire, and we have quite an argument going on between two of the brass of the Lugnuts, their hitting coach and manager. I think Ken Joyce may have been ejected from this game. Ken played in the 1985 NAIA World Series, the College World Series, when he was at the University of Southern Maine. He continues to argue with the base umpire, and the plate umpire has walked further up the third base line. Nic Touchstone is taking warm-up tosses while this delay continues. And I'm not sure if Ken Joyce has or hasn't been given the heave-ho from this game. He's headed now towards home plate. And let's see where he walks. He's going to walk right in the path of Nic Touchstone, the left-hander. And Ken Joyce has been ejected from this game for arguing a kickoff of his first batter here in the third inning, Ryan Klosterman. Well, that'll put the hitting coach Charles Poe coaching at third. A position player comes out of the Lugnut dugout. And Ken Joyce ejected here in the third inning for arguing, I believe, that Nic Touchstone walked earlier in this inning. Well, that took almost 5 minutes to get Ken Joyce off the field after he was kicked out of the game. Richard Giannotti is shaded way into right center for Eric Nielsen, who's ahead 1-0. Runner at first, a throw over there, and that runner is back, diving in safely. Now, of course, in support of their skipper, Ken Joyce, the Lugnut crowd, a small crowd here on this cool Monday evening, yells balk. Nielsen, a right-handed batter. Grounds one to second, could be two. Booted by Ramos. Jason Ramos has made an error, and that opens the gates for the Lugnuts here in the third inning. Well, that's a shame. Nic Touchstone got a sure double play ball, but the new second baseman, Jason Ramos, came up early and committed an error, and that results in runners at first and second with one out. And Chip Cannon, the batter. Tough break for Nic Touchstone. He got the double play ball. It was hit hard on 3 hops to Jason Ramos, and Jason booted it, couldn't even get the batter after he lost the handle. First and second, one out for Chip Cannon. That's too bad. You get that double play ball and your infielders are unable to turn it or even get one out. Swing and a miss by Chip Cannon, left-handed batter, strike one. And it's tough for Jason Ramos. This is his first game as a Colonel. The Kernels were dry docked the last 2 days due to snow, and it may have been a week since Ramos has taken ground balls. Curved by Touchstone, tipped foul into the glove of catcher Ben Johnson. That's strike two to the cleanup man. Designated hitter, left-handed batter, Chip Cannon. Armstrong at second, Nielsen at first, and the 1-2. In the dirt, Ben Johnson got a piece of it. The runner goes from second to third. Now the runner goes from first to second. Well, this inning is an ugly inning for the Kernels, who trail 2-1. A pitch in the dirt. Ben Johnson had it hit off his chest protector, then went behind the dirt batting circle. Nobody told him where it was. Jason Armstrong went to third. Eric Nielsen was going to hold it first. He went to second. A changeup that hit 5 feet in front of home plate. Ben Johnson blocked it, but not well enough to prevent the runners from moving up on a wild pitch. Boy, you hate to fritter an inning away like the Kernels are frittering this one away. A curve, and it's just inside. The scoreboard says the count is full, and I'll assume the scoreboard's right. I think it's 2-2. It is 2-2. Big Chip Cannon on a 2-2 delivery. Takes it high and in, ball 3, a fastball. We had a double play to get out of the inning, and we could not turn it. Nick is set at the belt. Payoff offering. Curve and a high drive. Way out of here into right center, a 3-run blast. Well, the failure to turn the double play cost the Kernels 3 runs here in the second inning. A 3-run homer on a curveball on a 3-2 pitch by Chip Cannon, a 3-run homer. Wow. Did that error ever kill the Kernels? That error killed the Kernels. A 3-run blast on a 3-2 pitch. No doubt about it, neither Giannotti nor Madrigal even moved, and it's 5-1 Lansing. Wow. How one play can turn a whole game around. How one play can turn an entire inning around. And perhaps the whole game. The Kernels had a double play opportunity. Eric Nielsen wrapping one to second. The new second baseman, Jason Ramos, unable to field it cleanly, couldn't get an out and should have had a double play. And then on a full count pitch, Chip Cannon belted his 4th home run of the year, lefty against lefty matchup, and it's 5-1 Lugnuts. One little old double play ball the Kernels couldn't turn. Ball too high to Luke Hetherington. Well, the Kernels came back in game 1 and won it. They were down 4-2 and won it 5-4. So let's keep the faith and the positive vibes coming, because the Kernels are certainly capable of erasing this 5-1 Lugnut lead. Strike one in to Luke Hetherington. We had a double play ball and could not turn it. So let's put it behind us. It's done with, and the Kernels look forward to bigger and better things. Carl Jelena, a right-hander, a newcomer, is warming up in the Kernel left field bullpen. Firing just inside, ball 3 to Luke Hetherington. You can't blame the double play being booted totally. Remember, Nic Touchstone walked the first 2 batters of this inning. Picked off the first one. A ground ball wrapped to Ramos. Jason has this one and throws out the batter. 2 gone in the inning. Luke Hetherington was ahead 3-1 and hit it sharply to second, where Jason Ramos threw the batter out. Now David Hicks is at the plate. He's the 6th man to bat here in the Lansing 3-run 3rd inning. Boy, a 3-run homer, that's tough to come back from. But it's only 5-1. It's only the 3rd inning. A curve is a beauty. Strike 2 to left-handed hitting David Hicks. Ground ball foul, hit sharply past first. Hicks is 6'5", 230 from the University of North Carolina. Wears his black socks up high. Lugnuts with black jerseys, red numbers. A curve to Hicks, and he squibs it foul to the Kernel third base dugout. Man, oh man, did Chip Cannon unload on a 3-2 curveball from Nic Touchstone. He was sitting on the curve. A ground ball to first. Michael Collins has it hit off the heel of his glove. That's the second Kernel error of the inning. The ball ricocheted over to the second baseman, Jason Ramos, and the right side of the Kernel infield has sprung a leak here in the 3rd inning. David Hicks reaches on the second error of the inning. This one on Michael Collins, the first baseman. Tough to field that ball tonight on the right side in the Kernel infield. The batter is Uber Rodriguez. He struck out leading off the second. He bounces one off his foot towards Freddie Sandoval, strike 1. In fact, it was mishandled at third by Sandoval, but doesn't matter. It was a foul ball. Log on now to www.kernels.com and click on the Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question link. Hit the link that says Roadshow Trivia Challenge. If you do that now, you'll be all set for our Roadshow Trivia Challenge question in the Kernel 4th inning. Ball 1 skips low and in to Uber Rodriguez. A lot of pitches have been made by Nic Touchstone here in the 3rd inning. It's been a bad inning for the Kernels. 2 errors and 3 runs. Here's a high fly ball into shallow center. Shortstop Sean Rodriguez backpedaling, reaches over his head and makes the grab in front of Richard Giannotti. Uber Rodriguez ends an ugly Lugnut 3rd inning as far as the Kernels are concerned as he pops to shallow center. Rodriguez caught it backpedaling. 7 men bat, 3 runs cross the plate for the Lugnuts on a grand total of 1 hit. 2 Kernel errors, a wild pitch, a manager ejected, and 1 left by Lansing. They've stranded a pair. Kernels play catch-up in the nightcap. We won the opener 5-4, but trail in Game 2 after 3 innings, 5-1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
For the 7th consecutive year, Toyota Financial Services is encouraging elementary students throughout our community to read this summer. Toyota Financial Services believes that inspiring children to read brings families together, fosters imagination, and enhances knowledge. The Gazette shares Toyota Financial Services' belief in the value of reading. That's why they've teamed up to recognize and reward this summer's readers for their fabulous accomplishments. Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette, proud to stand with our community's children to enrich their lives.
Everyone wants their print and copy needs to be done right and to be done on time. Copyworks will meet those expectations. Copyworks will see to it that your work is of the highest quality. They'll do that by consulting with you at your place of work. Copyworks stands behind their work for you. It will be done right and it will be done on time. You can count on Copyworks to come through for you. When it's important to you, Copyworks lets your work shine through.
Copyworks, Copyworks.
Kelly's Auto Center in Iowa City is the home of the nationwide 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Whether it's across town or across the country, you'll drive with confidence in a Kelly's car. Each of Kelly's vehicles receives a strict 110-point safety inspection to make sure you receive the quality used vehicle you've come to expect from us. A qualified mechanic checks each car, truck, and van bumper to bumper. For peace of mind on your next vehicle purchase, stop by and see Brett or Tim at Kelly's Auto Center at 510 South Riverside Drive in Iowa City.
Part of the order for the Kernels, top of the 4th inning. A strike is in to Sean Rodriguez. Now a change-up low from Kyle Yates. Yates was a 9-2 loser his last time out. There's a ground ball to deep short. Ryan Klosterman has it and throws Rodriguez out. Sean has grounded his counterpart at short twice so far tonight. The last start by Kyle Yates was here at Oldsmobile Park on Tuesday night. 6 innings, he gave up 3 runs on 9 hits. Struck out 4, walked none, and he has a 4-run lead with which to work. Drew Toussaint flew out to deep right in the 2nd inning. Change-up is in for strike 1 to Drew Toussaint. Nic Touchstone sure deserved a better fate in that 3-run Lugnut 3rd inning. There's strike 2, a fastball on the outside edge, 90 miles an hour from Kyle Yates. Our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge here from Lansing. There's a base hit past the diving third baseman Jason Armstrong. Drew Toussaint has the 3rd Colonel hit of this game, singling into left. That brings in Ben Johnson, who doubled into the left center field alley his first time up. If you've won our Springhouse trivia question at home or our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question on the road, please don't email us with your answer this evening. Certainly play along. You've logged on to www.kernels.com, and now click on the link for the Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. We need your name, address, and phone number, and we'll give you the answer, or the question, not the answer. You'll be emailing us the answer. We'll give you the question here in a moment. A chance for you to earn a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. Ben Johnson, the batter for the Kernels. Takes ball 1 low and away. Here it is. The Cowboys' Drew Henson was not the first former Michigan quarterback to play professional baseball. The Cowboys' Drew Henson was not the first former Michigan quarterback to play pro baseball. After calling signals for the Wolverines from 1975 through 1978, this former Michigan quarterback played 10 years in the major leagues, primarily with the Tigers and Blue Jays. Who was he? A foul away to the left evens the count to Ben Johnson, the switch hitter, 1-1. That's our Roadshow Trivia Challenge question in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Ben Johnson steps out to tie his left shoe. Our Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. The Cowboys' Drew Henson was not the first former Michigan quarterback to play professional baseball. In fact, a signal caller for the Wolverines from 1975 through 1978, a Michigan quarterback, played 10 years in the big leagues, primarily with the Tigers and Toronto. Who was he? Email us your answer at www.kernels.com. Click on the link that says Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. We need your name, address, phone number, and the answer to our Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. And a Prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop will be yours if you answer it correctly. Ball 2 to Ben Johnson, high and inside. From the stretch, the right-hander Kyle Yates brings it. No, he steps off the rubber. I believe only 2 of the 5 runs that the Lugnuts have scored in this nightcap are earned against Nic Touchstone. Ball 3, low and outside to Ben Johnson. Nic Touchstone went 3 innings, gave up 5 runs, 2 earned on 4 hits. The lefty struck out 3, but he walked a throw to first, and Toussaint dives back in safely. Nic Touchstone struck out 3, and he walked 3. I believe his night is over. There goes the runner, a swing and a miss on a changeup. The throw to second in time, and Drew Toussaint is thrown out trying to steal second. The shortstop, Ryan Klosterman, took the throw from the catcher, David Corrente, and it went 2-6, caught stealing. 2-6 to caught stealing, and Ben Johnson swung at a 3-1 pitch and missed it for strike 2. It was a changeup, perfect pitch to run on, but the Lugnuts still got Drew Toussaint. Swing and a miss by Ben Johnson, and the Kernels have been shut out, or not shut out, the Kernels have just 1 run through 4 innings in the second game of this twin bill. After 3.5, it's Lansing 5, the Kernels 1. The Kernels won the opener 5-4. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
I cannot see anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around each generation. They got their own kind of sound. I'm just shout it out. Use that fire, Betsy.
Coldwell Banker agents are always working to give you every advantage. And this Saturday and Sunday, we're having a major real estate event for that very reason. You're invited to the Coldwell Banker National Open House Weekend this weekend. One weekend, thousands of open houses all across the country. Homes in a variety of styles and price ranges, including new construction, all over your neighborhood. If you're searching for a new home or just curious about the local real estate market, you won't want to miss this opportunity. The more homes you see, the more likely you are to find the home that's absolutely perfect for you. One weekend, thousands of open houses all across the country. Brought to you by Coldwell Banker. It's the Coldwell Banker National Open House Weekend this Saturday and Sunday. To find the homes you want to see this weekend, visit ColdwellBanker.com. All offices independently owned and operated except offices owned and operated by NRT Incorporated.
Well, let's revisit one more time our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. We're in Game 2 of a doubleheader that the Kernels won Game 1 5-4. They trail 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question, log on to our website, www.kernels.com, Kernels.com. Click on the link that says Roadshow Trivia Challenge. As you do that, we need your name, address, and phone number, and the answer to our Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. Dallas Cowboy quarterback Drew Henson, not the first former Michigan quarterback to play professional baseball. In 1975 through 1978, a quarterback for the Wolverines, went on to play 10 years in the big leagues, primarily with Detroit and the Blue Jays. Who was he? That's your chance. Email us the answer, and if you have it right, you'll win a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. Right-hander Carl Gelina, G-E-L-I-N-A-S, has taken over for Nic Touchstone here in the bottom of the 4th, 5-1 in favor of the Lugnuts. David Corrente ahead 2-1, and he slaps one to third. A big, nice hop for Freddie Sandoval, moving to his left, and he pegs in time, one away here in the Lansing 4th inning. Nic Touchstone, 3 innings pitched, 5 runs surrendered, 2 earned on 4 hits. He fanned 3, walked 3. This is Carl Jelena, a right-hander on the mound. Spells his first name Karl, his last name Gelinas. 4-3 in 14 games, 7 as a starter, 7 in relief for the Pioneer champion Provo Angels last year. He's 21 years old. From Quebec, Canada, Carl Jelena misses inside, and now a blooper over towards short, and Sean Rodriguez has it. Juan Peralta, a switch hitter, batting left for the first time tonight. Fisted one in the air, a humpback liner that Sean Rodriguez went in the hole to get. 2 up and 2 down as Ryan Klosterman bats. The Lugnuts scored 2 in the first. The Kernels got a home run from Warner Madrigal leading off the third to make it 2-1. But then an ugly inning that featured 2 walks, 2 Kernel errors, a wild pitch, and a 3-run homer by the Lugnuts put them ahead by their current count of 5-1. Jelena misses low, ball 1 to Ryan Klosterman, right-handed hitting leadoff batter. And he pops one foul over the sweet level to our right to even the count 1-1. I know a lot of you make your Mother's Day plans early, and we have a fabulous opportunity for you and your family. A little broken bat looper to second, and on the move, Jason Ramos flags it down. Ramos had to move quickly to his left to make that catch, and Ryan Klosterman breaks his bat and pops to second to end the Lansing 4th inning. A 1-2-3 inning for right-hander Carl Jelena in relief of starter Nic Touchstone. The Kernels won Game 1 of this doubleheader 5-4. The Kernels come to bat in the top of the 5th in Game 2, trailing the Lugnuts 5-1. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Iowans agree. The nice spring weather makes it a pleasure to be outdoors. Enhance your pleasure this year with our backyard beautification project. Let Peck's Landscaping design and install the perfect landscape for your backyard, an outdoor space that's just right for you and your family. Peck's carries the best quality and hardiest nursery stock available. Combine that with a wide variety of landscape products and expert advice, and you'll have the yard of your dreams. Just imagine what it could be. Want a skillfully built retaining wall? Perhaps a brick or cobblestone patio. No landscape is too large or too small for the pros at Peck's. Call or stop in and arrange a time for your free estimate. Don't let another spring go by without new landscaping for your backyard. Beautiful, affordable landscapes designed and installed by Peck's. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, Nursery and Landscaping, corner of Blairsbury and Edgewood Road Northeast, landscaping Eastern Iowa since 1956.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Mark Schlereth from NFL Live. He brought some gifts to the table today. It's actually a DVD. He's sort of the Tom Amansky of offensive linemen.
That's exactly what I am.
Okay, you teach people how to cheat, hold, bite, kick, leg whip.
These are. I made a series of DVDs in the off season. And
so did Paris Hilton.
Right. Well,
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Sandoval opens up the Kernel 5th inning here in Lansing, where the Lugnuts are trying to gain a split. The Kernels trying to rally to sweep the doubleheader. Ball 2 outside from right-hander Kyle Yates out of the University of Texas. He's 5'10". Before I tell you about plans at the ballpark, Veterans Memorial Stadium for Mother's Day, ball 3 low to Sandoval, I want to correct the final line on Nic Touchstone. 3 innings pitched, 5 runs, 4 earned on 4 hits. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. The 3-0 to Freddie. Right down the pipe for strike 1. Freddie Sandoval flew out to center in the 2nd inning. Freddie had a hit in 3 trips in Game 1, a Kernel win. He tags one the other way foul, way down the left field line, out of play. On Mother's Day, and it's special, Sunday, May 8th, starting at 11 o'clock, we invite you to Veterans Memorial Stadium for a wonderful Mother's Day brunch. Here's a shot through the box, a base hit for Freddie Sandoval. The Kernels have a hit in each inning except the first against right-hander Kyle Yates. Freddie Sandoval may have started something for the Kernels by drilling one into center, opening up the 5th inning. Starting at 11 o'clock, a 2 o'clock Mother's Day game, you can enjoy a feast of delicious food, a Mother's Day brunch. Breads, bacon, sausage, pasta marinara, eggs Benedict, sausage, roast Iowa loin of pork, breads. We're talking hot loaves of bread with strawberry, honey ranch, and garlic butters, assorted muffins, chocolate banana bread, a broken bat bouncer to the right side. The only play for the second baseman moving to his left, Juan Peralta, is to throw Michael Collins out. Down to second, Freddie Sandoval. Michael Collins, 0-for-2, is bounced out to second for the second time in a row. That Mother's Day brunch, Sunday, May 8th, starts at 11 o'clock. There'll be an omelet station. There'll be pancakes and French toast, honey-baked ham and roast beef. My mom won't even be in town on Mother's Day, but that's where I'm going to enjoy my brunch at the ballpark starting at 11. For dessert, brownies, cheesecake, key lime pie, bread pudding, jumbo cookies, strawberry shortcake, caramel pecan sticky buns. Adults, $17. That includes your ticket to the game. Kids 12 and under, $12. That includes their ticket to the game. Kids 3 and under eat free for Mother's Day brunch, Sunday, May 8th. Starts at 11 o'clock. That's when we'll start serving in the pregame picnic area. And this could become quite a tradition. I applaud the Kernels management for making this decision. Here's a drive into shallow right. It falls for a base hit. Freddie Sandoval's being waved home, and he'll score. Warner Madrigal has his second RBI of this game. Freddie Sandoval scores without a play as Warner Madrigal went the other way, and he dumped a single at the feet of Eric Nielsen in right to make it 5-2 Lansing. Well, how about number 8 hitter Warren Madrigal? He's driven in both Kernel runs, his third home run of the year leading off the third inning, and a one-out RBI single here in the fifth inning. Aaron Peel, who belted his second home run of the season in Game 1 that lifted the Kernels to a 5-4 win in the sixth inning. That's when his home run came. Takes high, ball one from Kyle Yates. It's cooled off considerably here. And the breeze, which is a real factor, the wind in Game 1 is not a factor anymore. Pounding one foul outside third, just foul behind the bag. Strike one, Aaron Peel, 1-1 to Aaron. He flew out to deep right in the third inning. Moms, you'll also be presented with a carnation for your Mother's Day brunch. And if you think it's too far-fetched, just remember, Mom will never forget it if you treat her to the kind of brunch we have planned to serve up at the ballpark on Mother's Day. Pre-game picnic area will be spotless in terms of its cleanliness. We'll use white linen tablecloths, the whole thing. A line drive past the shortstop into center, and Uber Rodriguez retrieves it. Aaron Peel hammered one to the left of the diving Ryan Klosterman for the third hit of the inning, and the Kernels down by 3 here in the fifth inning of Game 2 have runners at first and second with only one out. The Kernels have now out-hit the Lugnuts 6-4, but trail 5-2 in the fifth inning. Richard Giannotti will bat, but not before former San Francisco Giant right-hander Tom Bradley visits the mound. No, not Tom Bradley, the former mayor of Los Angeles. Tom Bradley, the former big leaguer with the Giants. He also pitched, he broke in with the California Angels back in 1969. Bradley pitched in the big leagues from 69 through 75. He was an Angel, a White Sox, and then a San Francisco Giant. Bradley was a head coach at Jacksonville University for 12 years down in Florida. 58-year-old pitching coach Tom Bradley visited the mound to talk it over with 22-year-old Kyle Yates. A dribbler up the first baseline, foul. Richard Giannotti topped it, and it rolled foul for strike one. Richard was hustling out of the box. Giannotti helped the Kernels win Game 1 5-4. Singled and scored in the Kernel 2-run first inning. So far in Game 2, Richard, 0 for 2, is grounded to short and fouled to third. Madrigal at second, Peel at first. Kernels have scored a run here in the 5th inning to cut the Lugnut lead to 3, 5-2. Look out, Giannotti is hit in the middle of the back, the lower back. Richard is hit by the pitch, and the bases are loaded with only one out, and some action should start soon in the Lugnut right field bullpen. Richard Giannotti had no choice but to turn, and he was plunked by that pitch. Kyle Yates, let's see how many hit batters for Kyle this season. That is Yates' first hit batsman. Jason Ramos with a chance to get the Kernels right back in this game. Strike one called to Ramos, switch hitter batting left. Ramos wants at least a fly ball to cut the Lugnut lead to 2. A line drive up the middle on one hop. Shortstop Field steps on second, throws to first. Double play. Oh, Jason Ramos, a tough break as he hit one over the mound on one hop behind second. Ryan Klosterman gloved it, stepped on second and threw to first for the inning-ending double play. Wow, what a tough break for the Kernels. Jason Ramos appeared to have one. I think he must have hit it off the trademark. It bounced in front of second base. Behind the bag, Klosterman gloved it, stepped on second, threw to first, and I'll be darned. The Kernels with the bases loaded and one out, and Jason Ramos hits into an inning-ending 6-3 double play. One run for the Kernels in the 5th inning. On 3 hits, no Lugnut errors, the Kernels leave 2 men aboard and have stranded 3. Well, the Kernels won Game 1 of this doubleheader 5-4. We go to the home half of the 5th at Oldsmobile Park. It's Lansing 5, the Kernels 2. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
When we met, I forget we would never forget the Ojanos. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. The Ojanos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Ojanos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
It's Greeny and Goalie. My kids' favorite song in the world is the song YMCA. So I go to Barnes & Noble and I come across the Village People's Greatest Hits. Okay. So I walk up to pay. And so I'm standing there online. Yeah. And some guy comes up to me and says, hey, you're Greeny. Uh-huh. And he said, hey, what's up with Goalie? Whatever, chat's making a little nice conversation. He says to me, what are you buying? Oh, no. And all of a sudden, I realize what I'm buying. What you have in your hands that you now have to show this guy. So I hold it up. It's the best of the Village People. The look on this guy's face was classic. Yeah. He's like, oh, my God, everything they say about you is absolutely right. Gang, we've been trying to tell you, this ain't an act.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio.
Reliever Carl Jelena, making his Kernel debut, has gotten his 4th in a row. He gets Jason Armstrong, the number 2 hitter in the Lansing order, to sky to right. That's the first time Armstrong's been retired. 1 away in the Lugnut 5th inning. Their batter is Eric Nielsen. He's doubled and scored, reached on an error and scored, and he dribbles one foul towards the Lansing first base dugout. My newly purchased Radio Shack temperature gauge says it's 54 degrees. I don't know how accurate that is. But at least the wind is completely calm. The right-handed hitting Eric Nielsen takes strike 2 called on the outside corner from right-hander Carl Jelena. 5-2 Lugnuts, bottom of the 5th, and Nielsen fouls one away behind home plate. If you want to be a part of the fun of the unique Mother's Day brunch on Sunday, May 8th, call the Kernels. And remember, the price of the brunch, $17 for adults and $12 for kids 12 and under, free for kids 3 and under, includes the price of a ticket. So that is some value to give you the kind of wonderful brunch that the Kernels will provide. A bouncer to deep short on 3 hops. Backhanded by Rodriguez, and Sean's throw to Michael Collins is right on target. That's 5 straight, set down by Carl Jelinek. A 6-3 bouncer to shortstop Rodriguez does in Eric Nielsen. Here's Chip Cannon. He has the key blow of this game on a 3-2 pitch with 2 on and 1 out in the 3rd inning. Nic Touchstone, a curveball, and Chip Cannon launched it out of the cannon for a 3-run homer into right field. Ball 1 low from Jelinek. 896-7560. That's the number to call for Kernel tickets. Or you can log on to our website, www.kernels.com. Strike 1 to the left-handed batter, Cannon. And he lifts one foul the other way over the third base sweet roots. We were talking about Ronnie Cedeno being called up by the Cubs to help fill the void of the injured Nomar Garciaparra. Swing and a miss, and Carl Jelinek has set the mound on fire for the Kernels, retiring all 6 Lugnuts he's faced. In fact, he's kept the Kernels right in the game. A quick bottom of the 5th as the Lugnuts are retired in order. The Kernels hoping to rally to sweep this doubleheader, 1-game-1, 5-4. As we go to the top of the 6th in Game 2, it's Lansing 5, the Kernels 2, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Honey, do I have to go to your family reunion? I mean, how many times can Aunt Agatha tell me about skydiving with monkeys?
It'll be different this time.
Cousin Bob won't talk about his nose hair?
North Country Steakhouse will be catering.
No way.
I can smell the steaks on the grill already. I wonder what kind of potatoes they'll have, baked, fried, or their famous garlic mash.
Aunt Agatha used to skydive with monkeys. Who knew?
North Country Steakhouse. Call 378-3970 to have us cater your next event, because good food conquers all.
Can I come, please?
Uncle Joe is making the Statue of Liberty out of cereal boxes.
Awesome, let's go.
Kelly's Auto Center in Iowa City is the home of the nationwide 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Whether it's across town or across the country, you'll drive with confidence in a Kelly's car. Each of Kelly's vehicles receives a strict 110-point safety inspection to make sure you receive the quality used vehicle you've come to expect from us. A qualified mechanic checks each car, truck, and van bumper to bumper. For peace of mind on your next vehicle purchase, stop by and see Brett or Tim at Kelly's Auto Center at 510 South Riverside Drive in Iowa City.
Watch your team's out-of-market games live from anywhere. Log on to ESPN.com for MLB.tv. Live Major League Baseball right to your desktop. Subscribe and catch your favorite team live from any computer. Get the most baseball available anywhere, live online. Log on to ESPN.com. Sign up for MLB.tv and never miss a game again. MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
Here we go to the top of the 6th inning. The Kernels scored 3 in the top of the 6th in Game 1 to rally from a 4-2 hole and win it 5-4. The man that started the rally, Sean Rodriguez, with a triple in Game 1, is grounded to short twice here in the 2nd game of the Twin Bill. And a strike is in from Kyle Yates, who works quickly. Jackhammering one fair off the third baseman's glove down the left field line is Rodriguez. Sean hit it so hard he'll have to hold it first with a single. Rodriguez tore the cover off that pitch, and the Kernels have their 7th hit. They've out-hit the Lugnuts 7-4. Some shoddy defense and base on balls and a 3-run homer really hurt the Kernels in the 3rd inning in this 2nd game. But that's a good start to the 6th inning. The 7th Kernel hit off right-hander Kyle Yates from the University of Texas. The Lugnuts have a right-hander tossing softly in their right field bullpen. And Not sure who that right hand. Joey McLaughlin, whose father pitched as a Blue Jay. Swing and a miss. Strike one on Drew Toussaint. Drew is 1 for 2 in game 2. Some familiar names that have played as Lansing Lugnuts. Jeremy Giambi played here in the late 90s as a Lugnut. So did Carlos Beltran. He signed that huge contract with the Mets. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 on Toussaint. A couple of changeups have had Drew fooled. Carlos Fieblas, an American League Rookie of the Year, played here in Lansing when they were a Royal Farm team. You Cub fans will recognize these names: Corey Patterson, Carlos Zambrano, Juan Cruz, who's no longer with the Cubs, Hee-Sop Choi, David Kelton, Todd Wellmeyer. The runner goes, and Toussaint obliges by bouncing one foul outside of third. Boy, when I saw Hee-Sop Choi play here a few years back, I thought he was going to be a superstar in the big leagues, and he still may be, but he's been traded 2 or 3 times already. The runner at first, Sean Rodriguez, waits and has caused the right-hander Kyle Yates to step off. Cardinal fans will recognize bullpen stalwarts from years past: Jason Simon-Tachi and Kiko Calero. They both pitched here. John Lester of the Cubs, Michael Wirtz. So Lansing has already built quite an honor roll of Lugnuts who've made it to the show. A throw to first and just getting back, Sean Rodriguez. I mean, he just got back. Earlier tonight, in Game 2, the Lugnut skipper Ken Joyce was ejected. That was in the 3rd inning for arguing that Nic Touchstone balked in picking off one of his runners at first. Look out, Toussaint is hit on the right leg, and on a chilly evening like tonight is, Drew tries to shake it off. He's now gone into a trot the second halfway down the first baseline, and he's going to stay in the game. That hit batter, the second of the night, by Kyle Yates, and we may have a pitching change. The first 2 Kernels have reached here in the 6th inning. This was the inning the Kernels rallied for 3 in Game 1 to overtake the Lugnuts. Ben Johnson, the batter. First and second. Nobody out. Here's a high pop foul that could be caught. It will be caught by the third baseman. A lot of white showing, but Ben Johnson is fouled out. First pitch swinging to Jason Armstrong. Ben Johnson, first pitch swinging, is fouled out in front of the Colonel third base dugout to Jason Armstrong. Armstrong almost lost the handle on that foul pop. That's a huge first out as Ben Johnson, the switch hitter, went up pumping on the first pitch. We'll have a Did You Know question coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning here from Lansing. Still 2 on, 1 out for the Kernels. Sandoval bunts, and it's going to be a base hit. Either the pitcher or third baseman could find the handle, and Freddie Sandoval has helped the Kernels here in the 6th inning by loading the bases with a bunt single. Freddie bunted it to the left side of the plate. Rushing into his right was the pitcher Kyle Yates. He couldn't get it. He then almost collided with third baseman Jason Armstrong. Armstrong got a piece of it. He fumbled it, and everybody's safe. The bases are loaded for Michael Collins, who is grounded out to second twice. Bases loaded. That base hit by Freddie Sandoval, his second in a row. And the Kernels have 8 hits tonight, still trail in Game 2, 5-2. They won the first game 5-4. A right-hander up in the Lugnut bullpen continues to twirl, Joey McLaughlin. Joey's dad pitched in the big leagues with a husky, burly right-hander with wire-rimmed glasses. That's what I remember about him. His son, Joey McLaughlin, warming up for the Lugnuts. Well, Michael Collins is in a key spot in this game. He's 0 for 2 so far. Michael Collins batting with the bases loaded, 1 out. Swings and misses at a pitch down and away. Strike 1. Michael Collins batting .273. No homers, 2 RBIs. Rodriguez at third, Toussaint at second, and Sandoval at first for the Kernels, who are taking a run now at the Lugnuts. A comebacker, throw home out, throw to first, double play. I'll be darned. Michael Collins was jammed, and he fisted into an inning-ending 1-2-3 double play. Pitcher to catcher to first baseman. The failure to turn the double play by the Kernels and the Kernels hitting into 2 double plays have been the storyline of this second game. Michael Collins bounced into a 1-2-3 pitcher, catcher, first baseman double play. Wow. In the 6th inning, no runs for the Kernels, 2 hits, a hit batter. There were no Lugnut errors. The Kernels leave another 2 men on and have stranded 5. We are still suffering. We just can't get that big hit, at least on a regular basis. We just can't get that big hit. Now, the Kernels won the first game tonight 5-4 on a big hit by Aaron Peel, a 2-run blast in the 6th, but trail after 5.5 in Game 2. It's 5-2 Lansing. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio, honoring the classics as only they can.
Is there a Hall of Famer right now on the New England Patriots?
Right now, if their career ended right now.
I'll give you 1.
Adam Vinatieri.
Okay, that's 2.
Bill Belichick.
You could put Belichick in right now. The list of coaches who've won 3 Super Bowls, you could count on one hand.
Hold on, then.
Go ahead.
Bill Belichick has been considered a great NFL head coach since he's been with the Patriots.
Right.
He has 3 Super Bowls.
Right.
You want to put him in.
Right.
Tom Brady has 3 Super Bowls.
Nah, that's not the same thing being a player as being a coach.
Why?
Because it's just not.
Okay. That's me like telling Sydney because. I mean, it doesn't.
No. So am I the only one to see a parallel here?
Look, you got outfield? Sure. Now let's feel the same. Why? I just thought I'd ask. Well, I just thought I'd tell you. Now tell me who's playing left field. Why? Because. Oh, he's center field.
Bridging the gap between generations, it's Mike and Mike in the Morning. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
The bottom of the 6th inning, the Kernels have out-hit Lansing 8-4, but trail 5-2, and Carl Jelena, making his Kernel debut, has evened the count with a pitch on the outside corner, strike 1 to Luke Hetherington. Luke, a 2-run single to right in the first inning. He breaks his bat and rolls 1 to third. Freddie Sandoval charges and unloads in time to get Luke Hetherington, the right-handed batter, and that's now 7 in a row retired by the Kernel right-hander Carl Jelena. He'll face left-handed batting David Hicks. Our Kernel Did You Know question here in Game 2. Did you know that the Toronto Blue Jays, the parent club of these Lansing Lugnuts, set and hold the American League all-time single-season attendance record? Here's a high pop-up into shallow left, and Drew Toussaint pedals in to glove it. 2 up and 2 down in the Lugnut 6th inning, 5-2 Lansing. That's right. It's the Toronto Blue Jays who hold the American League record for single-season attendance. In their World Series championship year of 1993, they drew an American League record 4,057,947. Wow. Toronto holds the all-time American League single-season attendance record, 1993. In fact, the Jays drew over 4 million in 91, 92, and 93. Here's a base hit into left off the bat of Uber Rodriguez, the first Lugnut hit since the big blow of the game, a 3-run homer back in the 3rd by Chip Cannon. That came off of starter Nic Touchstone. It's 5-2 Lansing. Oh, the Kernels have had great chances to tie the game or go ahead. The Kernels had runners. They had the bases loaded with 1 out in the 5th inning, hit into a double play. They had the bases loaded with 1 out in the 6th inning, hit into a double play. And the Kernel failure to turn a double play earlier in this game cost them dearly. The little things win or lose you ball games. Kernels did a lot of little things well in game one. Haven't fared quite as well here in the nightcap, trailing 5-2. Ball one is low to David Correnti. Now a swing and a miss. Carl Jelena has looked very good in his Kernel debut. It looks like Joey McLaughlin will take over for the Lugnuts in the top of the seventh inning. A balk has been called. Carl Jelena can't believe it. And Uber Rodriguez takes second base as a balk has been called on the Kernel right-hander. Kyle Yates pitched 6 innings for Lansing tonight, and he's surrendered 2 runs on 8 hits. He struck out 1 Kernel, hit 2, and he walked none. Joey McLaughlin, the son of a former big leaguer by the same name, is hurling in the Lugnut right field bullpen. Kernels won the first game 5-4, but are down in this one 5-2 with a runner at second, 2 out, and a strike to the number 8 hitter David Correnti. David stands straight away, right-handed hitter. Carl Jelena brings it low for ball 2. The scoreboard says 2-2. I think it's 2-1. Joey McLaughlin is finished up his warming up in that Lugnut right field bullpen. He's coming into their first base dugout. Ball 3 just outside, and the count full to David Correnti. David has walked, then picked off first, and he's grounded to third. Payoff pitch. Launched foul over the first base Lugnut dugout. Another twin bill comes your way tomorrow, 3:40. The South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, 3:40. We'll talk it over with a fella here from Michigan State that went to both the men's Final Four and the women's Final Four in basketball. Carl Jelena misses way high, and Carl may be tiring. That's his first walk. Juan Peralta will stride to the dish, and he could put this one away for the Lugnuts, who lead at 5-2. Again, our Kernel Did You Know question. Did you know that the Blue Jays, in drawing over $4 million in successive seasons, 1991, 1992, 1993, they have and hold the all-time single-season American League attendance record? Swinging a foul by Peralta straight back. They drew 4,057,947 at Skydome in 1993. Same year, the Colorado Rockies set Major League's all-time single-season attendance record with 4.4 million. A ground ball foul off the railing of the Kernel third base dugout. And I bet not too many people know that the Rockies and Blue Jays hold the National and American League single-season attendance records. A lot of people would guess more traditional powers. Look out! The batter hit to load the bases. Juan Peralta's hit in the upper shoulder, and that'll load the bases as the Lugnuts appear to be capitalizing on a tiring Kernel right-hander, Carl Jelena. Bases loaded, 2 out, and the batter, Ryan Klosterman. Here comes Kernan Ronan, the Kernel pitching coach. We'll have our Kernel curtain call show for you following the action in Game 2. That'll include a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Kernels won Game 1 here tonight, 5-4. T.J. Stanton won it in relief. Frederick Deloiza-Gacarni posted his first save. In that game, the Kernels out-hit Lansing 8-5. In this nightcap, the Kernels have out-hit Lansing 8-5, a trail 5-2. 2 great scoring chances for the Kernels in the 5th and 6th innings. They had the bases loaded in each inning with 1 out and hit into double plays both times. Now another right-hander up in the Lugnut bullpen. And that looks to be, well, we just don't know. Adrian Martin. Ground ball foul past third. Foul by inches. That would have cleared the bases. It was off the bat of Ryan Klosterman. Right-hander Adrian Martin is throwing in the Lugnut bullpen down the right field line. But I think it'll be Joey McLaughlin to take over for starter Kyle Yates. Here's a line drive into center, and Giannotti won't get it. One run is in. Here comes another man towards the plate. He scores. A throw to third. An error. It goes underneath the glove of Freddie Sandoval, and everybody's safe. And the Lugnuts have broken it open here, 7-1. You could see that coming. Carl Jelena tiring, just doesn't have anything left, and he surrenders a 2-out, 2-run single into center at the feet of Richard Giannotti to score a pair. Uber Rodriguez scored from third. David Corrente scored from second. The Kernels had Juan Peralta hung up between second and third, but they threw it away. No error will be charged. Ryan Klosterman with a bases-clearing 3-run double in Game 1 has nailed a coffin, put a nail in the coffin of the Kernels here in Game 2, making it 7-1. A high pop foul off the bat of Jason Armstrong, just beyond the reach of catcher Ben Johnson, strike one. Well, that's too bad for Carl Jelena. The Kernels had to leave him out there because of the backlog now of doubleheaders, another one tomorrow, and you just can't afford to stretch that bullpen too thin in a short series of 2 doubleheaders back-to-back. Here's a slider in at the knees, strike 2 to Jason Armstrong. It's now 7-1 in favor of the Lugnuts. One key hit or one double play turned, and this would have been a different game. Totally different. Fastball upstairs. Jason Armstrong has 2 runs scored in this game. Lansing runners at second and third with 2 out. The tall Canadian right-hander delivers. And a pop foul over the backstop. Count remains 1-2. Nic Touchstone is on the hook. He could fall to 1-2. The starter for the Lugnuts, Kyle Yates, is trying to even his record at 1-1. Kernels trying desperately to get out of this long bottom of the 6th inning. Ooh, a curve just missed outside apparently. That's ball 2. Again, our guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show tomorrow afternoon at 3:40, a fella that went to both the men's and women's Final Four to see the Spartans. A changeup and a swing and a miss. Carl Jelena gets Jason Armstrong, but the damage done. The Lugnuts add 2 runs to their lead in the 6th inning on 2 base hits. A walk, a hit batter, a balk, no Kernel errors. Lansing leaves a pair. They've stranded 4. We may be headed for a split. The Kernels won Game 1 here tonight 5-4 and are down 7-1 in the nightcap going in to the top of the 7th inning. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
We've been telling you for some time that Greg's Lawn Service is a cut above the rest when it comes to caring for your lawn. However, Greg's experienced staff does so much more than lawn care. They offer complete landscape design and installation, concrete curb edging, grading, sodding, and hydro seeding. Yes, Greg's is a complete lawn care service, and they welcome the opportunity to show you why they are a cut above the rest. Give Greg's a call for more details about their wide range of services. Look around you. Everyone's different. Some of us are tall, many of us are short. If you think about it, there are many important differences among people. That's what makes us all individuals. Insurance needs are individual, too. Talk to your Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets, Forrest, Draper Insurance in Marion, about the proper insurance coverages for your individual needs. See Scott Draper at Sheets, Forrest, Draper in Marion about insurance for your home, auto, life, health, or business. You can depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Mark Schlereth from NFL Live. He brought some gifts to the table today. It's actually a DVD. He's sort of the Tom Mansky of offensive linemen.
That's exactly what I am.
Okay, you teach people how to cheat, hold, bite, kick,
leg whip. These are. I made a series of DVDs in the off season. And,
so did Paris Hilton.
Right. Well,
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Warner Madrigal is driven in. Both Kernel runs tonight. I mistakenly said the score was 7-1 Lansing. It's 7-2 Lugnuts as we go to the top of the seventh. Madrigal, a home run, leading off the third, and then an RBI single in the fifth inning. Ball one outside from Joey McLaughlin. An error was charged to pitcher Carl Jelena that allowed Ryan Klosterman to go to second in the last half inning, so an error charged to the pitcher Jelena. The Kernels have committed 3 errors tonight. Slapping one foul, straight back, strike one, Warner Madrigal. He's facing right-hander Joey McLaughlin. Joey's out of Oklahoma City University, 23 years old, a Blue Jay 18th round pick last year. 4-1 with Auburn in the New York Penn League, and he blisters one by Madrigal, strike two swinging. It's 7-2 Lansing. I mistakenly said 7-1, but it's 7-2. That's what a doubleheader sometimes will do to you, even though you don't want it to do it to you. Ball 3, a change up to Warner Madrigal. Joey McLaughlin, 6th time out of the Lugnut bullpen. He has a save, a 1-0 record, and he's yet to be scored upon in 5 1/3 innings. Joey is 6 feet tall. Madrigal goes the other way and launches one foul down the right field line. The Kernels have certainly looked a lot better with the bats here tonight than we did or have looked at home all season long. Ooh, Warner got himself out. He swung at a pitch over his head, strike 3 swinging. He helped Joey McLaughlin. The starter, Kyle Yates, 6 innings pitched, allowed 2 runs on 8 hits, struck out 1. Walked none and hit 2 batters. Aaron Peel, a game-winning 2-run homer, turned out to be the game winner in Game 1 in the 6th inning. Swings at a changeup and misses, strike 1. So the Kernels have committed 3 errors in this nightcap and no errors committed by the Lugnuts. Swing and a miss by Aaron, strike 2. There's a slider low and away. A couple of Kernels are loosening up for their own benefit down the left field line. Jamie Douglas, a southpaw. Chris Waters, a right-hander. Peel pops one in the air to first. It's a foul ball, and 30 feet behind the bag on the grass, it's snared by David Hicks. Aaron Peel is fouled out to first, and there are 2 away here in the Kernel 7th inning. The Lugnuts 1 out away from gaining a split in this series, or in this doubleheader and in the series. Richard Giannotti, 0-for-2, is hit by a pitch to load the bases in the 5th inning. Fouls one away to the left. This is not a save situation for Joey McLaughlin. He fires one between the legs of the catcher, ball 1 to Giannotti. Joey McLaughlin steps off the rubber. A ball got away from the Kernel left field bullpen. It's retrieved at the base of the warning track and left by Luke Hetherington. If the Kernels can't rally and drop this nightcap, it'll be an overall record of 7-10. A chopper to first. David Hicks has it, steps on the bag, and indeed it is a split of a doubleheader here tonight. Richard Giannotti bounces out to first, and the Kernels go in order in the top of the 7th inning. The Kernels won the first game here tonight 5-4, but are trounced in the nightcap despite out-hitting Lansing 8-6. The Kernels lose it 7-2. Totals, highlights, and more coming your way next on the Kernel Curtain Call. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
There's a reason Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. It's because Dick Ramsey works harder for you than anyone to make selling your home easy for you. Take Dick's one-of-a-kind home trade program. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes and Dick will buy yours. Dick Ramsey provides 2 other unparalleled services: a free 1-hour telephone loan approval and a free 1-hour telephone appraisal on your property. Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Barry Bonds told a federal grand jury he used a clear substance in a cream. 2 prosecutors also presented Bonds with documents that allegedly detailed his use of a long list of other drugs. He denies those. Bonds said, as far as he knew, his trainer had given him flaxseed oil. All right. If you still believe Bonds, then you must think he is the dumbest professional athlete in pro sports. Because Barry Bonds, as he begins to rocket 600-foot home runs, as he approaches 40, as he becomes the toughest out in the history of Major League Baseball, it's all because of, quote, flaxseed oil. We looked it up. The dictionary defines as an ancient herb that heals. The only herb I know that heals is that guy Herb Schwartz who works the spot Caesars.
Don't be left out of the herd. Only on ESPN Radio.
It's time for the Kernels Curtain Call. Right here on The Zone. ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
The Kernels and Lansing Lugnuts, postponed due to snow over the weekend, played a pair tonight, and they came away with a split. The Kernels won the opener 5-4 on the strength of a 3-run 6th inning. The Lugnuts broke out on top in the nightcap with 2 in the first against Nic Touchstone and never trailed as they beat the Kernels 7-2. The Kernel overall record now is 7 wins, 10 losses. We're 5-4 on the road. The Lugnuts up their record to 11-6. And here at home, they're 6-5. In the second game, there were 2 turning points. It was in the 3rd inning with the Kernels trailing 2-1. Eric Nielsen with runners at first and second, and 1 out, hit a double play ball to Jason Ramos, a Kernel newcomer. Jason, unable to handle it, was charged with an error. The next batter unloaded on a 3-2 pitch from Nic Touchstone and belted a 3-run homer to make it 5-1. The Kernels scored a run in the 5th inning to make it 5-2. They had the bases loaded with 1 out in that 5th inning, and Jason Ramos hit into a double play to end that threat. The Kernels loaded the bases again in the 6th inning with 1 out, but starter and winner Kyle Yates got Michael Collins to wrap into a double play back to the mound to home to first, and the Kernel hopes were extinguished in those 2 innings. In the nightcap, Lansing 7 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The Lugnuts left 4. The Kernels had 2 runs, 8 hits in the second game, 3 errors, though, and stranded 5. The winning pitcher was Lansing starter Kyle Yates. His record at even now 1-1. Lefty Nic Touchstone took the loss in Game 2. He's 1-2. The game took an hour and 48 minutes to play. A doubleheader split in Michigan's capital, 5-4 Kernels, 7-2 Lugnuts. And up next on the Kernel Curtain Call, Access Direct will bring us our Kernel play of the game. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Phil Mickelson's figured out how to beat Tiger Woods head-to-head.
It has not ever worked yet. Don't get me wrong. It's not a plan that's worked yet.
But it may someday, and he let Dan Patrick in on the secret.
If he hit his iron shots first, he was so good, he would put it inside and put more pressure.
You know what? That's interesting philosophy, that he put even more pressure because he's hitting his irons before you because you've outdriven him.
Well, not all the time was I able to do that, but when I was trying to go toe-for-toe with him off the tee, he would put even more pressure on me with his iron play, plus trying to drive it that long and keep up with him. I was hitting it a lot more wild, more crooked, missing fairways by a larger margin, which didn't put any pressure on him at all. So for me, when I got paired with him head-to-head at Doral, and I think in the future I'm going to take 20 yards off the tee shot, try to hit cuts in the fairway so that puts pressure off on his tee shots, and also I'm able to hit my iron shots first, which has been my biggest strength the last year and a half, and hopefully put a little more pressure on him.
The Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio.
The Kernels win game one in a doubleheader in Lansing 5-4, then drop the second one 7-2. Access Direct is proud to present our Access Direct play of the game in game two. Access Direct is looking for team players, and you can join the team at Access Direct by logging on to their website, www.accdir.com. That's accdir.com, or you can call the friendly folks at Access Direct, 261-0260, 261-0260. They're looking for team players. What do they have to offer? An $8.50 an hour starting wage, casual dress code, full and part-time schedules, medical, dental, and vision insurance, part of the package at Access Direct, a 401k savings plan, and a fun, friendly place to work. Access Direct encourages you to call them, log on, and apply today. Our Access Direct play of the game took place in the Kernel third inning. With the Kernels down 2-0, Warner Madrigal touched one off, his third of the year, an opposite field clout leading off the third, and it cut Lansing's lead to 2-1. Warner went on to drive in the Kernels' second run of this game in the fifth inning. Warner Madrigal's home run in the third, our Access Direct play of the game. A final timeout from Lansing, Michigan. Up next, we'll take a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. This is the Kernel Curtain Call in the zone.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio, honoring the classics as only they can.
Is there a Hall of Famer right now on the New England Patriots? Right now, if their career ended right now. I'll give you one. Adam Vinatieri. Okay, that's two. Bill Belichick. You could put Belichick in right now. The list of coaches who've won 3 Super Bowls, you could count on one hand. Hold on, then. Go ahead. Bill Belichick has been considered a great NFL head coach since he's been with the Patriots. Right. He has 3 Super Bowls. Right. You want to put him in. Right. Tom Brady has 3 Super Bowls.
Nah, that's not the same thing being a player as being a coach.
Why?
Because it's just not.
Okay. That's me like telling Sidney because. I mean, it doesn't.
No. So am I the only one to see a parallel here?
You got outfield? Sure. Now let's field this game. Why? I just thought I'd ask. Well, I just thought I'd tell you. Now tell me who's playing left field. Why? Because. Oh, he's center field.
Bridging the gap between generations, it's Mike and Mike in the morning. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
We're back with you in Lansing, Michigan, where the Kernels won the first game of this doubleheader 5-4 and then bowed to the Lugnuts 7-2 in the nightcap. It's been great having you along on this Monday evening, and now thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Gary Schubat, Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, and Dale Thompson, we give you a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard here from Lansing. Let's start with action this afternoon in the American League. The Detroit Tigers turn back to Twins at Comerica 6-4. Bottom of the seventh inning, Baltimore at Fenway holds a 7-3 lead over the Red Sox. They're in the bottom of the seventh. Later tonight, the red-hot White Sox take on Oakland at the Coliseum. Now in the National League, one final at PNC Park. The Astros were blanked by the Pirates 2-0. They're in the top of the ninth at Shea Stadium. The Mets ahead of Atlanta 5-3. Bottom of the eighth at RFK Stadium. It's the Phillies 5, the Nationals 4. Top of the second at Wrigley, and it's the Reds and Cubs scoreless tonight. The Brewers and Cardinals in the last season at Busch Stadium rained out. The Brewers and Redbirds in St. Louis were postponed due to rain. The high-flying Dodgers host the Diamondbacks later tonight, and the Padres visit the Giants at SBC Park. That's our look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard, proudly presented by State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, and Gary Schubat. Full night of baseball. It was a joy bringing you a Kernel 5-4 win in Game 1. Not as much fun, a Kernel 7-2 loss in the nightcap, but it was great being with you. Thanks for tuning in. Glad to be playing baseball again after being snowed out here Saturday and Sunday. We'll have another twin bill for you. The South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, we'll have it for you at 3:40 tomorrow afternoon. 3:40, and our guest will be a fella from Michigan State that got to see both the men's and women's Final Four in basketball, and I'm sure you'll love hearing about that experience. a split 5-4 Kernels, 7-2 Lugnuts. Thanks to Jake Lentz, our in-studio engineer, for his fine job as always. John Rogers wishing you a great rest of your Monday evening from Lansing, where the Kernels split a twin bill with the Lugnuts. So long, everybody. This has been Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming already in progress.